later through other transitions, it ended up becoming Indian boarding school. And so that's the main purpose of this campus was the boarding school to help. The saying was to save the man and kill the Indian. And so that was the main purpose of this school. So there's a lot of history between the Native people in this area and this college. And in the last few years, this college took the initiative to change some of the narratives that was written in stone, literally written in stone in plaques around the campus, to change it to more of honoring the Native Americans and the first inhabitants of this area. So if you do walk around this campus, there you will see some of those the significance of both of those two histories. And there's another campus from Fort Lewis in the Hesperus area, in the Breen area, and there's some pretty rough history in that area when it comes to the Indian boarding school era and the situations that happen between the students there. And so again, it's history, we can't change it. It's part of what we've had to deal with in living in this area. So again, I just wanted to take the moment to acknowledge that where we are and the significance of that. And again, welcome you to my basin. I feel like I had the most beautiful basin. I have all the 14ers in our area, so I love that. And it's just a really good time to be here. And I was hoping we'd have a little bit more colors changing in the trees, but it's going to happen. So again, I just wanted to acknowledge that and acknowledge again both the Ute tribes, the Southern Ute tribe and the Ute Mountain Ute tribe, and where we were at. So we're going to go ahead and get started and we are running a little bit ahead of time because of the two chairmen not being here. And so we're going to go ahead and get started with director's reports. And I'm going to start with Director Gibbs.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, really nice to be here in your basin, such a beautiful part of the state, and wonderful to be down here. I've spent the last few weeks, we had, I'm trying to think, it feels like yesterday, but I was down here a couple of weeks ago for the CCIA meeting, and that was in the Colorado Commission on Indian Affairs meeting. That was in Ignacio. And just thinking of, you mentioned Chairman Baker and Vice Chairman Pinnacus couldn't be here. That particular meeting, it was the last meeting for Chairman Hart for Ute Mountain Ute, and he has been a great collaborator and friend for the Department of Natural Resources, and really wish him well as he looks forward to spending more time with his family. But he's been a great leader to work with, so I just want to send my appreciation to him. You know, it's wonderful. DNR, we've been super busy. I travel around the state a lot, and the more I travel around, I get to see friends at times and people I've worked with for many years. And I just have to say how wonderful it was to walk in this morning to see a good longtime friend, Bill Catterhagen, who works for Freshwater Trust. Bill, raise your hand. Bill and I went to college together, and if you saw us 25 years ago or so, you probably would guess that we would be maybe outdoor adventure guides still today or something, but we had really long hair and we were on search and rescue together and so forth. But Bill works in the water world now, and I do as well. So Bill, look forward to continuing to work together. Even though we're not in search and rescue, we can work on water policy together moving forward, but good to see you, Bill. When I was down here a few weeks ago, we had, for the CCIA meeting, we had this wonderful celebration right down the street at Mako State Park. That was a celebration to recognize the bill that passed, the Tribal Access to State Parks bill, and really excited to have that bill pass. And we had a great celebration at that state park. So if anyone is spending time here after our two-day meeting, check out that beautiful state park right down the road. Let's see here. I know Nate Pearson, my assistant director on water, yesterday talked a little bit about the future seventh task force. So that is busy, getting kind of rolled out here. We also have another task force that the DNR is really involved with. That's housed within the Department of Natural Resources, and that came about after a bill that passed HB 1332. So some people call it the 1332 task force, but that looks at state trust lands and conservation and recreation work group. They're going to be looking at making recommendations to identify opportunities to advance conservation, climate resilience, biodiversity, and responsible recreation around the state. So that's a pretty exciting task force that is soon to be kicking off here in the next few weeks. I have a few staffing updates I want to share with you. I have a brand new Deputy Executive Director for the Department of Natural Resources. I hired Wendy Padilla, who was previously my Chief Operating Officer, and before that she was head of HR and then Deputy HR before that, but also had a long career with Parks and Wildlife, and at one point was Deputy Regional Manager for the Northeast. So she, of course, comes with just a wealth of experience and really amazing collaborator and has really hit the ground running. Yesterday, she joined me in kind of leadership on fire for the state of Colorado, and it was great to have her join for that meeting. You may be wondering what happened to Tim Mock. Tim Mock was my previous deputy director. Well, Tim, I'm grateful, is not leaving the DNR family. I call it the DNR family because we all work together and collaborate. We're all part of the Department of Natural Resources, but he accepted a job as assistant director for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. So years ago, Tim actually was, before the merger of Parks and Wildlife, he was actually the lobbyist for then the Department of Wildlife, the DOW. And so he has a special place, in his heart really for like wildlife and conservation, and really it's a big priority for him, so he can focus, all of his attention on Parks and Wildlife. But I'm grateful for Tim's service. If he's, I don't think he's listening, but he just was so valuable for the DNR, and he'll continue to be valuable. Also, updates for my staff. Promoted another position in my team to have an assistant director on forest health and wildfire mitigation, and that is Allison Lurch. Allison resides in Salida, and she has been in charge of our Colorado Strategic Wildfire Action Program. And really, she has amazing experience. She's former wildland firefighter and worked in the collaborative kind of forest health space. And when you look at the importance of forest health and wildfire mitigation in the state, it is not getting any easier. As we all know, wildfire season is really all year round now. It used to be seasonal, and that really raises the profile and the importance in the DNR to have her in that leadership role. And I know you're going to give me the hook here in a second, because I know we only have a couple minutes for these updates, and this is my short version. But last but not least, just thinking of wildfire mitigation, we do have our Colorado Strategic Wildfire Action Plan grants that are available right now. It goes to, I want to say November 4th, but you want to probably double check online. But we have $6.8 million of money that can come to your community. There are no matching grants. This was really created, you've heard me talk about this program in the past, but it was really created after the 2020 wildfire season and passed in the 2021 legislative session, where the governor was very much like, what more can we do in the state of Colorado? And that's when the Division of Fire Prevention and Control brought in more resources to have Firehawks that are more or less retrofitted, Black Hawk helicopters that can deploy 11 firefighters and carry at least 600 gallons of water. And the State Forest Service ramped up their efforts on their furworm program, which is another grant program that's really wonderful and very successful. And then we were able to create this co-swap program. So if you live in a community that's fire prone that you think could benefit from state funds coming to your community, take a look at co-swap. Again, there's no matching fund requirements, and we hope to get some more meaningful projects off the ground around the state that will have a lens of protecting life, property, and critical infrastructure. So critical infrastructure, of course, is water. So take a hard look at that grant. So Madam Chair, that's it for my updates, and look forward to spending the next 2 full days with you all. And thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Director Oz?
Yes, thank you for that. Can you talk a little more about what those funds are for? Is it for planning? Is it for the actual work on the ground?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, it's a great question. So we funded with that project, it's everything from landscape fire breaks around communities. It is fire departments have applied for grants to do wildfire and kind of red card certifications and burn boss certifications, stuff like that. What's lovely about this, and when it was created, I really, as you know, as fellow Summit County resident yourself, we have such a patchwork quilt in the state of Colorado of tribal lands, of state lands, of federal, county lands, you name it, patchwork quilt. So we wanted these funds to be utilized anywhere in the state of Colorado. So if there is a project that's, hypothetically state or private land that goes into Forest Service or goes into tribal land or goes into a Denver water land or Aurora, whatever it may be, you have that flexibility to use it on all lands. So yeah, it's planning, it's work on the ground, it's training, and yeah, really great program. But yeah, just type in CoSwap and you'll see we have a web page on the DNR all about it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Are there any more questions for Director Gibbs? Okay, if not, we'll move on to Director Riss.
Thank you. I've got a touchy microphone here. Thank you, and thank you all for being here, and thank you, Director Cloud, for having us in your basin. It really is a beautiful place to be, and I think the last time I was here was for a board meeting, which would have been a few years ago. So anyway, it's nice to be back. And I did ask everyone to provide shorter director's reports, and now I'm worried we're going to have too much time set aside. I'm worried I scared you all I know. So we'll turn back to Dan, and he can talk for a few more minutes if we need to kill some time. So thank you, Director Gibbs. I appreciate the reports from DNR. I did want to just mention a couple of things. First, I really just wanted to kick off I guess we started the meeting yesterday afternoon, but the first full day of a board meeting by really thanking the CWCB staff. There's just a lot going on in this agency right now. Some of that you hear about in the news and on the radio, and other things, you really don't, but it takes a lot of work just to keep the agency running and contracting grants and, keeping engaged with stakeholders and, visiting the roundtables and providing updates to all of the groups that we're in contact with. So I wanted to thank CWCB staff and, of course, especially the in-stream flow section. Not only Shoshone, they just have a lot going on right now. There's many projects and issues right now that they're working on. And of course, Shoshone has just been quite a lift for that group. So they've really done quite a bit of work in working on the presentations and gearing up for today and tomorrow, but also a number of other issues that they're working on that are also very important for the state and for the agency. So thank you, Rob, and your team for all of your work. Just a couple of program updates, and then I will keep my report short as well. I think you all are aware, but I wanted to highlight that the C9 Summit is scheduled for October 28th and 29th. This will be, I believe it's the 3rd annual C9 Summit that we've done. It will be at the Sheridan Denver West in Lakewood. And this is, of course, the collaborative gathering that we have put together over the last couple of years, including Basin Roundtable members, IBCC members, and you all, and is really meant to be a forum to bring those groups together to have conversations around the water plan and what we can all accomplish together, just providing that forum for communication across those different disparate committees around the state. So hopefully that's on your calendar. You can register and get additional information at engagecwcb.org, or you can bug me or Kat Weissmiller if you need help with that, but we hope to see you there. I also wanted to mention that one of the many things that we have going on is a new program that the Water Supply Planning section has launched under Kat's leadership called the Water Secure Communities Program. We issued a press release about this about a week ago, but it's a pretty cool new initiative that is meant to implement a water plan action. And I know you all have these memorized. So it's Water Plan Action 4.10. And is really building on a lot of the work that has come from Kevin Reedy and his folks at the Sonoran Institute. It's an initiative that will help communities anticipate and address long-term water challenges by putting on regional workshops, doing policy analysis, technical assistance, and ultimately will deliver water security roadmaps to strengthen resilience and ensure long-term water security statewide. So a really cool initiative. If you want to hear more about it, you can talk to Kat, who's sitting back there at the table, or anyone on her team. I also wanted to mention the tremendous work that the Watershed and Flood Protection section has been doing. You know, coming off of fire season, well, I guess we're not really ever off of fire season, it's sort of year round now, but they've been actively engaged with local officials and other federal and state agencies in providing hydrologic analyses for post wildfire flood potential and offering recommendations for recovery around the state of Colorado, which is, you know, just a tremendously important effort. As we know, many wildfires have broken out over this summer, but most of the post-wildfire flood and debris flow concerns have been in the South Rim, Turner Gulch, and Elkley burn scars. So any questions about that, feel free to reach out to Kevin or his team. And then I also just wanted to highlight that Chris Sturm just this last week presented in front of the Water and Agriculture Committee on the Wildfire Ready Watersheds Program, along with some staff from DNR and the State Forest Service, which have some of my most favorite acronyms, COSWAP and FIRWORM in particular. I don't really know what that stands for, but I love to say it. So Dan can tell us what it actually stands for. Nobody knows, but I think it would make a great Halloween costume. Furry worm, yes. Yep, I agree, Barbara, come up with the why. So anyways, we are also, even though we're in the interim of the legislative session here, we are still continuing to track a couple of different committees, including the Water and Agriculture Committee. I also wanted to mention, coming on the heels of the Finance Committee meeting that we had yesterday, appreciate all of your thoughts and attendance in that, albeit shorter version of Finance Committee meeting, but a lot of work also went into that from the staff and Kirk in particular. So thank you for putting together kind of a streamlined, abbreviated Finance Committee meeting, but I think it really still produced good information and good conversation. I also wanted to mention that we're accepting applications for the Technical Assistance for Federal Cost Share Program, and this is the program that's meant to provide direct grants to water users to hire consultants to access federal funding. So that program is alive and well and is accepting applications. And then just lastly, because I think it's fun and I don't think that I've mentioned it before, amongst all of the different things we do, we have a podcast. I don't know if you all are aware of that, but we do. It's called Water Talk, and it is I guess the project that Ben and Katie, Ben Wade and our communications director, Katie Weeman and Eric Skye have come together and have a really great time doing. I think it's largely a project that they do because they love it. But they come out with them pretty regularly, and the latest episode is a 2-episode special where they're diving into the Upper Colorado and the San Juan River Basin Endangered Fish Recovery Programs. So it's a pretty interesting podcast that they put together. They interview stakeholders and staff that work on various issues that CWCB does. So if you've not listened to it before, check it out. And they didn't know I was going to mention that, so you can feel free to give them a hard time about it. Sometimes they have some silly jokes that we have to nix, but mostly they keep it very professional. So we thank them for their efforts. And then just a quick staffing update. We have a couple positions that are in the works, but the one that is official that I wanted to announce is Jenna Batson, who is our lead on the turf replacement program, is officially been hired to backfill Sam Stein's position in the water supply planning section as the lead drought and conservation analyst. I think I got that title right. So she will permanently be on CWCB staff, which is great. She was formerly in a temp position and just did a remarkable job with the turf replacement program. So we're really pleased to have her on full time. So I think that's it. But appreciate everyone being here and being willing to truncate their reports a little bit. But by all means, if there are important updates you have that you want to share, I think we have some time for that. So
Questions? Director Sakata?
Thanks. Thanks, Lauren. You do have an amazing staff, so it's wonderful to be able to work with them. My question was on the measurement rules that the division's working on, the grant program for putting in measuring devices. Any update on that?
I'm going to turn to, I don't know if Brian McPherson's here, but he's the one that's kind of been in charge of that. I know we're working on it. I'd be happy to
Okay, just keep
find
us
it
in
out.
the
And
loop.
yeah, for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. I also wanted to mention that the IBCC director, Becky Mitchell, does have a UCRC meeting. So that's where John McLeod is headed as well. So she's going to not be available for her IBCC director's report, but I told her that I would mention the C9 summit. So
Thank you. Are there any more questions for Director Riss? Okay, Director Sakata?
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks for your comments this morning as we started off the meeting. I think, your comment about we can't change history, but I think it's our responsibility to learn from it. And so that's why I think it's so important to know what that history is. So thanks very much for your comments. Yeah, and thanks again to the CWCB team, especially Janine, your grant program. You guys did an amazing job with the number of grants that you had to go through. And thanks for allowing the Department of Ag to be involved in that Ruby process. So we really appreciate it. Madam Chair, I hope you don't mind. I only have 43 slides today. Okay, thank you. Next slide, please. No, really, I did want to keep this short. So Viola sent out a written report today. The Department of Ag is also very busy. This is a busy time of year. Really, thanks to all of our farmers and ranchers. Busy time of year right now. Many of them out there working, harvesting all the products that we get to enjoy day to day. So thanks to all of the work they're doing. So I'll just let you refer to the handout. There's links there. I didn't want to have a lot of more reading for you to do as well. So there's just a lot of live links about what's going on at the Department of Ag. And with that, I will conclude my report.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Director Sakata? Go ahead.
I was hoping that you would have a picture from the WECO award ceremony, Director Sakata. He's being humbled, but he did win the President's Reception Award, the Diane Hoppy Award, and he came dressed for the occasion. We'll just leave it at that. So congratulations.
I know, I'm curious now. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to our state engineer, Jason Ullman, Director Ullman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to try to keep mine pretty short, but I do have a few things I would like to at least provide an update to the board on. So I don't have as fun of a presentation as I had in July with my pictures of Europe, so I apologize for that. But I also didn't get a phone call from Nebraska or any other state this morning on the way to the meeting about a potential lawsuit. So that's a positive. So I guess, starting off with that issue, the South Platte, I think Scott Steinbrecher will be mentioning a little bit more about the Nebraska v. Colorado complaint, but I wanted to just mention we have held a town hall in Julesburg and have tried to keep in contact with some of the users in the basin regarding where that process is going and what that process entails, because there's a lot of concern in the South Platte Basin about this potential effect of that lawsuit on their ability to use water. We met in Julesburg on August 6th, invited by Representative Johnson and Senator Pelton to provide updates to the community. And I guess the only other thing I'd say is we are working closely with the AG's office on a response to that complaint that's due on October 15th. And I'll let Scott talk about that maybe in a little more detail. But Rio Grande issues. So The Rio Grande, I think I mentioned a few board meetings ago, I did a presentation on the Rio Grande Decision Support System and what that model is used to do, what that model is used and how it's used to calculate depletions to the stream caused by well pumping. It's very important in the response functions that are used in what are termed annual replacement plans. So if you have a well and you're a part of a sub-district, you have an annual replacement plan that defines how much water you must provide to replace your depletions to the stream to protect senior users on the stream. We are in the process of, pursuant to our rules, updating that model. It's required that we review the model and its inputs every 5 years. I noticed earlier this year that we were going to update the model to phase 7. It's been over 6 years since we updated the model and the rules were signed. And as part of that, we would be updating the response functions that are created from that model. I am going to be holding 2 hearings in front of myself, I guess, in front of the state engineer regarding the model on November 13th and 14th, and the response functions that were created from that model. That hearing will be on February 23rd through the 25th. Those hearings, people have requested party status, so there'll be certain parties there presenting information. Our staff presents information, and that will be where the final agency action is made on the use of that phase 7 model and the response functions created from that. That would be essentially used in their replacement plans for next year, starting in April 1st. So that's coming up. You'll hear probably more about that as we get past those dates. Texas v. New Mexico and Colorado, I also won't say a whole lot about that, other than we have a hearing in 2 weeks that Craig Cotton, my division engineer in Division 3, and myself are attending, as well as attorneys general representatives in front of the special master in Philadelphia to present what is hopefully a resolution to that case that allows the federal government to withdraw and the consent/compact decree to be signed. The Arkansas, we are currently working to resolve some difference of opinion with Kansas on how the inputs to the HI model, which is the model that determines our state line impacts pursuant to the compact. And Chief Engineer Earl Lewis in Kansas and I are continuing to meet. Our technical staff are continuing to work through some of those details. Hopefully we'll have a resolution to that by October 3rd. And then last in the Arkansas, we are working on some tools right now that will hopefully allow our staff to have better data for their decisions they make on water administration. These tools have been in the process for a long time, and partly because they're complicated. They involve calculating stream depletions, then moving those stream depletions into a transparent model called Colors of Water that shows what is going on the stream. So hopefully those in the next coming months, we will be testing some of those things out. And then last, on the Colorado, since we're here in the Colorado Basin, I want to give you an update on measurement rules. So we have finished, or at least we filed our measurement rules in Division 4. So we already had, if you remember, we'd already had them signed in Division 6 by the court. In Division 7, they were signed earlier this year by the Division 7 court. Division 4, we did stakeholder meetings earlier this year, actually, and last year, and they were filed in the court this summer. In Division 5, so that's the last of the 4 West Slope or Colorado River basins, we are doing stakeholder meetings in October and November for those, and then we would intend hopefully to file those with their court sometime shortly after that. That whole process of measurement rules is a precursor. It's something that would be necessary for any kind of more comprehensive and widespread administration required, say for compact or otherwise. Those basins have been, given the 25-year drought that we've been in, have been under more pressure. We have more calls, even if you don't consider the compact threat, you have calls, just intra-basin calls because of the lower water supply. And so we're getting close to the end of that measurement rule process. And as part of that, I announced at Water Congress that we would be moving forward with a process to engage stakeholders, engage water users on whether there is a need for compact regulations for administration and what those administration regulations would look like. And so what I announced essentially is that we would start that process with some small group meetings with key water user groups to get their ideas, concepts, concerns about such potential administration regulations. And that would help us inform then a further process of public engagement to talk to more broader audiences about what those look like. So given the hydrology that we've already mentioned and where we're at, getting near the end of negotiations and my process with measurement rules wrapping up here, I think that, essentially, like I said, that's step one. So we're thinking about moving forward here with step two. And that would probably begin sometime after November when we're done with these Division 5 measurement rule stakeholder meetings. That's the intent, is to move forward with that process, phased process, starting in the December timeframe. And then last, unfortunately, for staffing updates, I have to report, and Taylor's shaking her head, that the River District, who will have lots of people here later, is stealing one of my staff members from Division 5, Caleb Foy, is going to work for the River District on October 3rd is his last day with us. And James Heath who will also be here today, is retiring on December 31st. So we are working right now on the hiring process to replace the division engineer and the assistant division engineer in Division 5. So that's a tall order, given that that's kind of the leadership for that division. But we think we have some qualified applicants. We have interviews scheduled for next Thursday and Friday. So the goal is to get those positions filled in time that they can have some overlap with the current staff, at least with James, so they can James can pass on some of that knowledge on how the river is administered and some of the issues that are present in the Colorado, of which we know there are a lot. So with that, I will conclude my director's report.
Thank you. Are there any questions, Director Haas?
Thank you. And I'm glad you mentioned the staffing changes. It's a big concern in Division 5. On the rules, though, for Division 5, I'm guessing you're not really that worried about the big water users because they're already pretty sophisticated. It's more the medium and small folks. And I'm just wondering how do you do that outreach to make sure those water users know what's coming?
Sure. That's a good question. Thank you, Director Haas. So in the previous basins, and we would do the same here, we had our commissioners reach out to the people that because that's one of the best ways for us to communicate with some of the smaller water users. Because you're correct, the large users, most of them have measuring on them because either they needed to for their own operations, or we needed them to have them because of either potential calls, like on the main stem, when we're administering a call. It's the tributaries where there aren't consistent calls, where there isn't as consistent measuring. But as you all know, if a call comes on from lower down in the basin and calls up all the tributaries, then now those tributary diversions need to have, it's better if they have consistent, accurate measurement. And so this measurement rule process is intended to provide stakeholders an opportunity to comment on what those should look like in each division and how what the accuracy standards should be for those devices and what time frame for implementation. So your specific question, I think, is how do we make sure that the word gets out? a lot of times it's easy to get those large users to come even though they know they have good measuring already. So the commissioners, the River District, we will engage with them to send it out in their updates. We haven't got all the dates scheduled yet. I know I have an email that I'm probably remiss in replying to on dates that was from a day or so ago. But we will attempt, in the Upper Gunnison, they actually did a radio ad. And, you know, the effectiveness of the radio ad is we had very few attendees, even though they did the most public outreach. We had very, you know, not a huge attendance there. So we're going to attempt to get the word out as much as we can. If there are any thoughts on better ways to get that word out, please let me know, because we do want people to come and hear at least what is coming and potentially offer comment.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, I'm sure I'll chat with you at the break about that, but, oh gosh, I forgot what I was going to say. It's going to be a long day and it's not even 9 o'clock. So that doesn't bode well, but, okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Director Vasquez.
Thanks. You said something that triggered a question for me about the accuracy. Are you setting rules that are different district by district? Or are they all uniform?
That's a good question, Director Vasquez. The accuracy standard across the different divisions has been the same. So for certain sizes of diversions, primarily above 1 CFS, the accuracy standard is with plus or minus 5%. But there are the primary difference between the divisions is the implementation timeline. And so for Division 7, for instance, they split their implementation timeline into 2 separate groups for critical areas and for non-critical areas. So those are essentially over-appropriated and non-over-appropriated areas where we haven't administered a call before. So those non-over-appropriated areas have a longer period to come into compliance. And that's one, to help them have time to get into compliance, and 2, to help our staff have the time, because we have limited resources to be out in accomplishing this, do this in an effective way and actually get it done in the time frame we set. In Division 4, the rules that were filed, their implementation timeline splits it into reservoirs versus direct flow rights, because that seemed like a more effective, based upon the rights that are out there, an effective way to split the workload and split the requirement for these water users to comply. So, but by and large, the remaining portion, the accuracy standards, the definitions are pretty similar between divisions. But there is, doing them division by division is, one, recognizes that the measurement is, by statute, the division engineer can require these measurement devices. So it's a division by division. And that there's just differences in the way that they've developed, and the way, and the number of water rights that are in each basin, and the administration scheme in each basin. So, yeah.
Okay, are there any other questions? Director Scott?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Director Ullman. My question on the RGDSS response functions, you said November 13th and 14th. Is that hearing going to be down in the valley, or is that virtual, or how does that work?
It will be at 1313 Sherman in Denver.
Okay, thank you. And just for your notice, in my report, November 13th and 14th, we're having a ag behavioral health summit down in the valley there. So after your hearing, maybe some of the people might want to go to our summit.
Thanks for that, Director Sakata.
You'll see Doug there.
Okay, are there any other questions for Director?
You want me to announce that to them after the hearing, or?
Okay, we'll go ahead and move on to Director Nichol.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Matt Nichol, Assistant Director for Colorado Parks and Wildlife for the Aquatic Wildlife Branch, and Director Davis, sends his regrets that he can't be here. I appreciated your comments as well this morning. Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission had a meeting down here earlier this year, and we had a ceremonial presentation of the flag, as well as other presentations from the tribes that were really, really neat and welcoming, and we really enjoyed those and really drove home the points that you were making. And so thank you. On a more personal note, I attended my freshman year of college here at Fort Lewis, lived in a dorm right across the way over there, clear back in 1982. And it wasn't nearly as productive as I would have liked, but I had a lot of fun. So that's right, freshman year, yeah. So some updates from CPW. Unfortunately, I'm sure most of you saw, but earlier this week, we received genetic confirmation of adult zebra mussels in the Colorado River in Grand Junction. With this discovery, the Colorado River is now considered an infested body of water from the 12-road bridge downstream to the Colorado-Utah border. And this is the first time adult zebra mussels have been detected in the Colorado River in Grand Junction. In addition to the Colorado River, CBW also confirmed adult zebra mussels in a nearby channel and lake. All of those fed by the river, so not surprising, but obviously news that we didn't want to hear. But these results are based on our staff's intense sampling efforts over the last couple of years, ever since the first detection in Highline Lake. And we continue to be dedicated to protecting Colorado's water resources to the greatest degree possible. We'll continue these sampling efforts as well as our ramped up containment efforts along the river corridor to prevent the spread from the river and these bodies of water. We will also seize the opportunity to get the word out with some media efforts next week with press conference, and to try to really emphasize the clean, drain, and dry message for all watercraft, but especially on the non-motorized craft along the river that are not inspected. Director Gibbs mentioned on August 5th, 2025, CPW implemented House Bill 25-1163, which gave enrolled members of both the Southern Ute Indian Tribe as well as the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe free access to Colorado's 43 state parks. Southern Ute Indian Tribe and the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe have deep cultural, spiritual, ancestral, and historical ties to the majority of the land within Colorado, including much of the land that is now designated as state parks. So we were really pleased to do that. Some other news over the last couple of months, CPW dedicated over 2,400 staff hours to the Lee and Elk fire response efforts, with dozens of personnel contributing. The initial response included Area 6 staff assisting with community evacuations under chaotic and stressful conditions, with many of CPW's own personnel also being evacuated from their homes. In addition, CPW fulfilled formal requests for critical law enforcement support. And while CPW officers providing 24-hour coverage for roadblocks and patrolling, evacuating areas in grueling 14-hour shifts. And this significant effort was emblematic of CPW's statewide support during a demanding fire season, which also saw staff assisting with incidents like the Croshow Fire and the Lone Pine Fire. And finally, here locally, in response to the Stoner Mesa Fire in August, our local fishery personnel rescued and relocated 266 Uncompahgre cutthroat trout from Wildcat Creek. This native green lineage trout population is critically important, possessing rare genetic markers that make it unique to the genetic diversity of the entire upper Dolores River Basin. This emergency action was taken to protect the fish from the fire's aftermath. While the fire itself posed a risk to the primary threat, the primary threat was potential post-fire flooding, which occurs when the fire destroys bank stabilization vegetation. These floods can choke the stream with fine sediment and ash, which suffocates fish by coating their gills and covering spawning gravels. The rescued fish will be safely housed at the Roaring Judy Fish Hatchery near Gunnison until their native habitat recovers and water quality is no longer a threat to their survival. So with that, Madam Chair, I'll conclude my brief remarks.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, hearing none. Director McLaughlin?
Yeah, good morning. Can everybody hear me okay? All right, thanks for the nods. Appreciate it. I also wanted to congratulate Director Sakata on the WECO President's Award. I missed it this year. Unfortunately, I had a conflict. And I just looked at WECO's website. They do not have a picture up yet. I was hoping to share it with you all, but I can't. But I heard that it's definitely worth it. In fact, I'm thinking about nominating Director Sakata again next year, just so he can come back again. And it was such a big hit. Second thing I want to mention down there, kind of around the corner from where you're at, is Lake Nighthorse, a project we're very proud of being a part of at the Colorado Water and Power Authority. If you haven't been there, that's a spectacular site. When I started at the authority almost 28 years ago, I was told in no uncertain terms that project would never be built. It didn't have the funding, the environmental, it was never going to be built. About 14, 15 years ago, I was at the ribbon cutting ceremony there at Lake Nighthorse and the pumping station there, and that project did get built. And so it's a project we're a part of and very proud of. And since you're right there, if you've not seen it, please take a look. It's a beautiful site. In terms of the Water and Power Authority, I'm going to go over our sort of list of projects that we're working on, but happy to answer any questions from my ED report. On our drinking water side, we had a couple projects approved at our August board meeting. One was Baca Grande Water and Sanitation District. It's a pump and rehab project. And then we also received a application that was approved for Eureka Water Authority. And this is a storage tank to connect to the future Arkansas Valley Conduit project, which I know is important to this board. We're seeing a lot more of these types of projects that are coming in, whether it's treatment, connection, vaults, storage. We're starting to fund more and more of those projects so that those projects are going to be ready to connect into the AVC project once it reaches then. So we're happy to report another one of those projects coming in. Out of the total IIJA or Infrastructure Investment Jobs Act funding, we anticipate over this 5-year stretch, 2022 to 2026, we've gotten more than half of those funds obligated, which I think is incredible lift for our organization and our partners at the Health Department and Department of Local Affairs. We just received 25 grant funds. We have 26 grant funds to go, but having half those funds obligated, I think, is a big lift, and happy to report that. We do have an upcoming October board meeting coming up. We've received 1 drinking water applications for South Swink Water Authority. It's a drinking water system improvement, treatment modification. They've got a backup generator and new water meters. In terms of our capacity, we have about 114 million available on the drinking water side. So if you've got a treatment project, CWCB sort of takes care of that supply side. We take care of the other side of the pipe on the treatment side. So if you've got a water project, we probably have funding for you. It's the highest funding we've had available since we first received IIJA funding. So, and given the fact we've actually run out of money on both sides of the program the last couple of years, we do have funds available, which is great to report. We also received our 2025 CAP grants this year. It was later than maybe we had hoped. We did get those funds in. That was another $57 million. While we previously used to report those numbers together because of issues we've had with federal funding, we're not counting those funds until they're actually sort of in the bank, if you will. On our wastewater program on the SRF side, we hadn't received any applications either at the August or October board meetings. So again, we've got some capacity there as well. It looks like we've got about $77 million executed in IIJ funding. Again, that is about half of that funding as well. And we have about 100 million available, including the 31 million we just received from the 25 grants. So again, funding on both sides. While that sounds like a lot of money, that could be a couple of large projects. So, communities out there, please send them our way. On legislative matters, we've got a couple open board seats. One is a reapplication, Director Wogslin, which she represents the Yampa White Basin. She's reapplying for her second term, but we're losing Lucas Hale out of the Arkansas Basin. But I just heard from boards and commissions. We've got 2 good applicants that have applied and maybe an additional applicant on its way. So it looks like those seats are going to be filled. And then sort of lastly, we're excited. We continue to work on the ABC project with CWCB. I know another important project to this board. We're expecting potentially a spur line project coming in, and the spur line is sort of that offshoot off the main trunk line that brings the water right to the communities, and that's where we're going to be directly involved in that project. We're hoping to see an application in the next couple of months. So we've been working very hard, coordinating with CWCB and its staff, and we're excited that we think someone's coming in pretty quickly. They've been taking steps at Southeastern, and they're getting very close. The last thing I want to report was our October 3rd board meeting is coming up. We're going to be at Northern's offices for our board meeting. They've been gracious enough to host us. We'll also be touring Chimney Hollow. I know another important project to this board, and Wellington Sewer Project kind of up the road, which we funded. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I'm jealous that I'm not there with you all.
Hey, are there any questions? Director Sakata?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director McLaughlin. That was my evil twin that was at the event. It wasn't really me, but really thanks to everybody that supports Water Education Colorado. That was the main thing, was supporting their education efforts, and that's why I was proud to be a part of that. If I may just also, I should have included in my report, Commissioner Greenberg sends her regrets that she wasn't able to attend today. She really enjoys participating in this, but she is representing Colorado at the National Association State Department of Ag's conference in Arkansas, and then also our Ag Commission meeting is today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, is there any other questions? No, we'll go ahead and move on to Basin Director reports, starting with Director Vasquez.
Given the nature of our 2-day meeting, I cede my time.
Thank you. Director Wind.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As State Engineer Ullman mentioned, at least from a Northern Water perspective, certainly appreciate the meeting on August 6th as related to issues coming out of Nebraska and the complaints to the Supreme Court. And I thought the meeting was well done. And thank you, Director Gibbs, for attending. It's producers, water right owners always want to hear more. It's a pretty delicate subject, but I thought you provided a nice balance of what you know, what you're thinking about, and kind of where this process might go. It's going to be likely a long haul. As some of you might know, from my early meetings, I'm intrigued with data, and we're so fortunate in this state to be able to look at historical data. And I was convinced last spring of 2024, that we had more wind than ever, no pun intended, but in fact, we didn't. I've been thinking about the weather somewhat, Director Sakata, related to harvest this year in the South Platte Valley anyway, which we've been frankly fairly blessed by weather as compared to other parts of the state, but it's running about 10 days behind schedule. And with today's technology and hybrids, you kind of expect things to just happen on the same day each and every year. And so that begged the question, why is this? And I really don't know why, but I often compare hydrology we're having or weather patterns as of today compared to 2002, right? Kind of the year of the aha moments that many of us have had in our career. And it's interesting in the fact that corn does pretty well, kind of 87 degrees to 95 degrees. You get too hot, it doesn't grow as much. But we had this summer 60 days in the central South Platte in which were greater than 90 degrees.
That's actually 6 more days than 2002. So a hotter summer, which you'd expect would brought corn along a little bit farther. But it couldn't stop there. The call on the river in the South Platte that drives a lot of the administration is an 1882 call. And I thought it's been kind of senior, giving the fact we had snowpack that was a little bit south of normal. Runoff was, at least in the northern tributaries, was 80% of normal, so it didn't start really well. But again, compared to the rest of the state, we're quite blessed. But this summer, I thought for sure this has been a really hard calling year. We had 47 days of an 1882 call, State Engineer Ullman. But in 2002, we had 114 days. So it was tough sledding in '02. Anyway, I point that out, that I don't know what all this means. It's just always interesting looking at data and really coming up with no conclusion as to why Director Sakata corn harvest is running 10 days late. As livestock numbers continue to increase in the South Platte, local corn becomes more and more important. It was mentioned before about some of us who came to Fort Lewis College years ago, and for me, it's very nice to be back on campus. My story kind of goes like this. Still have 2 parents who went to CSU, Colorado State, 2 older sisters who went to Colorado State. So it was just kind of a natural that I would go to Colorado State. So I applied. No response. Looking back, not surprising, the criteria didn't quite align with my high school experiences and did not quite meet the criteria. So I had needed a plan B. And plan B, thankfully, the silver lining was to come to Fort Lewis. Spent 3 years here eating, frankly, downstairs in this building, 3 meals a day for most of the year. And for 3 years, and with kind of the same 7 or 8 guys that have since been long lifetime friends. And it was just a wonderful experience. I was reading, this is 40 years ago, as of September 6th, was the first day of class in 1985. Hard to believe it's been that long. But I was reading in the 1985 Fort Lewis catalog. This probably explains why I was able to get in here and maybe not anywhere else. Fort Lewis College at the time, perhaps things have changed, selects for admission those applicants who appear somewhat subjective, which was helpful for me. Applicants who appear to be best qualified to benefit from and contribute to the educational environment of the college. So I met the mark there and was exposed to diversity and wonderful young folks in the dorms for those years, and led to a great time here and many other subsequent years in other colleges throughout Colorado and California. So it's great to be back on campus. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and move on to Director Felt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to start by saying, as I came over Wolf Creek Pass yesterday and into your basin, I kept thinking about you. And I don't think it's that unusual for me. I think a lot about CWCB, and frankly, whenever I go over Poncha Pass, I think about Nathan. But it was really, I don't know, just kind of driving through the part of historic Ute territory where you actually grew up was meaningful, especially at such a time of year. And with you being the chair for this meeting, I'm sorry that your elected leaders couldn't be here this morning, but you are a leader.
Thank you.
And we appreciate it. So thank you. Robert, congratulations. All joking aside, that's a well-deserved recognition. And I'm very glad that came to you. A couple comments on Lauren's comments, and then I'll call it good. One, Jenna Batson. That is fantastic news. She was charged with what turned out to be kind of a difficult role or mission here at CWCB, I thought. Some of us didn't make it any easier on her. I don't even know what it was called, but sort of the turf replacement situation and administering funding for that, I think was the challenge. But every time she stepped up to deal with that and deal with us, I thought she did an amazing job. So it's a real great addition to Kat's team. I'm glad you found a permanent spot for her. I think she's really a valuable part of CWCB. So I was glad to hear that. And then the one other thing I'll say, Lauren encouraged board members to attend C9. And I hope it's not hypocritical. I cannot attend this year, but I have attended the other ones. And I too encourage everybody to try to make time. I know it's sort of tucked out at the end of it's kind of out at the end of a dead end road, right? In Crested Butte. Isn't that where it is? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, this year
Oh,
it's in
see, I'm really
Lakewood.
out of it.
I mean, depending on where you're coming
Yeah.
from, it still might be a long
Yeah,
way and.
I don't need to be a
headed
hypocrite.
towards
I
the
could
dead
just be an idiot. But anyway, I do want to encourage everyone to attend that, because if you think about last year, the sort of the premise, and Kat, I don't know if I describe it correctly, but it seemed like the premise was, let's help the IBCC, kind of zero in on some good issues to tackle going forward. And it wasn't just the IBCC working on that. It wasn't just CWCB working on that, but it was so many people from the roundtables and even from outside the roundtables. A lot of younger folks attend those C9 summits. It's just a great kind of cross section of the water community. And what came out of that was a great action plan that IBCC has adopted and will be working on for, I don't know, 2.5, 3 years, which will ultimately, I think, feed some prioritized actions back to CWCB. So there's a real chain of events or cause and effect here. And so I think one, you all have a lot to offer in that type of setting. And two, I think it is empowering and motivating to participants when kind of the CWCB board, the leadership shows up. People notice, and it adds more impact to the proceedings and what comes out of it. So that would just be a little punch in the arm. And I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to Director Johnson.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few quick updates. First, I did want to congratulate Director Scotta as well. It was a lovely event last week, as well as Kyle Whitaker from Northern Water, who received the Greg Hobbs Next Wave Leadership Award. And Director Wind introduced him, did a fabulous job. Not sure if there's a recording of this, but Kyle, among other things, had a poem, which was very appropriate given that it was Justice Hobbs Award. So I'll have to ask him about that. I believe he's here for the affairs today. Just a real quick update about a joint meeting that we had with the Metro Basin Roundtable, South Platte Basin Roundtable, that involved a tour in the Upper South Platte Basin. I was able to attend. This was also last week. We toured the London mine that City of Aurora had acquired the water rights to a number of years ago. A lot of cleanup work going on there. Fascinating, especially just knowing how big that mine is. I had no idea, but it actually backs up to Climax Molly up on the other side of the peaks there. So great to see that, as well as the Montgomery Reservoir Enlargement Project for Colorado Springs Utilities. Then we had a meeting with the South Platte Basin Roundtable, as well as the membership from the Metro that could make it up there. Great to be up there in that part of the basin. We also have, I've mentioned this before, but a M&I subcommittee that is jointly convened with the Metro and the South Platte Basin. We are meeting actually with CWCB staff in a week or two, really trying to target the basin implementation plan efforts, with the funding that we have, trying to be as strategic as possible. So ongoing effort, but that is moving forward. So excited about that. And then lastly, keep this brief as well, but you may have heard that Denver Water is getting a new neighbor in the form of the Broncos. This has been all over the news lately. Official announcement was geez, I guess just a week or two ago. It's hard to keep track of time. So we will not have box seats, unfortunately. That's what I've been told. We will have an amazing view of a huge construction site. And it will be interesting. We've been informed that we will be kept whole, which of course is the most important part to Denver Water and its ratepayers. So this will not affect the organization financially or our ratepayers. And a lot of operations, will be changed. So, a lot to be determined there. We are actually looking at another site in Northeast Denver to move some of our operations facilities up to. So stay tuned on that front, but it's going to be an interesting time in Denver. And as many of you know as well, there's a lot of redevelopment right around that area downtown. So the Ball Arena development, what's called River Mile, which is where Elitch's is. A lot of very dense development going in there in the next 10, 20 plus years. So we've been talking to them about things like potentially using recycled water and whatnot. So yeah, stay tuned and buckle up. Denver's got a lot of changes coming, so it should be interesting.
Thank you. Director Combs?
Yeah. So I know Director Riss told everybody to shorten it. She just told me not to speak. But here I am. I just wanted to give you.
Did I get your message?
That's it. Thank you, Director Vasquez, for helping me out there. I was gonna tell you, for the Rio Grande, our roundtable did a basin tour of the southeast. That was pretty interesting. Got to see a lot of the work going on over there and just the size of that basin, and being able to see the disparity of going from Colorado Springs clear out to Kiowa and the state lines. And it's so interesting to see the challenges everybody in our state is dealing with. And appreciate them hosting us and giving us lunch and showing us all that they had over there. We also, I wanted to give you an update. Last year in 2024, the inflows to Plateau Reservoir, which is the reservoir we run there on the Caneos, the average inflows on 2024 for August were 72.4 CFS. So pretty average year. Knowing what the forecast was and knowing what trouble was, we teamed up with Trout Unlimited and CPW. CPW so let me back up. When losses get too high on the reservoir, we cease releases. When we can't make good beneficial use of that water, we have to cease the releases down the river. And so in order to try to avoid that in this coming year, CPW said we'll put 310 acre feet into it. So we can put 5 CFS a day into this river if that will help with the losses. And then Trout Unlimited came in and said we've got $9,000 to incentivize releases. And so that was $290 a day that we could split amongst our irrigators if they would continue to release water through August. Average natural inflows to Plateau this year in August, 3.95 CFS. So O2 levels, like Director Wind was saying. With the program, we maintained a 48 CFS discharge because the farmers kept delivering. And when CPW was covering some of the loss on the rivers and Trout Unlimited helping them cover the costs that they paid for that water, they would take the risk and we kept the Canes River running. We had 13 days on the Canes that were below 3 CFS, and we had 8 of those were 0 or negative inflows because we were evaporating more than was coming in. And yet we were able to accomplish that this year. So pretty proud of what we're able to do in some kind of unique partnering that hasn't been done in the Caneos in the past. About 4 months ago, I got interviewed for it's a little snippet. It was called Climate Change in You. And I actually had forgot about it. And then they sent me the reel of it, and that was pretty awesome. Just joking. At the end, something that struck me at the end is they said, where's your hope for the future? And I don't remember saying it, but it was right there on the camera, and it said, I guess my hope isn't in policy and it's not in politicians, but it's in the people. And it was kind of unique that that's what happened this year in August, that we maintained that river through one of the driest reaches. So now, as a personal note, my mom was raised here in Durango, so we used to come over a lot in the summer. And being raised as a farm kid in the 70s, I felt like I was participating in socialism. We were we were working for the common good. That was it, man. And so one winter we came over for Christmas and it snowed and my cousins were like, well, let's go start shoveling walks. And I'm thinking, man, these are pretty good dudes. You know, we're going to go do all this service. We made like $300 that day. And it really opened my eyes to shoveling was a skill, not a punishment. And so every time I come to Durango, I think of shoveling snow and having my eyes opened to there's money out there in this world. Last thing, my sisters went to college here. They graduated from Fort Lewis, and when I was a senior, we rode our motorcycles over here one spring to come see my sisters, and they had some really good looking roommates, quite frankly. So we brought our motorcycles over. You know, we're gonna impress the ladies on our motorcycles and our long hair. And we got over here and it snowed. And so we had to put our shirts back on, but then we asked our sisters, could we borrow your car to go home? So we had to come back later, kind of humiliated, and bring our bikes home. But Durango's always been a great place, and it is so great to be in your basin, Director Cloud. And thank you for welcoming us. And I have to reiterate what Greg said. You really are a leader here, and we appreciate the stance you take and the work you're doing. So thank you.
Thank you. Director Camblin?
Guess that had been on the whole time. Yeah, at any rate, I'm not gonna do a whole lot because I see we're kind of running short on time. I just a quick update, you know, with the highs and lows of the Yampa White Basin, you know, we had drought, we had fires, now we're getting rain, some flooding. And so, you know, stay tuned on how we handle all that. I think that you know, the flooding is going to be bad. You know, we've already heard, you know, that some of these ditches and so forth are getting filled with sediment and soot. You know, the rain with fire out, but then, you know, we've got the consequences with that. We've had some fish killed. And then, of course, you know, the town of Rangeley and some of those are pretty concerned about, you know, water supply and how we deal with that. So, you know, at our roundtable meeting last week, that was a topic that was talked about quite a bit. So I hope we can all come together and have a really good plan and get ahead of it before it gets any worse than it already is. With that being said, appreciate the time.
Thank you. Director Haas?
Yes, thank you. And I would also echo the comments to our chairwoman and to Robert Sakata. It's an honor well deserved. Keeping my comments really short, I think the three things I just wanted to highlight was kind of what's being discussed in the Colorado River Basin right now. And first is the drought. There is, with the exception of a little bit of Grand County and a little bit of Mesa County, the whole basin's in extreme drought. So even though we've been getting some rains, it's not really making a difference when it comes to kind of our drought and going into the fall, which we know will impact our spring runoff. So that's definitely top of people's minds. People are talking about it quite a bit. The other thing is zebra mussels. That is very much a concern among the water users, especially in the Grand Valley area. With all the infrastructure there. And then the third thing everyone's talking about is the Shoshone hearing. So here we are, a culmination of a lot of work. I'm a little worried about sitting in this chair for the next 2 days. It's already uncomfortable, but I think the bright side is that it's, when you've worked in this water world for as long as many of us have, it's going to be great to see a lot of people that you haven't seen in a while. So it's a little bit of a reunion, and on all sides of the issue, and people coming to see how this is going to play out, because this is a monumental decision before us. So thank you.
Thank you. Next is myself on the list. I'm gonna cut it really quick. I just want to thank all my community members from my basin that are here. This is, we hadn't had a CWCB meeting in this basin in a few years. So oftentimes this area gets left out of a lot of other conversations. And so just a reminder, not only just to everybody in the room, but to anybody listening this, even in the future, do not forget about the Four Corners area of the state of Colorado. That's one reason why we have New Mexico channels, and we know more about the New Mexico elections than we do about Colorado. So just keep that in mind as we move forward, but we are in the most beautiful basin ever. So Director McLeod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Following instructions by Director Riss, keeping reports very short, I will just tell you that despite a very, very dry summer, the Gunnison Basin is doing well. It's finally started to rain. Now that it's time to bring in the hay crop, it's raining. So, but everything's well and nothing of any significance to report beyond that.
Thank you. And with that, we're going to go ahead and move on to Attorney General's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The AG sends his regrets that he couldn't be here. I think, as you probably know, he was here meeting with Tribal Council last week. Couldn't make it back once again. Also, I want to thank you for your comments and sharing a little bit of the history of the university with us. I agree with Director Sakata that that's so important for us to learn. Just last week, we had Ernest Howes, former director of the CCIA, come to the department and talk to the entire natural resources and environment section. There were probably 75 of us there. Taught us about the history of the Ute tribes in Colorado and other tribes in the state. And I think it was really well received. I'm sure you know Ernest, and he does such a great job with the presentations. People really loved having him there. So that was a highlight for us. As Director Ullman mentioned, we are working hard on our response to Nebraska, and I'll just remind folks about the posture. I'm not going to talk much about the substance at all. Nebraska has asked the court to take up a case against Colorado. The court is not required to take up that case. So we are working on a response to the court that's due October 15th. Nebraska may file a reply to our response, and then the court will need to decide whether or not it takes up that case. Obviously, once we file our response, we can make that available for folks who are interested and want to see it, and I'll keep this board posted on what we learn from the court. It could be a while until we get a decision out of the court as to whether or not they'll take up that case. So could be up to probably a year from the original filing. That is all from the AG's report.
Okay, great. Thank you. So we are basically on time. We're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break. And so we can come back at 10:05. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Okay, can we get everybody back in their seats, please, so we can go ahead and get started? And we are going to go into our in-stream flow appropriations.
We all set? All right, good morning, everyone. Brandy Logan, CWCB staff. I'm presenting agenda items 12A and 12B in what should be the shortest in-stream flow related items of this meeting. So this is agenda item 12A, uncontested appropriation update on Vermilion Creek in Water Division 6. This is an informational item with no board action required. The purpose of this agenda item is to provide notice to the public of these proposed appropriations pursuant to Rule 5E of the rules concerning the Colorado In-Stream Flow and Natural Lake Level Program. At the March 2025 meeting, the board declared its intent to appropriate 2 in-stream flow water rates on Vermilion Creek. These were not contested by the June 2nd, 2025 deadline, but a local landowner has since expressed concerns, and staff and BLM are working to address those concerns. Staff may ask the board to take final action on these uncontested appropriations at the November 2025 board meeting. And with that, I can take any questions on this item.
Are there any questions? Hearing none.
The next item is 12B, contested appropriation update on East Muddy Creek in Water Division 4 and Milk Creek in Water Division 6. This is also an informational item with no board action required, and this is also required by the ISF rules. At the March 2025 meeting, the board formed intent to appropriate in-stream flow water rights on East Muddy Creek and Milk Creek with a modified notice and hearing schedule. This map is showing the locations of these in-stream flows in Divisions 4 and 6. And these proposals were contested within the June 2nd deadline. This table shows some information about the reaches as well as the parties and participants. And in July, the board appointed Counsel Jen Mealy as the hearing officer. The hearing officer set deadlines for the hearing process and has held pre-hearing conferences on September 9th. Some extensions have been granted to allow parties additional time to file pre-hearing statements, and a second pre-hearing conference was set for both in November. So staff continues to meet with the contesting parties in an effort to resolve these concerns. These discussions are ongoing, and that's the final information I have on this item.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Okay, hearing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Cloud and Board of Directors. Oops. For the record, I'm Lisa Bright-Unger with CWCB staff. For the sake of time, this is agenda items 13A and 13B. For the sake of time, I'm going to give one presentation of the 2 memos I submitted. Both memos are about proposed new water use agreements to lease Root Eye Reservoir water during the winter for in-stream flow use on the Frying Pan River. These water use agreements would allow for new acquisitions as annual short-term leases. I submitted individual memos because the town of Basalt and the Basalt Water Conservancy District had different terms and contracts. I want to also mention that the Roaring Fork Conservancy, in partnership with the CWCB, was a main coordinator for these proposals. I know the board has heard the new acquisition procedures before, but for any of the public who might not be familiar, and for the record, here are the requirements. Pursuant to ISF Rule 6B and the statute listed, the board will use a 2-board meeting process to review, consider public comment, and approve or reject the proposed water use agreements. The board's consideration of these proposals at this September meeting will initiate the 120-day board review period and begin a 20-day period in which any person may request the board to hold a hearing on these proposals. The initial presentation of these proposals provides an opportunity for the board and the public to identify questions or concerns that staff will address at this or a subsequent meeting. Final action on this proposal could occur at the November 2025 board meeting if no hearing is requested. Formal action is not required at this time. Here's a location map to see where the releases would happen. Previously, I presented several times about summer Root Eye Reservoir releases where we were focusing on the 15-mile reach of the Colorado River. Today, for winter releases, we are focusing on the Frying Pan River, more specifically the lower Frying Pan River that runs 13 miles from the outflow of Root Eye Reservoir to its confluence with the Roaring Fork River in Basalt. Why winter releases? During the winter on the Frying Pan River, anchor ice forms below the surface of the water and attaches to the bottom of the river. Anchor ice is not the same as surface ice. Anchor ice obstructs water flow and occupies and disrupts fish communities and macroinvertebrate habitat. During breakup, ice can scour the channel bottom and transport macroinvertebrates downriver, which can impact the forage base of trout and other fish species. For more than 20 years, studies have been conducted along the Frying Pan River to analyze the formation of anchor ice and to assess the influences of releases from Root Eye Reservoir. The results have determined that flows greater than 70 CFS seem to result in less anchor ice. The Roaring Fork Conservancy has continued to conduct annual observational studies. Previous winter Root Eye releases occurred when the Roaring Fork Conservancy teamed up with the Colorado River Water Conservation District to evaluate supplementing in-stream flows in the Frying Pan River below Root Eye Reservoir. One-year short-term lease acquisitions were implemented for winter Root Eye releases in 2019, 2021, 2022, and 2023. The Roaring Fork Conservancy, as one of the CWCB's partners, collaborated with the town of Basalt and the Basalt Water Conservancy District to provide local solutions for preventing anchor ice formation on the Frying Pan River. The Roaring Fork Conservancy coordinated with them to assist in preparing water use agreements for new short-term lease acquisitions to lease Root Eye Reservoir water during the winter for in-stream flow use on the Frying Pan River. The town of Basalt's proposal is for a 5-year water use agreement, which allows for up to 5 annual short-term leases. For the first lease, they are requesting releases of 300 acre-feet for 2026. The Basalt Water Conservancy District's proposal is for a 1-year water use agreement, allowing for 1 short-term lease for 500 acre-feet for December 2025. The proposed use of the water is to maintain Frying Pan River flows from 60 CFS to 70 CFS to prevent the formation of anchor ice at times when temperatures and low flows could otherwise combine to create anchor ice during the winter. It would be stacked or combined with existing in-stream flow water rights in the same reach of the lower Frying Pan River to preserve and improve the natural environment to a reasonable degree. I think I skipped a slide there. The intended benefits are to prevent or mitigate effects of anchor ice, improve winter fish habitat, increase spawning success and fry emergence for brown trout, promote hydropower generation at Root Eye Reservoir plant. Yikes. What are the lease considerations? Because the lease water is stored in priority and released for delivery in an existing in-stream flow reach, the historical use and return flows are not issues and don't need any consideration. The lease water will promote maximum utilization of waters of the state by first being used at the Root Eye power plant and then preserving and improving the natural environment on the Frying Pan River. And finally, it would be available for use downstream for the in-stream flow reach. The proposed leases do not negatively impact any interstate compacts. The Division 5 engineer has indicated that release and delivery of leased water from Root Eyes Reservoir through the ISF on the Flying Pan River will be administratable for both entities based on their contracts with the Bureau of Reclamation. At the time that the memo was due, we did not have approval for both entities, but now both have been approved. And the best part of these proposals is that there will be no cost to the CWCB to lease the water. Both the town of Basalt and the Basalt Water Conservancy District have offered their water as a donation. At the November board meeting, if no hearing is requested, staff will recommend approving the town of Basalt's proposal for up to 5 annual short-term leases of 300 acre-feet starting in 2026, and the Basalt Water Conservancy District's proposal for 1 annual short-term lease of 500 acre-feet for December 2025. Thank you. Any questions?
Are there any other questions or comments? Director Felt?
Some of what I'm going to say I've said before, but I want to start by saying I really appreciate the town of Basalt and the Conservancy District for making a donation of this water for these flows. At times in the past, we've discussed and taken action on actually purchasing water to accomplish this, which I've had some questions about just because anchor ice is not, this is not at all a unique situation in the Frying Pan. Anywhere you have an east-west river, a river on east-west axis in a deep canyon with fairly low flows, you're going to see this. So Rio Grande above South Fork, Gunnison below the Aspinall unit, Arkansas in the lower Bighorn Sheep Canyon, you know, those are some well-known fisheries that have this same issue. But I appreciate how this has evolved over my time on the board, and I think this is really some great collaboration that these two entities are willing to work with CWCB and to donate the water. It seems like a no-brainer to me, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Director Felt, for those comments.
Are there any more comments or questions? Director Combs?
Following up on what Director Felt said, with this, if this water wasn't being released for an in-stream flow, how would it affect the power generation?
That's a good question. And I'm not sure if someone is here from Roaring Fork to answer. Do you know about the power plant?
So Rob Veal, CWCB staff, I think that it would not be, if it's not being used. Sorry. Rob Veal, CWCB staff. I believe if the water is not being used for other purposes, it would just be staying in the reservoir and not being used for power generation. But that's something that we can confirm with both the Conservancy District and the city.
Yeah, my concern is just that we're not using an in-stream flow to maintain a flow for power generation. If it's generating at the same rate anyway, this is fantastic. Just clarify what we're doing there. So.
Oh, sorry. Yes. So it would just be an additional benefit to the releases of the water. It's not the primary benefit of it.
Okay.
Okay, are there any more comments or questions? Thank you.
Again, for the record, I'm Lisa Brightunger, CWCB staff. This is agenda item 13C, a proposed dedication from the city of Fort Collins of protected mitigation releases from the new reservoir capacity of the Halligan Reservoir for in-stream flow use on the North Fork of the Ketch-Lapooter River Water Division 1. I know the board and public just heard the acquisition procedures, but for anyone joining us and for the record, here are the requirements again. Pursuant to ISF Rule 6B and the statute listed, the board will use a 2-board meeting process to review, consider public comment, and approve or reject the proposed water use agreements. The board's consideration of this proposal at this September meeting will initiate the 120-day board review period and begin a 20-day period in which any person may request the board to hold a hearing on the proposal. The initial presentation of this proposal provides an opportunity for the board and the public to identify questions and concerns that staff will address at this or a subsequent meeting. Final action on this proposal could occur at the November 2025 board meeting if no hearing is requested. Formal action is not required at this meeting. What are protected mitigation releases? This proposed permanent acquisition is for protected mitigation releases. I'll give you a little background. Colorado has a statute that requires a fish and wildlife mitigation plan be approved when various water delivery and storage projects are constructed. In 2018, the Northern Water Conservancy District was required to submit a fish and wildlife mitigation and enhancement plan for their Glade Reservoir project. Pursuant to their mitigation plan, Northern committed to making releases from the new storage capacity of the reservoir through a segment of the Poudre River. However, at that time, there was no legal mechanism allowing new reservoir capacity releases into a stream reach that could be protected from diversion. Senate Bill 18-170 was passed to allow an owner of a water storage right in a new reservoir capacity to dedicate to the CWCB the water storage right for releases from the new reservoir capacity to an identified stream reach to reasonably avoid, minimize, or mitigate impacts of the new reservoir capacity on fish and wildlife resources. The result of the bill was that Section 8 was added to Statute 3792-102 CRS to provide the legal mechanism for the CWCB to use protected mitigation releases. The new Section 8 define protected mitigation releases as the amount of water to be used for a mitigation release that will be determined by the board as appropriate to preserve or improve the natural environment to a reasonable degree within an identified qualifying stream reach and be approved by a water court decree. A qualifying stream reach is defined as a reach of stream identified in a fish and wildlife mitigation plan in which the board determines and the water court approves that the releases are appropriate for stream flows to preserve or improve the natural environment to a reasonable degree. For the Halligan project, the qualifying stream reach is a 22-mile reach on the North Fork of the Ketch-La-Poudre, extending downstream from the replacement dam for the enlarged Halligan Reservoir to the upstream end of the Milton Seaman Reservoir. Here is the location map. It shows at the top the Halligan Reservoir and the new reservoir capacity. The orange line represents the qualifying stream reach on the North Fork of the Ketch-La-Poudre, which I will refer to just as the North Fork, and the Milton Seaman Reservoir, which is at the end point of the qualifying stream reach. As I think you heard yesterday, Fort Collins is currently pursuing the enlargement of the existing Halligan Reservoir located on the North Fork. This enlargement project is referred to as the Halligan Project. The Halligan Project is a water supply project that primarily entails the enlargement of Halligan Reservoir by means of the construction of a replacement dam for the existing Halligan Reservoir Dam. As part of the Halligan project, Fort Collins will also replace and/or rebuild the existing North Poudre Canal diversion structure located on the North Fork between Halligan Reservoir and Milton Seaman Reservoir to allow for the bypass of water that is released from the Halligan new reservoir capacity past the North Poudre Canal diversion structure through the qualifying stream reach. This replacement rebuild of this diversion structure will create a mechanism for keeping water in the North Fork at times when the North Poudre Irrigation Company is diverting water into the North Poudre Canal. Fort Collins was required to submit a fish and wildlife mitigation and enhancement plan referred to as a FWMEP for the new reservoir capacity and to obtain recommendations from the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission, the Division of Parks and Wildlife, and the CWCB Board. In the Halligan Fish and Wildlife Mitigation and Enhancement Plan, Fort Collins committed to making mitigation releases from the new reservoir capacity for delivery through the qualifying stream reach located on the North Fork to maintain stream flows at the target rates identified in the Halligan FWMEP and would re-divert the water downstream of the qualified stream reach. The board has previously been involved in certain approvals regarding the Halligan project. First, the Halligan FWMEP was adopted by the board as the official state position on mitigation for the Halligan new reservoir capacity of the Halligan Reservoir's impacts on fish and wildlife resources at its regular meeting in July 2023. Second, at the same board meeting, the board conditionally approved Fort Collins' request to partially inundate the upstream in-stream flow water right as part of case number 13 CW 3185, to which the board had filed a statement of opposition. The board's condition for approval of the inundation is, quote, so long as the conditions described in the mitigation and enhancement plan are followed, unquote. This proposal will accomplish that goal and meets the board's inundation approval condition. As recommended in the Fish and Wildlife Mitigation and Enhancement Plan, there is a winter release plan which will alleviate the historical and current winter dry up below Halligan Dam, and a summer low flow plan which will alleviate the historical and current summer and fall dry up below the North Poudre Canal. The Halligan project also includes a temporary environmental pool where Fort Collins water that is not yet needed for municipal supply will be released for various environmental benefits, which will address both dry up locations and other needs. Temporary environmental pool releases could be made at any time of the year and would be used as additional flows to preserve and improve the natural environment up to the improved flow rates provided by Colorado Parks and Wildlife. This table shows Colorado Parks and Wildlife's recommended flow rates to preserve and improve the natural environment. Spring and summer have the same recommended flow rates for the periods of April 1st through September 30th, and then they drop down a bit during the winter period of October through March. The benefits of the protected mitigation releases are they would eliminate almost all zero flow days on the North Fork, benefit small-bodied native fish, create additional wetted channel area that will benefit small-bodied native fish, trout, and macroinvertebrates, reestablish basic habitat requirements for aquatic species through the reintroduction of perennial flow. And the best part of this proposal is that Fort Collins is donating some of their water storage rights for the protected mitigation releases. Therefore, there are no purchase costs. However, as part of the normal workload, CWCB staff will continue to work with Fort Collins to draft and finalize the acquisition documents, to maintain records of the water use, and to participate as a co-applicant in water court. The Attorney General's office will continue to represent CWCB on this project during the board process and in water court. The staff recommendation is, at the future board meeting, the board shall consider the following items. Conclude that the use of the water under the proposed permanent acquisition for the protected mitigation releases is appropriate to preserve and improve the natural environment to a reasonable degree in the North Fork Ketch-La Poudre River through the qualified stream reach. Determine that the acquired protected mitigation releases would be utilized by protecting the water through the specified qualified stream reach up to the recommended winter, spring, and summer preserve and improve flow rates. Accept the dedication of water from Fort Collins, for which our director would sign an in-stream flow agreement. Determine that this plan will accomplish the condition of the board's inundation approved dated July 19th, 2023, which was required to follow the Fish and Wildlife Mitigation and Enhancement Plan. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Are there any questions? Director Camlin?
I guess, you made the comment that the water is not yet needed for the city. What happens when it is needed?
Well, it's going to take years for this project to be built, and once the temporary pool is established, their growth rate, they don't need all the water yet. So this is a temporary solution for the water that's available, but they don't need it yet.
So it is a temporary
Yes.
in-stream flow?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for the question.
Well, just to clarify.
Okay.
Rob Veal, CWCB staff, only the temporary environmental pool is temporary. The rest of the agreement is permanent. So the other flow rates that are associated with the recommendation would be permanent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions? Director Vasquez?
Rob, I'm not sure I quite understood that. So following on Mike's comment, the fear is we're engaging in something that will no longer provide water to those reaches, to that reach.
That one?
Yep.
Okay.
So as you can see in Rob Veal, CWCB staff, as you can see in this chart here, the first two rows on here, the winter release plan and the summer low flow program, those will be in perpetuity. So those continuous releases up of 3 CFS and then to maintain the 5 CFS would continue on to the future. This temporary environmental pool is the only portion that will only be able to be used until the city of Fort Collins has developed a need for that for its municipal uses.
So it's that bottom.
It's that 500 to 1,000 acre feet a
Thank you
year.
very much.
Thank you. Are there any more comments or questions? Okay, hearing none. Oh, okay.
Oh,
Eric, did you want to make a comment?
Yeah, can you hear me?
yes. Can everyone hear him?
Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Eric Patiandi. I'm a senior assistant city attorney with the city of Fort Collins. I just wanted to briefly take a moment to thank CWCB staff and the Attorney General's office for working with the city on this item over the past few months, and to thank the CWCB board for considering this item. This is an important step in the Halligan water supply project for Fort Collins, and we appreciate all the work moving this ahead. One brief update on our end is that last night at the Fort Collins City Council meeting, our Fort Collins City Council enacted a resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into an agreement for this proposal. So we're proceeding ahead, looking forward to working with the CWCB on this item. And, I and other Fort Collins staff members will be available if there are more questions about the project in general or any other aspect of this. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, all right. Is there any other more comments or questions? Okay, so we have come to the end of our, oh no, we have public comments. April Long.
Hi, thank you. Good morning. I'm April Long. I'm the Executive Director of the Root Eye Water and Power Authority. We're a consortium of the local governments in the Roaring Fork watershed. So here to comment on the Basalt and the Frying Pan River in-stream flows that you're considering. My board is comprised of elected officials from all of the local governments in the Roaring Fork watershed. And we're here to express our support for these in-stream flows. Just to reiterate, the low flows in the Frying Pan River in the winters do cause the formation of anchor ice, which is a huge issue for our macroinvertebrate and our fish population, as those anchor ice formations, as they form, cause their own problems, but certainly as they break apart, rip apart the bottom of that river. The Frying Pan River is interestingly situated. It crosses Pitkin County, Eagle County, and town of Basalt, feeds into the lower Roaring Fork River, which is also Pitkin County, Garfield County, Carbondale, and Glenwood Springs. So lots of communities that are impacted by these kinds of flows. And then I also wanted to say that the Frying Pan River is a gold medal trout fishery. I think it was the first one established in the state. It's a $4 million fishing industry for the town of Basalt. So it's extremely important to maintain that fishery and the health of that fishery for our communities. And so just here to offer our support, we have been appreciative of the CWCB's use of in-stream flows and calls for in-stream flows and additions to this in-stream flow in the past few years, and the push to become more creative in how we find those flows needed for this winter condition. And I want to applaud the Roaring Fork Conservancy, the CWCB staff, the town of Basalt, and the Basalt Water Conservancy District for thinking creatively about how we better meet the needs of that river stretch and our communities in that area. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to make a public comment? Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to the public comment for, and April, did you also want to make a? No. Okay, just on the, okay. So we are at the end of this morning's agenda. And so we will go ahead and take a lunch break until 12:20.
Yeah, that's right. Unfortunately, we're not able to move up the hearing time. So we will plan on beginning that as it's set in the agenda at 12:20. Viola, where is lunch? Okay. Okay, so I'd encourage everybody to go out and take a breath of fresh air.
Take a tour of the campus, and Fort Lewis has, for the first time ever, we now have a Native American president of the campus, of the college, so changing history, so. 12:20. So please be back in your seats by 12:20, Director Hawes. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We do want to take care of a couple of items here before we get started. I just want to say, as the chair for CWCB, as we go forward into these, the next part of our meeting is the hearing, but, and I understand that there's a lot of emotion and what people feel about this, about the Shoshone project. And I urge my board members to look at the facts and try not to make decisions on your emotions. We're here to do what is best for Colorado, and we can only do that by looking at the facts. And so I also do want to make a comment that Director Wind and Director Johnson have recused themselves, and they have left the building. And so just so that everybody knows online and in the room that they are no longer they're not in the room. We do want to clarify also the public comment section. April Long was on the list to make a public comment before we broke for lunch, and there was a miscommunication, so I'm gonna allow her to do that really quick. And then we have a comment from Director Haas. Thank you.
Hi again, everyone. Thank you. I'm sorry. I thought that we were taking public comment section by section, topic by topic. Apologies. Again, I'm April Long. This time I'm representing as the chair of the Colorado Basin Roundtable. So I want to thank you all for the opportunity to provide comment on such an important topic that you're discussing today. The Colorado Basin Roundtable strongly supports the River District's efforts to permanently protect the historic Shoshone water rights and the proposed partnership being discussed today between the River District and the CWCB to maintain these flows as in-stream flows for the purposes of protecting the ecosystem and wildlife of the Colorado River and the recreational and economic activities that depend upon these flows. In fact, there's no other project that we could support more. This is it. This is our number one. It's our longest standing effort, highlighted, discussed, and supported at every opportunity, in every community, in every sector, by all water users. Protect the flows of the Colorado River. It's the highest priority in our basin implementation plan, and therefore one of the highest priorities of the Colorado Water Plan. Specifically, Project 00988, Permanency of Shoshone Call Flows. And I quote, recognizes that permanent management of the flow of the Colorado River that mimics the Shoshone Call is important to the Colorado River Basin and the state of Colorado. It's in both of our 2015 and 2022 basin implementation plans. 6 other Tier 1 projects rely upon or shared with it. It's the foundation or thread to dozens of others of our projects in our IPPs. Additionally, in our basin implementation plan, we have an entire theme to protect and restore healthy rivers, streams, lakes, and riparian areas in the watershed with strategies that include, number 1, ensure in-stream flows are met and additional in-stream flows are protected and local river habitat is protected and improved. There are hundreds of in-stream flows in the upper Colorado Basin, in our basin, that will have better assurance of being met when this right is permanently protected. Number 2, support and provide for high-quality river and stream recreationally appropriate flows, not just in this stretch, but up and down the entire 250 miles of the Colorado River within our basin. And additionally, the Colorado Water Plan underscores the protection of historic water rights on the Colorado River by emphasizing the importance of preserving senior non-consumptive rights that support environmental, agricultural, and community needs. By partnering in the proper management of the Shoshone water rights and protecting the in-stream flow, the CWCB will protect and preserve the natural environment of the critically important Colorado River and ensure environmental and community needs are met in the face of a hotter, drier, water-scarce, and people-heavy future. It's essential for this board to remain committed to advancing the BIPs, to uphold the strong dedication that this board has fostered toward achieving the Colorado Water Plan. On behalf of the Colorado Basin Roundtable, I request that you partner in this offer to permanently preserve the health and vitality of the Colorado River for all water users. We're super excited about this opportunity to discuss this major project, our highest priority project, with all of you. And we appreciate your time and consideration for all of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Haas?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So most people that know me know I don't usually write things out, but I wanted to make sure I hit a few points here. I wanted to make a statement regarding the possibility that I might have a conflict of interest in the matter before the board in this hearing. As many of you know, I worked for the River District from 2004 to 2008 as associate counsel. Acquisition of the Shoshone water rights was of interest at the time, but not a serious concern, as Public Service Company had not expressed interest in selling those water rights. I left the River District's employment 17 years ago. I also served as Summit County's representative on the River District's board from 2020 to 2024. During that time, River District staff were in conversations with Public Service Company, but the board's focus was on the negotiations to acquire the rights and how the district would pay for those rights. I was not privy to any of the reports related to historic use analysis, modeling, the ecological benefits, or any strategy discussions about matters currently before the CWCB. The first time I saw the reports related to those topics was in May, when the rest of the board received them. I've carefully reviewed and considered the CWCB's conflict of interest guidance and discussed this with Hearing Officer Colicchio and Director Riss. And I do not believe I have a conflict of interest because I do not have a personal or financial interest in the outcome of this matter. My current employer, the Nature Conservancy, is not a party to the hearing, and I believe I can objectively and fairly apply the statute and the CWCB rules to the matter before us. Thank you.
Thank you. Just also one last comment. Please keep this hearing respectful. I do have a gavel. And please do not make me use it. Thank you.
Director Cloud, I also believe you have a flag if needed.
I do have a flag.
So we'll be ready to go.
I will use the flag.
Understood. Thank you so much. Just for the record, Jackie Colicchio with the Attorney General's office. I am the hearing officer for this matter. Honored to be here with you all. I know this is a very big deal for the state of Colorado, and I want to express my respect for the gravity of this issue before you today. I would also like to talk a little bit about procedure with the board. I understand that this is not something that happens every day for this board. I have been in communication with the board related to process and procedure, but there's still room for clarification. So I'd like to do that now before we get started. So first and foremost, yesterday, late afternoon, the board received notification from the Colorado River District, who is the proponent here, that they are extending the 120-day decision deadline. So good news for the board, should they wish to limit deliberation tomorrow, or not even hold deliberation tomorrow, because no final decision is required to be made now tomorrow. A final decision is now required to be made in November. So I just want to flag that for you all. Happy to discuss more on whether or not any deliberation should occur with members of the board tomorrow. But we are going to have the full hearing as scheduled now. Something else for the board to consider at this time. Staff is first. This is by design. The board at the conclusion of staff's direct case should signal to the parties what issues are important to them. They should absolutely say, you know, I heard X, but I really want to hear more about Y. I encourage the board to talk about this in the unlimited time that you have for questions. That is why you are not time limited. So please signal to the other party, signal to staff what is important to you. Each party is going to have time. They have been given time allocations that are split between their direct presentation and their rebuttal presentation. I urge you, for sake of Viola, doing the timekeeping, to hold your questions till the end of those two presentations. So as soon as staff finishes their direct case, you can ask as many questions for as long as you want. Same with any other party on their direct case, same after their rebuttal cases. So please just do your best to write your questions down as you go along, so as not to interrupt the flow for these folks that have been preparing to present to you as well. Are there any other questions on process that I can answer for the board at this time?
Are there any questions?
Yes, Director Combs.
Director Combs?
So the fact that we can, or we don't have to do deliberation tomorrow, how does that start in November? Are we aware of, is that just start cold and we do a deliberation and that could help us?
It's an excellent question, Director Combs, and I'm happy to answer it. There are really two ways we can go about this. At the close of rebuttal, we will close the record for this case, meaning that no parties are going to be sending you any new exhibits, new position papers, what have you. We can start, because you are obligated under the rules and statutes to consider 11 factors and then make several determinations. We can start going through the factors and try to discuss and resolve several of those considerations on the record, maybe the less contentious issues, because regardless of whether or not you all have questions about certain factors that are listed, we still need to discuss them and show that you considered them on the record. When we start deliberations, I will have Viola put up 2 slides. One are the 11 factors you must consider, and the other slide are the determinations you must make before this goes to water court. So we can do it that way, that we close the record and start in November without having any deliberation. Should a settlement or stipulation come in by November, we would reopen the record and discuss those documents if they were to come to fruition, based on the representations by the parties that discussions are still ongoing. No problem at all.
Were there any more questions, Director Felt?
Yes, sir.
Jackie, you and others, I guess, from staff have indicated that during this comment period, we'll call it today, tomorrow, I think you just used the term signal maybe a minute ago.
Yeah.
But the idea that we would, through our questions, help parties to the hearing understand our position. I understand what that means. I also know that that's not always as effective as direct communication.
Sure.
So a question I would have, I feel like there may be an intermediate form of communication between the presentations and our Q&A and actual sort of formal deliberation that I think Director Combs is referring to. So what I would maybe call discussion. And I would think that given that one of the key rationales for the extension was to allow for further conversations and negotiations among the various parties, that an opportunity in the next 2 days, presumably towards the end of the next 2 days, to just have some board discussion, refining our articulation of what the most important issues are to us, or sticking points, or things that if I was in a negotiation, I would want to be trying to address before the November board meeting. Is that within our purview here in the next 2 days?
Thank you for the question. Let me clarify. I apologize if I only said signal. In your Q&A, you can absolutely direct the parties to address different issues. If we do open, if the board is open to having deliberation tomorrow, Director Felt, you can absolutely signal to the parties what you would like to see happen by November at that time. When we go into formal deliberation, that is when, and as I noted this, that is when the record is closed. So you can't ask new questions of the parties. You can talk to your fellow board members for as long as you would like. In November, however, if something does come to fruition, as I said, with the parties, that they have a stipulation or a settlement agreement of some kind, we would reopen the record and you can question the parties about that. So there would be a second deliberation on that document, but no new evidence related to the issues before you would come up other than 1 or 2 of those documents.
So this is another fine point, I guess.
That's okay.
In the instance that maybe a settlement type of document came forward or proposal, it seems to me we'd need to reopen the hearing to any one of the many parties that are going to speak to us today and tomorrow. Any of them ought to be afforded the opportunity to comment on that.
Yes,
Is that correct?
They will. So
Yeah.
what would happen if that were to occur after this hearing, and this is what I was going to talk about in more depth tomorrow, but happy to do it now. After this hearing concludes, regardless of where we land on deliberations tomorrow, there will be a hearing order that comes from me to the parties and for the board to consider as well, to say that we are going to hold further deliberations in November and that the record is closed. Should one of those documents, settlement or stipulation, become into existence, essentially, the parties would be afforded the opportunity to put forth a witness or witnesses in support of or in opposition to the settlement. but we would not be relitigating this full record. I want that to be very clear.
Yeah.
So they would absolutely be afforded the opportunity similar to this, that they would come up, speak to the settlement, have an allocated amount of time, and then you can ask them questions about those documents.
Thank you.
No problem, sir.
Okay, are there any other comments or questions? Director Sakata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a suggestion for especially for those people online, can we turn your name tag down?
Oh, I'm still Jen. I'm not Jen. Hi. Thank you so much. I didn't even realize there was a name tag there, Director Sakata. Thank you so much. It's all good.
I don't, one more last, any more comments or questions? Are we good? Just go ahead and get started. Okay, thank you.
Oh.
Director Bell.
I'm just trying to get this out of the way for everybody's sake, and
Good.
I'm sure there'll be more process questions along the way. but
Absolutely.
I did hear somebody on staff mention in the last 24 hours that the board can go into executive session during this process. Could you speak to that a little bit?
Yes, so under the State's Administrative Procedures Act, Director Felt, if the board has a legal question for me related to any matters in the record of this case or that come up through these presentations, what the board member that wishes to ask that question would bring that up. They would announce it to the room. The board would vote to then go into executive session. The board would have their executive session with no parties present. You would receive that legal advice. We would record that separately. And then we would come back and announce that no decisions were made because no decisions can be made in executive session. We would say that the discussion was only limited to the topic that was noticed, and then we would keep going. But this board can go into executive session under the state APA at its discretion for legal matters only, not for discussion of policy. So I just want to make that clear.
Okay, think we're good now? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Cloud. I believe CWCB staff will be presenting first.
Thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, Rob Veal, CWCB staff. The proposed acquisition of the Shoshone water rights for ISF use represents a significant opportunity for a partnership concerning a major water right vital to the entire state of Colorado. This possibility has emerged after decades of discussions about maintaining the historic flow regime in the event the Shoshone power plant hydropower generation and associated water rights usage cease. Although the physical impact of the Shoshone water rights is on a relatively short reach of the Colorado River, their magnitude and operational location mean they have a substantial effect on a large part of the entire state. This acquisition represents an opportunity to secure permanency for this critical water resource. Before we go into the substance of this presentation, I wanted to provide some procedural information. As the hearing officer has already stated, staff will be providing its presentation first, and then we will also be the last entity to speak in rebuttal as well. Also, in case you need to reference any of the documents, all the documents submitted by the parties in this manner have been posted to the CWCB's website, and this also includes close to 500 public comment letters as well. So this initial presentation will focus on the key factors the board shall consider as part of a potential in-stream flow acquisition. We will hear from several staff members of our staff who will elaborate on different aspects of these considerations. Kaylee White and Kara Shield from CWCB, along with Katie Birch from CPW. Other staff from CWCB and the Attorney General's office are also available to answer questions. We will also provide you with staff's recommendation on this matter. Here is the proposal for this acquisition. The River District will purchase the Shoshone water rights from Public Service Company of Colorado, maintain ownership, and dedicate to CWCB in-stream flow use. Public Service Company of Colorado will hold a lease for hydropower use, and CWCB will hold a perpetual lease for the exclusive right to use the water rights for ISF use in the Shoshone Reach when water is not being fully used or is only partially used for hydropower. The purpose of this acquisition is to permanently maintain historical flows in the Colorado River consistent with the exercise of the water rights at the Shoshone Power Plant, even after power production at the plant ceases. The Shoshone Power Plant has 2 decreed water rights. The first, the senior right, is for 1,250 cubic feet per second with an appropriation date of January 7th, 1902. The second, a junior appropriation. The junior right was appropriated in 1929 for 158 CFS. Combined, these total 1,408 CFS, which we refer to as the Shoshone water rights. The current proposal is for the CWCB to utilize these rights, respecting their individual priorities up to the full combined amount of 1,408 CFS as recommended by Colorado Parks and Wildlife to preserve and improve the natural environment. This map provides important geographical context to the Shoshone Reach, which is located within Glenwood Canyon. The reach begins approximately 7 miles downstream from the Dotsero Gauge and extends to about 5 miles upstream from the city of Glenwood Springs. It's important to note that there are no other decreed water diversions within this approximate 2-mile section from the Shoshone intake to the outfall. This map indicates the CWCB's in-stream flow water rights within the Colorado Basin. There are 300 individual segments totaling over 1,490 miles upstream of the Shoshone Reach, and these rights benefit from the current operations of the Shoshone rights and indicated in brown. Conversely, the CWCB decreed in-stream flow water rights below the Shoshone Reach are colored in yellow and include 2 rights all the way down at the 15-mile reach. So for some further context, the major trans-mountain diversions are indicated with the black lines as well. So the board can consider various types of in-stream flow acquisitions. This is a proposal for a permanent acquisition governed by statute 3792-1023. Because it's a permanent acquisition, if approved, a change of water right application will be necessary in water court. The co-applicants in this case would be the Colorado Water Conservation Board, the River District, and Public Service Company of Colorado. A decree issued by the water court will include additional terms and conditions to ensure that there's no injury caused by this change of the water right. This timeline outlines the key steps in this administrative process for the acquisition. As you can see, it began with the official letter submitted by the River District and Public Service Company of Colorado on May 6th of this year. Public notice of the first meeting occurred shortly after on May 13th, and the first meeting of the CWCB to consider this acquisition took place not too long ago on May 21st. Within 20 days after the meeting, several parties requested this ISF acquisition have a hearing, and the board held a special meeting on July 1st to consider this request to hold hearing and voted to grant that request, and is scheduled to take place in September of 2025. And that's where we currently are. After this hearing is concluded, if the board approves this acquisition, the ISF agreement will need to be executed and the water court application for a change of water rights will be filed. A little bit further in our presentation, we'll go over more detail what the water court process would likely look like. This slide provides information on board involvement on this project. Some of the highlights are that in September of 2023, the River District applied for a non-reimbursable project towards purchasing the Shoshone water rights. At the January 2024 meeting, the CWCB approved the $20 million funding request of the River District, which was subsequently appropriated in House Bill 1435, which set a deadline of June 30th, 2031 for these funds to be spent. We are now here at present in September of 2025, almost exactly 2 years from the first time the board was presented information on this project. To provide you with staff we'll eventually be requesting from the board, here is the staff recommendation as it currently stands. Accept a perpetual interest in the junior and senior water rights for in-stream flow use up to the full decreed amounts, and to determine that this use will preserve and improve the natural environment to a reasonable degree. Direct the CWCB director to sign the ISF agreement after the hearing, and determine that protecting the Shoshone water rights in the Shoshone Reach subject to the terms and conditions in the final water court decree and amounts up to the stream flow rates recommended by Colorado Parks and Wildlife to preserve and improve the natural environment is the best utilization of the acquired water to preserve and improve the natural environment to a reasonable degree. And finally, to direct staff to work with the Attorney General's office and the River District and Public Service Company of Colorado as co-applicants in the water court application, requesting to add in-stream flow use to the Shoshone water rights in accordance with section 3792-1023. So the Shoshone water rights and dedication in-stream flow agreement is between Public Service Company of Colorado, the River District, and the CWCB. It currently covers various aspects of this transaction, such as the need to change the rights to include in-stream flow use, confirm administrability with the Division of Water Resources, and coordinate on any other needed infrastructure and so forth. This agreement, as I mentioned, will need to be finalized before the water court application is filed. One of the biggest issues raised by the objectors in this matter relates to the mechanism included in this ISF agreement for calling for the ISF right in the future. The CWCB as an agency is a water user, and this board is a policymaking board. The acquisition of an interest in this ISF right uses a public process in determining how best to protect the natural environment is a policy decision. In this proposal, the River District would be the owner of the water rights. Like we've done in the past, we are partnering with a water right owner for in-stream flow use of the water right, subject to the terms and restrictions the owner of the right may want to place on the CWCB's use. This is always, however, subject to historical use. After the water court process, upstream and downstream users would be kept whole. What is CWCB's exclusive authority then? ISF use in determining whether there is a natural environment that can be preserved and improved, and the flow rates necessary to preserve and improve the natural environment. That is the CWCB's exclusive authority. This proposal is not ceding that. Consistent with the ISF rules and statute, staff work with CPW to determine the natural environment that can be preserved or improved, i.e. what flow rates we need to preserve or improve the natural environment to a reasonable degree. CPW and CWCB staff have evaluated the subject reach of stream and the subject water rights and the fact that these water rights will often be used for power generation. They have evaluated the restrictions imposed by the owner of these rights, and those restrictions do not encroach on the concepts that are within the CWCB's exclusive authority. Those restrictions are on the ability of this agency to decide they do not want to place a call for ISF use. The decision of whether or not to use a right to call for a right lies with the owner of the right. An owner could decide to contract away that ability, but here the River District has not. Because of the nature of this project, when the plant isn't generating power, the owner of the water right desires to keep this water in the river to the extent they can, given the limitations on the measure of the right based on historical use. The East Slope users are asking you before you will accept an interest in this water right to allow them to have some role in the process when determining when to call for these rights. If we tell the owners of the water right that we are not willing to accept it unless they allow someone else to decide when they call this right, they could withdraw the offer of the proposed acquisition. Should the board choose not to approve this acquisition, this opportunity to manage flows using in-stream flow will be lost. A decision not to approve this acquisition could result in the board losing future influence on the mechanism of how these rights could be changed in the future. Various entities involved in this matter before you are also parties to various agreements, i.e. the 2007 Relaxation Agreement, the Shoshone Outage Protocol, the CRCA, and the check case. These agreements do throw in some degree of uncertainty as to how to evaluate the historical use of these rights. There is a relaxation agreement under which Public Service Company of Colorado reduces a call in certain drought scenarios in March through May. There is the Shoshone Outage Protocol under which East and West Slope entities agree to replicate a portion of the Shoshone call even when the power plant is down. The parties to those agreements seem to disagree, at least to some extent, as how to interpret those agreements, especially when you contemplate a future ISF use. The CWCB is not the appropriate entity to interpret or otherwise weigh in on disputes regarding contracts in which the CWCB is not even a party. These are legal documents subject to interpretations by the court. If the parties to those agreements can't reach agreement as to how they apply to ISF use, they need to hash that out in front of the court. Kelly White will take over now and run through the board's role in the acquisition and factors listed in ISF Rule 6.
Thank you, Rob. Good afternoon. Kaylee White, CWCB staff. So I know you all are pretty familiar with our in-stream flow rules, especially regarding acquisitions by now. For the record, I need to step through the requirements. So the board's role in an acquisition, the Rule 6A, the board may acquire in such amounts as the board determines are appropriate for stream flows to preserve and improve the natural environment to a reasonable degree. Now, the board shall, in this process, determine in a timely manner, there's that 120-day rule, what terms and conditions the board will accept in an agreement. That's our Rule 6B. In Rule 6E, the board shall evaluate the appropriateness of the acquisition, consider the factors that are listed in that rule, and may consider other factors. Rule 6E, the board shall determine how best to utilize the acquired water to preserve or improve the natural environment. And then in 6I, the board shall file a change of water rate application as required. And here it is required to be able to use this water for in-stream flow purposes. We need water court approval. And finally, also in 6I, that the board shall request the water court to verify the quantification of historical use, and shall also request that the water court verify quantification and location of return flows, and to include necessary terms and conditions to prevent injury in the decree. So on the appropriateness of an acquisition, the full rule states the board shall evaluate the appropriateness of the acquisition. Water rates are interest in water. Here, as we know, this is an interest in a water right. To preserve or improve the natural environment, such evaluation shall include, but not be limited to, the factors. I will need to step through the factors for the record today. So I've grouped factors 1, 2, and 5, which seem related. This is about the in-stream flow reach, the flow regime, the natural environment. So there are no existing in-stream flow water rates in this 2.4 mile Shoshone Reach, as Rob pointed out. This reach runs through the central part of Glenwood Canyon, which is nearly 15 miles long, between those beautiful 2,500-foot high walls of sedimentary rock. As we know, it all starts in the Rocky Mountain National Park and along the Continental Divide, above 14,000 feet. The Colorado River flows 166 miles before it arrives at the Shoshone plant location, just under 4,500 square mile basin. This would be a natural snowmelt runoff regime had not, humans come in and built structures and started using the water and transbasin diversions, et cetera. There's been significant flow alteration, of course. The Shoshone Reach in the canyon does support a high-quality fishery. This acquisition will help restore habitat to the dewatered reach to preserve and improve the natural environment to a reasonable degree. Now, we rely on Colorado Parks and Wildlife and their fishery biologists to make recommendations to our board for the flow rates that are necessary to preserve and improve the natural environment. So I'm going to take a break here and turn it over to Katie Birch of Colorado Parks and Wildlife for their recommendation.
Good afternoon, Katie Birch, and Streamflow Program Coordinator for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. I have Kendall Bakich, Area Aquatic Biologist for the Glenwood Canyon, Glenwood Springs area online with me too to answer questions. And we'll be giving CPW's recommendation on their proposal. This is a condensed version of the extended presentation we gave back in May. So the Colorado River through Glenwood Canyon is a, confined canyon-bound river with high recreation and visibility that in many ways is emblematic of the state's unique rivers and geology. The river itself is constrained with large boulder substrates and an extremely high gradient. All of this creates deep pools and holding habitat for fish during periods of low flow. The canyon provides diverse and dynamic aquatic habitat. So within Glenwood Canyon, we have native and sport fish communities. We have an abundant and diverse macroinvertebrate community, a host of terrestrial wildlife, and a healthy riparian community. In 2023, CPW initiated macroinvertebrate sampling as well as 2 fisheries surveys. The first was a December 2023 bank electroshocking event where we surveyed following about 1.5 years of restored flows through the Shoshone Reach. This was to confirm that fish are going to occupy that reach and recolonize. In October 2024, the plant had come back online, and so we did a more detailed population estimate in a dewatered Shoshone Reach. So here are the results of that detailed population estimate. We have over 50% recreationally important trout species, mountain whitefish, rainbow trout, and brown trout, as well as a few sensitive species of note, sculpin and the bluehead sucker. And there are a couple significant findings coming out of that biological surveying. We saw a good number of quality trout. These are trout greater than 14 inches, and this signals to anglers high quality recreational opportunities. We also found bluehead sucker. These are a species that are listed in the State Wildlife Action Plan as Tier 1 species of greatest conservation need. They're sensitive species listed by the federal agencies, and CPW, alongside federal agencies and tribes, have signed on to a range-wide conservation strategy, which seeks to take actions to reduce these threats to these species. So in addition to the biological surveys, 2 in-stream flow incremental methodology surveys were conducted. This is a standard methodology used nationally and in Colorado for complex in-stream flow determinations. Additionally, a literature review was conducted looking at biological attributes and flows in Glenwood Canyon. So all of this information and studies tells us that in-stream flows is going to connect habitat both laterally and longitudinally. It's going to increase wetted area for fish, which increases that suitable habitat. This is really important when you look at disease events, crowding, stressors, and potential mortality events. We also have increased thermal refugia with increased flows and facilitation of sediment transport, which helps fish habitat in the long term. So in-stream flows are going to improve the resiliency of our fisheries moving forward. And in addition to those studies, it's also worth emphasizing that the current hydropower operations leave the Shoshone Reach dewatered much of the year. This project would restore flows to an additional 2.4 miles of the Colorado River. And you can see in these photos, and if you've driven Glenwood Canyon, that this is a big deal. So in conclusion, CPW has concluded there's a flow-dependent natural environment in the Shoshone Reach. Of note, an abundant and diverse macroinvertebrate community, recreationally important trout, and native species, which are species of our greatest conservation need. Acquisition of the senior and junior Shoshone rights will preserve and improve the natural environment by supporting fish habitat. And based on that information, it's our recommendation that the offered water, 1408, is appropriate to preserve and improve the natural environment to a reasonable degree. We also have modeling, which shows fish habitat improves up to 3,000 CFS in the Shoshone Reach. And our literature review also tells us that flows in excess of 3,000 CFS are important for certain geomorphic and ecological functions. So that's CPW's recommendation, and I'll turn it back to CWCB staff.
All right, thank you, Katie. Kaylee White, CWCB staff. Again, I'm going to go back one slide. So CPW's recommendation is that the best use of this water right is to preserve and improve the natural environment in this reach up to the amount of 1408 CFS. The reason it's capped at 1408 is not because of the environment, it's because that's the maximum yield at any one time of the water right. But they did find in their modeling that the fish habitat would improve up to 3,000 CFS. Now we got to go back to the factors. Okay, changing gears. Factors 3, 4, and 6 seem to go together. The location of other water rates, non-injury to other water rates, the historical use, and the historical return flows that will need to be replicated as we work through water court. So as we said, there's no other diverting water rates in this reach. However, there are certainly augmentation plans reaching through here and exchanges. And there's also deliveries of other water that extend through this reach that we have to be aware of. So both upstream and downstream, there are many decreed junior and senior water rates. And those include, of course, the diversions for the in-basin use as well as the trans-mountain diversions and all those in-stream flows that Rob presented a map on. So as the board is required to ask the water court to do something, certain things in an acquisition when these acquisitions need to go to water court, some of those items are that we will be asking the court to determine or affirm the method and quantification for the historical use. The court will include limits on the in-stream flow, on the future in-stream flow use based on that historical use, not just the limits, but the allowance. Here's what you can use and when. The court will require maintenance of those historical return flows, and the court will provide restrictions to prevent injury to other water rights. So Rob showed you a similar flow chart of the administrative process. This one picks up where that one left off. This is the water court process. So where we left off is file a water court application. That's where we start with the court. Statements of opposition would be filed within 60 days. DWR would issue a summary of consultation, so long as they're not a party in the case. Comment deadlines will be set by the court. That will be a deadline for applicants to submit their engineering and their draft decree. Then the court will again set deadlines for opposers to respond. Then we'll go back to status conference, back to the court. The court says you need more time, most likely. So the court will set additional deadlines. Okay, now it's time for the applicants to come back and present their next iteration. And we'll set deadlines for the opposers to respond. Be another status conference. So this iteration in, I don't know, the hundreds of change cases that I've been involved with and that our engineer Colin Watson's been involved with, this is generally where the stipulations happen and all the negotiations are happening. It's re-referred if trial deadlines are set, then we go into the expert disclosures and the discovery and depositions and requests for production and maybe some motion practice. Then, and all along this time frame, there's still negotiations and people are stipulating out if their issues have been sufficiently addressed and they're comfortable stipulating. If we need to, we'll go to trial, or the court will address certain motions on certain issues. So at the end of all that, we would get a water court decree. So we wanted to say briefly what happens in water court and how do you resolve those technical issues in water court. And Colin Watson, like I said, is our expert engineer, and he's been involved in hundreds of change cases, both for Division of Water Resources when he worked there and with CWCB. And once you submit the expert reports, both the applicants present expert reports and the opposers present expert reports. Those will be the reports at issue in trial if this goes to trial. So they really have to lay out their solid positions on those technical issues. Then there will be expert meetings. So the court in the last 10 years or so established an expert meeting process. So there's going to be 2 expert meetings. In those meetings, the water rights owner and the attorneys are prohibited actually from coming. It's just the experts. And they are there to try to facilitate resolution. They report back to the owner and the attorneys what was discussed during those meetings and what kind of issues got resolved and what are still outstanding. So in the water court, the process is set up and organized with deadlines, hard deadlines, to help lead the process to resolution. And this is a multi-year process. So that's how we address that historical use and those difficulties. So I'm going to move on to we have 11 factors. So this is the next grouping, which is factors 7, 8, and 9, maximum utilization, interstate compacts, and downstream use. So the by not expanding the use, we'll continue utilization of this water and which will promote maximum utilization because the beneficial use for in-stream flow and the beneficial use for hydropower as that continues will occur, and then the water will be used in subsequent uses downstream because this is a non-consumptive water rate and the return flows will be returned to the stream for subsequent uses. So CWCB will ensure the acquisition does not have a negative impact on interstate compacts, but I understand that Kara Scheel of our Interstate and Federal has a comment about the compacts. I'm going to invite her up.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm Kara Scheel, CWCB staff in the Interstate and Federal section, and I'm here to assist the board with questions related to interstate agreements, including the Upper Colorado River Endangered Fish Recovery Program and the 1922 Colorado River Compact and the 1948 Upper Colorado River Basin Compact. There were some misstatements of law in numerous public comments regarding the impacts of the Shoshone water rights on Colorado's obligations or rights under the Colorado River Compacts. More specifically, numerous commenters submitted statements that included, these water rights will help protect against lower basin compact call that could force curtailment in Colorado. The Colorado River Compact and Upper Basin Compact dictates compact compliance. Importantly, Colorado and other upper division states have never failed to meet obligations pursuant to the Colorado River Compacts. For the upper division states, compact terms include numerous findings and determinations to be made by the Upper Colorado River Commission, not by the lower division states. It is not for the lower division states to place a compact call to force curtailment in Colorado. The Shoshone water rights are considered non-consumptive use in Colorado and are only protected between the termini of the in-stream flow reach. As a result, any link between these flows and Colorado's compliance under the compacts in the event of compact administration is misplaced. So I'll turn it back to Kaylee to discuss the rest of the factors.
Thank you, Kara, for that clarification. Again, Kaylee White, CWCB staff. I will now wrap it up. We're on factor 10, which is the cost. So the total cost of the purchase of this water right, as you all know, is $99 million. CWCB approved a non-reimbursable project for $20 million. And the River District's financial commitment is another 20 with West Lip supporters. This has probably been updated since we made this slide of 17 million. And then the reclamation's B2E funds were 40 million. So what this really will cost CWCB as far as the in-stream flow program is just staff time and the Attorney General resources, maybe some trial expenses, and that's normal in an acquisition. Of course, this might be a little more high maintenance than the usual. So finally, factor 11 is on administrability. Division of Water Resources has indicated this acquisition is administrable. It will be subject to the terms and conditions in the decree, and it will be subject to measurement and reporting requirements. I understand that James Heath is here to address administrability, and at the conclusion of our presentation, I think he might have a few words for you, or he's here to answer questions. So briefly, the water court application, as you know, there'll be 3 co-applicants, CWCB, the River District, and PSCO. The application would be to change the entire Shoshone water rates. So we have to take the whole thing to court to, and then it will be limited to its historical use. The change of use requested will be to add in-stream flow use. The place of use will change from the hydropower plant to the stream itself. The type of use will be to preserve and improve the natural environment. And the amount is up to the full decreed rate. That would be the request. Next steps. You could take action at this board meeting, or as I understand, maybe in November. Upon acceptance, we'd file a water court application. Of course, it's a multi-year water court process. The final decree then would trigger the closing of the purchase and sale agreement. So at that point, CWC would vote to confirm if the closing conditions have been met, and then CWCB would release those funds at 20 million. After all of these steps are finalized, maybe a couple years down the road, the Shoshone water right could be placed to in-stream flow use in the Shoshone Reach pursuant to those terms and conditions in the decree. I'm going to turn it back to Rob for a wrap up.
Once again, Rob Veal, CWCB staff. Just to wrap up, the River District and Public Service Company of Colorado approached the CWCB to work in partnership on this project that has been a long-time goal of the West Slope, identified in multiple agreements and basement invitation plans. They are seeking to use an existing legal tool to accomplish their goals to provide permanency to the Shoshone water rights. CWCB staff has been diligently working on this project for several years. It has always been our goal to have this ISF acquisition exercised in a manner that will not expand historical use nor diminish historical return flows of the Shoshone water rights. Either of those outcomes would potentially injure water right users in the system. With that, here again is staff's recommendation, and the information submitted by staff in May and during the hearing process provides the evidence needed for the board to move forward with approval of this recommendation. And I'm certain there'll be 0 questions, so I can get ready to sit back down, but that's all I have for this initial presentation.
Okay. Are there any questions for Rob? Director McClellan?
Thanks, Rob. That was a very complete presentation, but I have a couple of questions about what you said earlier. Tell us again what you define our exclusive authority. How do you define that? I haven't heard that definition before.
Do you want to hold that?
So, well, I can't speak to how Rob defined it. Maybe you want to reiterate that. I'm sure there are many ways to say it. I think exclusive authority really goes to the science of what the board does with these in-stream flow rights. This is an acquisition. With an appropriation, I think that is exclusive authority. We have exclusive authority all the way on those appropriations. With the acquisition, this is somebody else's water right we're dealing with. And so we get to dictate the what's the biological need, what's the habitat to be protected, what are the flows needed to protect that habitat. But in terms of when that water right can be used, that is in an acquisition anyway, and we're just talking about an acquisition here. I don't put that in the category of things that are within our exclusive authority. That is for the owner of the water right to decide. And we've done this before. We've I think provided some examples of that.
Well, I don't think the examples were comparable, by the way. We looked at all of them and there are no examples that match this.
That's true. That's true. But I do want to say, there are cases where we've done reservoir releases, and we have language in those water delivery agreements that, for example, we had one for Glade Reservoir, which said that the manner and volumes and rates and times to be determined at the sole discretion of Northern Water. So while there is nothing that's exactly comparable to this is a big project. And different than anything we've encountered before. We do have examples where we're not always calling. Maybe sometimes we are, sometimes we aren't, but I wouldn't say it's unprecedented in that respect.
Well, I think it is unprecedented. That doesn't make it wrong.
That's
but
true.
I do think it's unprecedented.
Yeah.
So Rob, I have another question for you. In your written materials, under your description of the effect on interstate compacts, you say that the CWCB will ensure that the change of the Shoshone water rights will not expand the historical use. How will you ensure that?
I think we will ensure that through the water court process and obtaining of the change decree in water court.
So it's the water court that will ensure that, not the CWCB. Is that what you're saying?
Well, the CWCB is going to be a co-applicant in that case as well. And we would have the ability to provide information to the court to make sure that those instances don't happen.
Okay. Thank you.
Director Hawes? Thank you. So I wanted to ask about Denver Water's proposal to take this to water court first before coming back to, or before getting the board to make this deliberation. And before you answer, I understand there could be some complications in that and there's questions of speculation, but I just wonder if there are ways to navigate that, because it does feel like one of the critical issues is historic use. And if the parties had certainty on that, would that make it
it's more smooth sailing in the context of what the CWCB's role is. And so I just wondered if you could speak to that.
So once again, I'm going to call on Jen Mealy from the Attorney General's office to answer that legal question.
I would think we'd have a hard time, and you said it, overcoming speculation with a water court application if we're trying to change the water right to allow for in-stream flow use. I mean, even if we've still got the power plant generation use, which we would, if we're adding in-stream flow use and we don't have approval of the board to acquire the water right, I'm not sure how we'd get over that hurdle in water court, because I think parties are going to raise that. They'll say it's speculative. CBCB hasn't even agreed to acquire this water right. How can they change it, or how can it be changed? And I don't know why we'd go through the exercise of figuring out the historical use, because that is an expensive and long process without even knowing if this board's going to approve it for in-stream flow use. So there's could be something I'm not thinking about, but that at least is my reaction to that sort of proposal, but I'm definitely open to hearing more on it.
Yeah. If I could follow up. Well, so I wasn't proposing that we would do a whole nother historic use analysis. I was proposing that it go to water court, let the water court process do what it does to get that historic use number and the terms and conditions imposed by the water court. And so I guess what I was wondering is, like, is there a way for the board to vote somehow to commit that we will accept the water court's ruling so that we could let that process play out and then not have to get into the controversy of this question of historic use? Let the court play out, come back to the board at that time. And I just wonder if, like, perhaps we can consider voting on the commitment that we would accept what the water court gives, because I understand you can't, CWCB has to have a role. So just wondering if we can be creative on that.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding, but I do think that is what we're proposing, that the board agree to acquire this water right, and then we send it to water court, and we are required to, abide by the terms and conditions of the decree. But I don't think that's quite what you're saying. So do you have a different answer?
No, but I think that's where you're getting at, though. If I'm reading your question correctly, is could the board make a statement in its decision that CWCB will follow the decision of the water court on the historic use and terms and conditions that are required in the decree?
Right, because we keep, I mean, most of the materials we saw from all the parties is that they're not objecting to the value of this for the environment. So this is really comes down to a couple issues, and if there's a way we could navigate that, I just want us to be as creative as we can be in that. And then, like, I think the other maybe sticking point is the in-stream flow agreement. And so maybe it wouldn't mean signing that, or maybe it's a lesser version for now until the process is played out. Again, just trying to find a path.
Yeah, and I think staff would be open to that. I think it is important to have some form of the in-stream flow agreement signed before we head into water court to make sure that all the parties involved kind of have some understanding of what our roles and responsibilities are moving forward to. So we don't get to a situation where we get water court decree, then everyone's like, well, that's not really what we intended it to be too. So I think that would be important to consider as well.
I see.
Yeah.
And I think if we do have a lesser version of the ISF agreement, I think that's possible, except for this discretion piece. I don't think the project would move forward if the thing that was undecided is who can call on the water right, who can and can't call on the water right.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Director Combs?
Oh, thank you, guys. So I have a question, and it's background. I obviously don't have an aquatic biologist background. But in light of CPW's report this morning of adult zebra mussels now in the Colorado, are there any, I guess this might be a question for Kendall too, are there villagers above this reach? And is there any benefit, or is there any, does the intermittent nature of the flows, is it a deterrent to the movement of those zebra mussels?
Hi, excuse me. This is Kendall and I'm online. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, the villagers, which are the juvenile kind of floating form of the mussels, are above the reach. I think that the best way to not get those little guys to attach is to have higher velocity and more water, so it can be a benefit to keep them moving along from maybe within that reach. But the intermittency, it's just gonna kind of affect how those juveniles can move and how those adults can settle and find places that they could potentially inhabit. But they are above the reach, so they will come through the reach.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kendall. That's way outside my area of expertise, so I appreciate you being the phone a friend on that one.
Absolutely.
Are there any other questions? Director Haas?
Yeah, just one more question on building off Director McLeod's question. You talk about the difference between other agreements like this. Can you talk a little bit about what those differences are? I think I saw in one of the rebuttals that it's a matter of size, but I think it's more, is it just about the size of the right, or is there some other differences?
Well, the size of the right is obviously gonna be different. This is gonna be different than any other acquisition we're ever gonna do. I think there's some other parts of some of those other agreements where there's some other parts where the board would have discretion to get out of some of these agreements as well, which doesn't really help facilitate this kind of project. So in some instances, you know, the water rights can revert back to the owner and there'd be no more in-stream flow use, which isn't really productive in this type of situation where you're hoping to protect those flows consistently throughout, you know, time in the future.
Director Camlin?
Yeah, so I noticed in the presentation that there is a possibility of infrastructure improvement to implement this in-stream flow. That's the first time I've heard that. Are they looking about doing a diversion structure or something?
I think any kind of infrastructure would be anything required at this time for the Division of Water Resources may require for measurement of the water rate. I don't think there's any contemplation, but Public Service Company of Colorado can talk about this in their presentation about changing the structure of the power plant or the diversion structures at this time.
Okay. Thank you.
Director Felt?
Rob, something that I didn't quite understand, I've kind of been struggling with, but it seems that it's being asserted that Public Service Company will continue to divert water to generate power for an indefinite period of time, but that during that time, when they are not diverting, then an in-stream flow call would be in place? Is that what you said?
Could be, and that would be subject to the terms and conditions of the water court case too. So there's probably gonna be some limitations on the water right to be used for in-stream flow use, and that may be one of the possibilities whether or not a call for in-stream flow could be placed at that time, but that is a possibility, yes.
So, I mean, just thinking about the actual in-stream flow reach, not everything downstream of that. I'm not really clear what the environmental benefit is in a situation where some of the time, and let's confine this to sort of lower flow periods, where potentially you're diverting all or nearly all of the river into the power plant at some times, and then other times not doing that. I don't understand how that sort of periodic rewatering of a dry reach accomplishes in-stream flow objectives.
Well, I might rely a little bit on CPW's expertise for this too, but I think the example of when the power plant was out for over a year, that fish were able to migrate into that area when flow was restored to that area. So as soon as the flow is restored to that area, the species will start to repopulate that area and use it, use the expanded habitat, that additional flow. Katie, I don't know if I'm explaining that correctly, but.
I'm happy to address that question.
Thank you, Kendall.
You know, that's the current condition right now. We've got that intermittency, and we've demonstrated that with that intermittency, we are able to support a diverse macroinvertebrate and fish community that contains both desirable sport fish at desirable sizes, as well as native fishes. These fishes are adapted to this kind of system. The Colorado River is very variable seasonally in flows, as well as its tributaries that these species inhabit. And, I always think that this reach kind of acts more like the tributaries of the river right now, where they get pretty low, but those fish are able to exploit when there's more water there. And then as the flows get lower, there are different life stages and different species that benefit from having that reduced habitat during that time, for those big brown trout to not be being able to access the entire reach and access them as prey items. They're able to find refuges there. There's also habitat within that reach that's pretty deep pools that they can find refuge from ice forming in the winter or cold water in the summer. So there's still ecological services being provided during those intermittent periods, or that intermittent application of flows in the reach.
Has there been any consideration of adding sort of a ramping element to the changes in flows under this new proposal?
I think it would be something that would need to be considered, so that you don't have a giant turn on, turn off and leave fish just, high and dry, just, immediately. So I think some kind of ramping rate would be something that would probably be discussed.
Director Hawes?
Yeah, thank you. It's hard to know how to pace yourself in this event like this, but this is going to be a question that comes up a lot. So I figure while you guys are up here, the front range entities are saying that we could be giving up our authority as the CWCB to do this. And the statute, though, says any contract or agreement executed between the board and any person shall be enforceable by either party. And so I'm just kind of curious what your take, and maybe this is a question for Jen, what is your take on how do you reconcile that with what the front range water providers are proposing? And I'm just having a hard time with this particular issue.
I'm not totally sure I understand your question. I mean, I think what the project as proposed is consistent with statute, but are you saying that it's maybe not, or?
No, I'm saying, I mean, the statute seems pretty clear, and yet there's an argument about it. And so I just want to hear the Attorney General's office perspective on kind of the statute seems pretty clear, but
I think that this agency has the ability to contract to acquire water rights. And I think that we can have those agreements. If it's an acquisition, we can have those agreements where if somebody owns the water right, they get to say when the water rights used. I do want to say it has to be within the biological findings of the CWCB. I mean, if they were to propose, some kind of protection outside of what CPW found was appropriate, we wouldn't be able to do that. But as long as what the owner is proposing is consistent with CPW's determinations and then this board's confirmation of that, then I think that's legitimate under the statute.
Director McLeod?
Let's go back to that for a minute. The staff is proposing that we enter into this in-stream flow acquisition agreement, which grants the River District significant control over the administration of the water right. I want to understand the justification for doing it that way. What is the legal authority that says that the board can cede that authority to the River District? I understand they own the water right, but when we operate based on the statute and based on the rules, in-stream flow acquisition rules. So which rule authorizes us to do that?
Well, we do have Rule 10 within
Yeah.
our rules that says we have the ability to, give that discretion away to other parties. That's not the language of the rule, but I can grab it. But the exclusive authority under statute is for appropriation of in-stream flow water rights. And the exclusive authority is for acquisition of in-stream flow use. And so that's where I think our exclusive authority lies. We have cases like St. Jude's that go into great detail about why this agency is the only entity who has the authority, because they have the expertise within the agency. They have the processes set up within the agency to determine whether the rates, it goes through this whole public process. And so everybody gets to weigh in on what the natural environment is and what those rates are to protect or improve the natural environment. If some other entity tries to get an in-stream flow right, then they don't have those same processes, they don't have the same expertise necessarily. And so that's why that exclusive authority is with the agency. And that's where I see our exclusive authority is in that realm. If somebody else is letting us use their water right, I think that's something to get excited about. But it doesn't, in my reading of the statute and rules, our exclusive authority doesn't go to, okay, well, if somebody's letting us use their water right, we get to dictate the exact terms of that. We get to dictate how we can use that. And as long as the use they're allowing is within our determinations biologically, then we can do that.
Well, but the statute, a couple of things. First of all, the statute says that we can impose any terms and conditions on the acquisition that we choose, right? So we have the ability to impose terms and conditions
Yes.
on the use of the water right. Now you're citing Rule 10, and it says we can enter into these enforcement agreements, but they're enforcement agreements to preserve or protect the water right. How does this activity, this contract with the River District preserve the environment any better than we would do it?
I don't know if it's better than we would do it, although in this case, they are, the issue is whether or not we should always be placing a call or if we can have discretion to not place a call. So arguably, always having the call on for the in-stream flow right is a little more protective of the environment, but whether it could be better one way or the other, I don't know that we get there with the agreement, but can we do it? Yes.
Well, I think that as far as the extent of the call, the water court process will protect all parties in that respect. That is all the interests, Front Range, West Slope, River District, so on.
Yes.
But the question is whether to reduce the call under certain circumstances, not defined. And we are not able to reduce the call unless the River District agrees.
Right.
And the agreement doesn't say what we do if we don't agree. So what's the answer to that problem?
If we don't agree, then, this is the River District's decision. I mean, we will make I think it allows for a joint determination, a consultation process, but the River District definitely has a say.
They have a say, but they have a veto, really, because if they don't agree to do it, it can't be done.
Right.
And there's no provision in the agreement that provides for a situation where the Water Conservation Board staff and the River District don't agree.
That's right. But that's the project. I mean, that's what they're looking to do here, and that's what they're looking to achieve. And if they don't maintain their return flows, that causes them problems too. Presumably in water court, they'll have to maintain return flows to some extent so they don't injure downstream users. And so I think they're going to be dealing with a balance there.
Okay, I just want to be sure we have adequate legal justification for doing what you suggest we should do.
I believe we do.
Okay, thank you.
Director Gibbs?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I almost want to take a half step back from what Director McLeod was asking, and could you help us describe, how a call would go under the current agreement that we have in front of us, like what that would look like?
So the way that the current agreement is stated is that if flows are below a certain level, then the parties would place a call on request administration of those water rights subject to DWR's ability to administer any other water rights in the basin, subject to any terms and conditions that are going to be included in the water court decree. So that is a part of the agreement too, is that while there's no explicit language in there in the in-stream flow agreement about what other mechanisms there would be to change the call, those would be cited as terms and conditions in the decree that would be allowed to have that operate differently.
Are there any other questions? Director Hamblin?
Yeah, so I'm sorry, I'm trying to wrap my brain around this, but I think you so the way I'm getting at now then is some of these questions we have on how that's administered will actually come out in the court documents so like the question that Director Felt had with ramping the water up and down or whatever, will the court documents be that detailed on how some of that is going, or will that be the Colorado River District's discretion?
They could be, I think is the answer. And I don't know if we have an exact answer of what all the terms and conditions will look like in the case until all the parties are involved in the water court case and determining injury to all those different parties.
And so I'm assuming as a staff to protect this board or whatever that, or after our best interest or whatever, you would make sure or work to get some of that stuff done in the court process.
That would be our intention, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
And I just want to remind the board members to direct staff and other parties on any issues they'd like to hear more about. I think some parties and staff have clear thoughts now from some of these questions, but if there's anything else the board would like to bring up, I'd just like to remind them to do so.
Director Phelps.
So I think, you know, I over, as far as I've been able to understand it, I agree with you, Jen, about what the statute and the rules say we may do. I believe we're here to determine what we should do. That's why there's a board, I think. Rob, it feels like, to me, like you don't want, as section chief or as sort of the lead for the agency on this whole issue, that you don't want the responsibility for administering the call. And I'm curious if that's correct. And I don't think it's bad if that's correct, but I would like you to explain why.
I think we want to make sure that this water right is operated in a way that has some consistency. And so take me out of it and say there's someone in my position in the future, and maybe they decide they never want to place a call. How would that affect the administration of this water right too? So it kind of goes both ways, you know, like determining if the purpose is to maintain the flows as historically have occurred, then we want to have that call kind of always in place, except for limited exceptions, which can be defined in the terms and conditions in the decree. I don't think it would provide it. I think it would make it complicated to have a single person be bombarded with the responsibility of determining whether or not to place the call with all the different parties that would be involved and all the different magnitudes of different kind of consequences to that as well. I don't know if that got to the answer of your question, but.
Well, I mean, in some ways that's an answer that you can always assert, you know, what if a crazy person is in charge? But what if it's not one person? I mean, have you, in considering, I know that this is what the applicant will say has put forward as a plan, but have you considered other ways to do it that maybe are more sort of a structured collaborative approach, or a multi-party task force or something to look at these instances? And I think it is instances that we're concerned about in the future where maybe it's problematic to leave the best interests of the entire state to a single entity.
So that is a good question. I think the proponents of the acquisition will probably have some comments on that as well.
Okay.
Director McLeod?
So, Rob, I don't have any question or any concern with agreeing with the River District that we must place the call subject to the terms and conditions of the decree if the flows drop below a certain level at not zero gauge. That's not my issue. I think they have every right to require us to make the call when it's appropriate, subject to the decree. My concern is the provision that says we can't reduce the call if in this case, in your judgment, it would be appropriate. That's where I have a catch. And I'm looking forward to their comments on that issue.
Any other comments? Director McCombs?
So shifting gears just a little bit, but understanding that this in-stream flow wouldn't even be actualized until Shoshone is offline, right? Because we're leasing the water to them, they'll use it. We could put that intermittent call if the plant is down. So big picture question is, how far will $100 million go to updating Shoshone to where we only ever get the intermittency that we have now?
That would be a question for Public Service Company of Colorado. I wouldn't be
But,
able
but
to.
as the director of the in-stream flow contributing $20 million, are we actually going to receive an increased value for the money we're putting in? Or are we contributing, is there potential that we're contributing to a program that just maintains Shoshone as it is as a power generator, and we've subsidized that entity?
I think in the long view of this, getting the change of water right will be into perpetuity. So there will definitely be a benefit to the CWCB. I can't tell you if that's going to be within a year, 10 years, or 20 years. I can't give you a time frame when that will be. But I think it's pretty safe to say that that power plant will not be operating forever. And so this provides kind of that certainty for when that actually happens and that power plant is no longer operating.
I appreciate the candor there. My question then is, are we making a decision now that we won't realize the effects of for 50 years, 30 years, 20 years? We're taking a big step here. So that's why I'm asking. I don't want you to think it's anything personal or anything. I'm not trying to be contrary, although sometimes I think I'm genetically predisposed. I am trying to say, how far into the future should we be able to look and make decisions? Because perpetuity is a big word, and there's a lot of things that could change. So that's where I'm coming from on that. So
Understood.
Director Vasquez?
Yeah, I think taking Director Sloan's question, Rob, it's incumbent on you, I think, to make the case, and you have, that there's value in getting this set before we need it. So that when the power plant is decommissioned, we have that right.
Yeah, not to use to me like a water pun here, but the confluence of things that have happened to make this possible are that Public Service Company is willing to enter into such an agreement. There has been funding available through the federal government to get this purchase and sale agreement done. So I think there's a lot of opportunities that may not occur in the future again.
Exactly.
And that this may be one of the only opportunities that we have to actually get this done now for when it is needed in the future.
And if we waited for another opportunity, the price would not go down.
I don't expect Colorado water rights to go down in value, no.
Okay, any other questions?
If I may, Madam Chair, speak to Director Felt's question earlier, not really an answer, but we have considered other options if there are ways to have a bigger conversation surrounding when a call should be placed, when it's appropriate. For example, drought conditions, does that affect the call? And those are all things we have considered. But it is hard to move away from, and some of those things I anticipate, at least just speaking for myself, would be written into probably anyway, the decree, the relaxation agreement, those types of provisions. But in terms of having a committee decide to make the call, those are things we've considered, but it's hard to move away from the, it's hard to give that sort of a decision to a larger group. And at the end of the day, I think for this project to move forward, it is going to have to be the River District making that decision.
Director Felt?
Or at least involved in that decision.
Oh, okay. The question I was going to ask you is why? But that little last bit helps. I'm not in any way suggesting they shouldn't be involved.
Yeah.
But I think you can apply Rob's logic about the crazy person to any singular person or entity potentially. And so that's why I asked
Yeah.
the question.
And I think the decree will dictate when we can call, and then, it's a matter of when we can pull back from that.
Well, and to Director Combs' statement, perpetuity, I don't know, it seems like we're discussing that term more and more these days in a number of settings, but it's pretty hard to anticipate all of the ways that perpetuity may play out. And so building in representation for flexibility and for maybe a sort of tempered embrace of reality is not a bad idea for an acquisition like this.
Director Camlin?
So that brought up another question for me, but it's kind of on the same line as what Greg was talking as far as, having a committee make the determination of when the call is. And this is probably a question for the Colorado River District, and I suppose if you guys can answer it, then maybe they'll remember that when they come up. But will that decision to make that call, will that be a staff decision, or will that be a board decision of the Colorado River District, or have they stated?
I think to make the call would just be, that is the default set, is that the call will be placed if conditions go below a certain amount.
Oh, I see.
And that it would be, the reverse would be if there's a relaxation of it. And I don't know if I've discussed this with our director about what that would entail from the CWCB's point. Usually it's a staff decision currently, but I'm not sure how that would work in the future as well, but.
Okay. Clear as mud.
Yeah.
Any other questions, comments? Director Scott?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking over the in-stream flow rules, there's section 6J, limitations of acquisitions. Is there any infrastructure involved in this that need to be considered?
I don't think at this time, no.
Director Riss?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to just help our hearing officer out and one more time ask if there is anything specifically you would like parties to address at this point. Now that we're moving into other parties that will provide testimony, you can directly say that at this time.
Director Combs?
So I guess within the rules, within the conditions that are applicable, I would really like to see how much reasonable flexibility can be applied here. Because like I said, this is a long way out with a really big water right. And I want to protect the regimes, I want to protect things, but Director Hawes's thing, maximum flexibility within the sideboards that are set. So I'm asking you to like really be a Picasso here.
So reasonable flexibility of what, just to be really clear?
Terms, honestly.
Okay.
When we come out of like what this agreement is going to look like in the future, the terms of that. I don't want to passively be an applicant in water court. I want to have some specificity that we as a board seem to be expressing some of our hesitancy to just, even in perception, hand over the reins. I want to make sure that CWCB has a clear definition of, according to the questions we've asked, what are we actually going to get out of this big of a decree? And to leave as much flexibility in that as possible. And I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't even know what I'm asking for there. That word, because like I said, the future's nerve-wracking. As everybody is addressing growth with the climate, all those things, just, I don't wanna, everybody wants to be well-known, no one wants to be infamous, so don't wanna be on that list.
Thank you.
And I guess just to go to that point a little bit too, one of the benefits of this project moving forward now is that all the water users would have some certainty in the future of what this water right would look like, so they can plan in the future to try to plan their systems into the future, knowing what that will be as well. So
I'd agree with that as long as it's all water users. All water users.
Yeah.
Director Scott?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know whether it's appropriate at this time, but can I hear from Mr. Heath about administration of this? Would that be appropriate at this time?
Once we complete questions
Okay.
with staff, get Mr. Heath Wisconsin, and he'll be available for questions too.
Director Gibbs?
For everyone coming up in the future, I'd love to know how other parties would want to see how a structure of an in-stream flow would operate. And what assurances they would want to have to, make it work. What's the biggest heartburn and what assurances we could put forward to have in-stream flow that would work for everyone.
Okay, anyone else? Director Phelps?
So with Lauren's suggestion, their charge, I'm not sure if you're the ones I should ask. Maybe I need to ask it of ourselves, but I would like you to consider, I think this is a worthwhile exercise to consider if over the next 2 months, there was a shift away from the River District having unilateral control over the call, what are the scenarios or issues that could arise, big picture, you don't have to get in a lot of detail, where that ought to be considered or inform this discussion regarding when a call might be relaxed. I can think of some. I'm sure I don't think of, there's a lot I don't think of. Maybe other speakers will speak to that today and tomorrow, but I think that would be something to really consider. We need to do a risk analysis in a way. What are we precluding potentially? Or what are we putting beyond our ability to control?
Anyone else? I think everybody's thinking hard about what that could be, so. You want to go ahead and move on, and can we reserve that right to move, to think about those, what we want to see more of?
Absolutely, and that's, the parties will all have an opportunity either through their direct case and staff goes last on rebuttal, and they can bring that up should they have information.
Thank you.
We will be back again to answer all your questions again, so don't fret.
Okay, good. Now I know how to find you. Okay,
Yep, and I believe Mr. Heath is going to come up now, and just as a reminder to the parties, he is not party. This is statutory that the board gets to discuss this matter with him and ask him questions. So just wanted to flag that this was also agreed upon by the parties, that no time allocation would be used for Mr. Heath.
Good afternoon. My name is James Heath. I'm the Division Engineer for Water Division 5, which is the Colorado River Basin. I'm here pursuant to Colorado Revised Statute, Section 3792, 1023, and Rule 6E11 of the rules concerning the Colorado In-Stream Flow and Natural Lake Level Program to confirm that the proposed acquisition is administrable and is capable of meeting all applicable statutory requirements. Colorado Water Conservation Board staff have presented on the proposed acquisition of 2 absolute water rights for in-stream flow use. Neither of these water rights were on the division engineer's 2020 abandonment list, as the water rights are actively used for non-consumptive hydropower generation. The water rights are currently administered in priority utilizing the USGS Colorado River near .0 Colorado gauge, located upstream of the Shoshone Power Diversion Dam and Tunnel. The in-stream flow reach proposed is 2.4 miles long along the Colorado River between the Shoshone Power Diversion Dam and Tunnel and the Shoshone Power Plant discharge outlets. Based on my understanding of the proposed acquisition, Colorado water users with diversions downstream of the proposed in-stream flow reach will continue to be able to divert and place water returned to the river to beneficial use. It is proposed that the water rights will be the subject of a water court application to change the beneficial use of the water rights to add in-stream flow uses. The water court process to change the water rights will impose terms and conditions to ensure that the changed water rights decreed for in-stream flow uses are administrable and meet all statutory requirements. Based on my review and understanding of the proposed acquisition, I confirm that the proposal is administrable and capable of meeting all statutory requirements. If the members of the boards have questions for me, I would be happy to answer them.
Are there any questions? Director Sakata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Heath. I think in some of the written testimony they talked, and I don't want to delve into the point of whether it's an expansion of use or not, but if the power plant is only using a portion of that flow and they want to claim to use the other portion for the in-stream flow, what, in your opinion, would there need to be infrastructure improvements done? And if so, what would they need to be?
So are you asking the question, the water right sits out there at 1408, but currently is not being utilized for that rate? And I guess I'll go back to the abandonment component. The water right is an absolute water right for 1408 CFS. It's not been abandoned. That full water right is available and can be exercised by the owner of that water right. I'm not aware that they are not utilizing the full 1408 CFS in their operations. All the information I've received from Public Service Company staff there in Glenwood Canyon is that they're diverting 1408 when they can, and the plant's fully operational. It's when one or more of the turbines is down for a different reason would cause the flows to be less through the plant.
I could follow up, Madam Chair, or were you gonna? I guess I want some more clarification in the sense that in order for you, the division, to make sure that the in-stream flow, that partial in-stream flow is not going beyond the total 1408, if the plant is only using a portion of that.
Director Elman.
So if I understand your question maybe so that we can provide an appropriate answer, is if it's being partially used for hydropower and partially used for in-stream flow purposes, would there be any infrastructure improvements needed at the diversion dam to allow that bypass of that partial amount to occur? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, just to ensure that you're adequately measuring that there isn't a total exceedance of the 1408.
So I think what you're trying to get at is the current administration. Current administration of the 1408 CFS is at the .0 gauge upstream. It's at a location upstream of the backwater caused by the diversion dam for the power plant. So it's an accurate location where we can gain good data for stream flow measurements. So the .0 gauge is where we do the administration currently. So we would, assuming nothing changes other than the change in use, we would continue to utilize that .0 gauge, deliver 1408 CFS to that location through our administration. And if the power plant at that point in time couldn't divert the full 1408, they've got ways to pass the water under or over their diversion dam into the in-stream flow reach.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions, comment? Okay, hearing none.
Thank you.
I believe next is Public Service Company of Colorado.
Good afternoon, Board. I'm Carolyn Burr, Outside Water Counsel for Public Service Company of Colorado. I want to introduce Art Steimer, who's the head of hydropower operations in Colorado for a public service company. And just to let you all know that Mr. Steimer will talk for about 10 minutes and will reserve any additional time for rebuttal. Thank you.
Thanks. So good afternoon. My name is Art Steimer. I am one of the operations managers for hydropower generation for Xcel Energy. I've been with the company for about 11 years, and I have held this position since February of 2022. I lead operations for several of our hydroelectric facilities in Colorado, including Shoshone. I'm primarily focused on operating each facility safely and reliably, so that includes executing our dam safety programs, working with our regulators and outside agencies, and then equipment maintenance and daily plant operations. I'm here today to give a background on the Shoshone plant and how the water rights are used to generate hydropower. So I'll start with a brief project overview here. Construction began in 1906. It was completed in 1911 when it began full-time operation. Consists of the diversion dam, the tunnel, and the power plant. So this image here is a good overview of the overall project. So in the upper right-hand corner, you'll see the diversion dam. Lower left-hand corner, that is the power plant. And then it's connected by our tunnel, which is the red line there. So I just want to highlight, so there's a series of adits along the tunnel where they're basically access points to the tunnel. There's 9 of them in total. They were mostly used during original construction, but we still do use a few of them today, and those are critical to our plant operations. We go to the next slide. Or do I do that? Oh, there we go. Perfect. All right. So starting upstream at the furthest most portion of the project is the diversion dam. So the diversion dam backs up the river, creates a forebay, and then water is diverted into the tunnel. The forebay smooths out daily water supply fluctuations. So since Shoshone is a run-of-the-river plant, diversion into the tunnel is dictated by how much water is actually supplied into the river. We don't have any instrumentation on the tunnel or the inlet to the tunnel. So historically, we've used the dot zero gauge to monitor stream flows, which is located about 8 miles upstream. So these images here, so the one on the top left corner, so that's a satellite image of the diversion dam area. So you can see the diversion dam in the center of the river there. And then our tunnel entrance, it's hard to see in this image, but it's kind of tucked under the bridge there. So that bridge, if you guys are familiar with the area, is the access bridge to the Hanging Lake parking area. The image on the right, so that's a downstream view of our diversion dam looking upstream. Again, the tunnel entrance is on the left-hand side there, tucked under the bridge. We have 4 large radial gates, which helps us manage our forebay level. So we try to maintain a consistent water level upstream of the diversion dam. And those radial gates help us manage that so that we get a consistent water level, especially during periods of high flow. The image in the bottom right-hand corner, so that's our tunnel entrance. So inside of that building, we have 4 large intake gates that lead to the tunnel. There's a trash screen, which is submerged underwater there. The main purpose of the trash screen is to help us filter out any large debris or sediment that may be in the water so that it doesn't make its way into the tunnel. And then that rake, the piece of equipment there that looks similar to an excavator, that helps us scoop any of that debris out of the trash screens so that water can flow freely and efficiently into the tunnel. Next slide. All right, so this is the tunnel. The tunnel was excavated through the rock wall of the canyon. It's approximately 2 1/3 miles long, and it delivers water from the dam to the penstocks at the plant. And the penstocks, that's just a term basically for a large diameter water pipe that is pressurized. And then, as I mentioned, so the adits, there's a series of adits along the tunnel alignment, and those are critical to our plant operations. And we mainly use those, they're primarily used during spring runoff or during periods of high turbidity in the river. So that could be a large storm event, construction upstream, or wildland fires. But the adits are important because they help reduce that sediment or debris anything that can make its way past the trash screens at the diversion dam, we hope settles out in the tunnel in these adits. So, so basically the way we use them, if you see in the upper right-hand corner of this drawing here, you can see there's a small rectangular depression in the tunnel floor. So the idea there is that the sediment settles out into that depression, and then we can open up a large gate valve at these adits and flush that sediment out. Because if we don't, in this picture, you can see where it'll go straight down to the penstock and through the turbines. And that'll create excessive wear to the units, and we try to minimize, any debris or sediment getting in there. So, so we have 3 adits that we still use to this day, mainly adit 2, which is closer up to the diversion dam. This is an image of adit number 9. So in this situation, we would open up the adit, the gate valve, we'd flush that sediment, and it would make its way down our spillway and back to the Colorado River. All right, moving on to the power plant, the next image here. So the plant itself, water is delivered from the tunnel to the 2 penstocks, and it turns 2 9,000 horsepower turbines, which are coupled to 2 7,500 kilowatt AC generators. In the image on the left, this is our basic footprint of the power plant. So you can see where it calls out tunnel end at the top there. So there's a large building on the hillside there, and that's where that transition from tunnel to penstock takes place. The tan pipes in the middle of the picture, that's our penstock for Unit B on the left and Unit A on the right. And then the brown pipe on the far right-hand side, that's our emergency spillway. Any of the water that we run through the plant is sent back to the river. So I like this image on the right because it's an older picture. It predates I-70 construction, but you can see, we call that the tail race, where it says power plant returned to the river. Any water that comes down the penstock goes through the turbines, and then it's discharged back to the river. And the way the whole process works is, again, we divert at our diversion dam, goes into the tunnel carries it to the penstocks carry it to the turbines, and inside the turbines, they're essentially large turbine blades, right? So, and those are bolted to a rotor. So the water turns the turbine blades, those in turn turn the rotor, which is coupled to the generator. So as the turbine rotates, then the generator rotates, making power. All right, next slide. Oh, let's go back one more. All right, so a couple points I just wanted to make as far as our operations go. One is that we're a base loaded plant, meaning that our goal is to maximize generation 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, versus you might hear the terminology of a peaking plant, right? Peaking plants, they generally just operate during periods of high demand, and then they shut back off. And that's not how we operate Shoshone. Again, Shoshone's goal is just to generate as much power as they can, or as we can, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's a run of the river plant, which means that we operate based on the amount of water in the river. We don't have a reservoir that feeds the plant. And that's also important because that just, again, increases our dependency on our adits and also the trash screen at the diversion dam. So typically in a reservoir, you might see some of that sediment or debris settle out, but since we don't have that, we rely on flushing operations at the adits. Our generation can vary seasonally, depending on how much water is available in the river. So as flows taper off going into the winter, so will our generation at times, if the full 1408 isn't available. Finally, Shoshone is non-consumptive. So any water that we divert into the tunnel does make its way back to the river, whether that is through our adits, whether that's through our spillway, or whether that's through the plant. Anything that goes in the tunnel does make its way back to the river. We've operated Shoshone for more than 100 years now. Things do break. We do fix them as soon as possible and trying to get the units back online as soon as we can. But honestly, that's typical of just power plants in general, regardless of the vintage, regardless of the fuel source. Things break. These are mechanical components, and we repair them as soon as we can. Shoshone has certainly seen its challenges in recent years, but we've always fixed them, and we've been up and running for the past year reliably and consistently. and we plan to do so going forward and in the future. Piesco has no plans to decommission Shoshone. It has plans to continue to invest in projects to keep the plant running. That being said, there will come a day when the plant is decommissioned, and Piesco is vested in ensuring that Shoshone water rights, which have long been a keystone for Colorado River administration, continue to operate in a manner consistent with their historic use in order to protect water interests important to the state, both upstream and downstream of the Shoshone Reach. In the meantime, Piesco looks forward to working with the CWCB and the River District to utilize the Shoshone water rights for in-stream flow purposes when they are not being used for power generation at the Shoshone plant within the limits decreed by the Water Court to prevent injury to other water users. Thank you for your time and appreciate the opportunity, and yeah, I'm open to any questions.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to know before any questions occur, Madam Timekeeper, how much time do they have left for rebuttal? 4 minutes. Thank you so much.
Okay. Director Combs.
Thank you, Art, for being here. Appreciate that.
Sure, thanks.
So listening to what James said, Dot Zero, if I heard you right, is 8 miles upstream of your forebay?
Yeah, about 8 miles upstream. Yep.
And so then is the construction of your tunnel such that it cannot introduce more than 1408 CFS?
The tunnel's rated for 1408. No, I'm not, the turbines definitely, that's their capacity, right? So even if more water were to enter the tunnel, even if the tunnel can exceed that 1408 capacity, the turbines wouldn't be able to take that. It wouldn't be able to keep up with that much volume of water. So then you would see either backflow down our spillway back to the river, or you would see it spilling over at our diversion dam if more water was. Yeah.
The tunnel will back up and won't allow any more introduction of water, and it would go over your spillway at your forebay?
At the plant. So there's kind of, in that added number 9 image I showed, there's actually like a half wall there. So if the turbines can't keep up with that much water, that water will naturally overtop that half wall, which feeds our emergency spillway.
So then the 1408 is strictly measured at the plant, not at the introduction at the tunnel beginning.
Right. We don't have any instrumentation at the tunnel in the way that we, I guess, we don't really have a water measurement that says, that we're absolutely taking 1408. That is our water usage is back calculated based on our unit generation. So it's a formula that's used to, again, help us keep an eye on how much water we're actually putting through the units.
Okay. So that, I guess that's what Director Sakata's thought in my mind is we don't have an actual physical totalizing measurement because it returns to the river anyway, but it returns after that dry reach, correct?
Yeah, but the measurement is upstream at Dot Zero. That's where the water right is administered. So if you are talking about Mr. Sakata's scenario where one of the turbines is down for maintenance, so they're operating at less than 1408, and there was a call on for that 1408, they're only taking the amount that they need for the turbine that is running, and then the rest of it can be used for in-stream flow purposes, but the administration and measurement of that is at Dot Zero.
So if I might, Madam Chair. So then at Dot Zero is the determination if there's enough water up to 1408. But it's not the measurement. It's just like in any other head gate. If there's water falling into a ditch after the diversion of the river, they're exceeding that. That's all without an actual measurement at the tunnel, there is some leeway in the measurement of those flows.
And again, my assumption was that they were calling for up to 1408. So if we're calling for up to 1408, there's not extra water in the river. So, there are times when there's more than 1408 in the river going past Dot Zero. And I guess that there could be potentially more water at those times. But in the call scenario, you're limited by, placing that call, and that's determining how much water arrives at Dot Zero and is being used either for in-stream flow purposes or hydropower purposes, or potentially both.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Director Vasquez?
So allow me to ask dumb step-by-step questions. So imagine you have an ag diversion, you have a measuring device, you know how much water you're taking. For the current operation of Shoshone, there's no reason to really measure accurately how much you're taking because your system will only accept 1408 and the rest of it is spilled. But in the situation that Director Sakata was positing, where you're only able to use part of what you call, how do you determine how much is actually being used for the in-stream flow?
I guess if we, oh, go ahead, go for it.
Well, you answer your part first.
I was just gonna say, a lot of times if we can't take the full 1408 or we don't have the ability to have both units online at full generation, that's usually where we're communicating with the state and letting them know, outage duration or when we expect to have those units back so that they can manage the call accordingly.
And then the other piece of that is, pursuant to the terms and conditions of the decree, if there's, the full 1408 is available, they're only taking, we'll just cut it in half for ease, 704 through one turbine. They manage that at their diversion dam so that they're not taking a lot of extra water. And then the other half of that, the other 704 could continue through the reach for in-stream flow purposes.
So I think you're answering my question. You're actually measuring what you're taking at the diversion. Yes or no?
Not through a measurement device, but they can control how much water gets diverted into the tunnel and they know how much water is needed to meet the demands of one turbine.
I'm still confused. How can you determine how much you're taking if you don't have a measurement device?
It's determined by the size of the penstock essentially, or the
Yeah,
turbine.
the turbines, right. The turbines would be the bottleneck, right? Because each turbine is rated for 704 CFS, right? That would be our full capacity at the turbine. So yeah,
But you've already taken it through the tunnel.
Well, we would, if we had one unit out of service, we wouldn't want to send that, as I was saying earlier. So at the tunnel, before it enters the penstock, there's that half wall where the water would naturally spill over and go into our spillway. So we try to avoid that at all times. We don't want water going down our spillway, just from a maintenance standpoint. So we would choke back our diversion into the tunnel. The 4-bay level at the tunnel would remain the same because we're not utilizing all that water in the tunnel. So the tunnel level would essentially stay the same, and then we would bypass that water through the use of our radial gates at the diversion dam or our flash boards, which are just wooden boards, and allow it to just spill over the diversion dam at that point.
So I don't think we've answered your question, Director Sakata.
I think the answer is you're only getting 1408 delivered down to the diversion dam, and that's measured at that zero.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I guess,
Director Combs?
Jackie, can we recall James?
Given that he's not a witness or a party, I think you can for this purpose, yes.
If I might, I'm not trying to dismiss you. Yeah, I just would like to talk to James for a second.
He's making his way for you.
Are you done here?
So
maybe not.
The minute it gets into the tunnel, we can't use it in the reach. That's my point.
Guess I made the mistake of not driving home today.
You
Again,
got
James,
you got a hotel room tonight?
I do. Again, my name's James Heath. I'm the division engineer for Division 5.
Thank you, James. I appreciate your patience here. So when you said this water right would be administrable, and we're talking about measurement rules coming in, what's the plan here? Is this sufficient to honestly create a valid diversion record? Because my question is, if we're necking back at the top to avoid overspill at the bottom, that implies that they can divert more than they can use, and that's causing excessive dry up. So if administrability is this, would it not necessitate measurement at the top to ensure 1408 is the max that ever enters the tunnel? Because dot zero is 8 miles away. So is that something that we could direct staff to do to make this an administrable thing to ensure that? Because like I said, if that tunnel has the capacity in excess of 1408 and we say, yeah, but no big deal, we can't use more than that because the rest is returning, we have caused an implication of dry up in that reach. So is that something that within your administration you could contemplate being feasible?
Well, we haven't addressed measurement rules in our basin yet, but they are forthcoming. And I don't know that we've discussed this internally yet or not, but I don't know why they wouldn't be subject to the measurement rules. How we would go about that measurement and ensure their compliance, I don't know yet. The diversion or the measurement upstream is primarily due to the backwater from the diversion dam itself. That's why it's 8 miles that far upstream. If you drive the canyon, you can see it. It looks like a lake in the canyon at the head of the canyon. And it's upstream of there that we need to make a measurement to have moving water, actual flow, to be able to measure that stream gauge. And that's where we've historically administered it. I don't see a need to make that change today. If we had additional measurement points, could that inform our administration? Sure.
Thank you.
Director Camlin?
I hate to keep hounding on the same subject, but I know there's gonna be some stuff coming up on the measurement, so forth and everything. And this could go several different ways, you know, you can answer it, maybe Jason can answer it, or Art can answer it. I have my thoughts are is the utility has a really good idea how much water is running through there just by, you know, whether what the RPMs are of those turbines or whatever. I mean, it's no different than a pump and a pump curve. And I was told at one time that, well, actually I've been told two different things, but I was told that, you know, you could actually use a pump for a water or for a measuring device. Now, whether that's a legal measurement or not, I don't know. Is that, Jason, do you have
Yes, I mean, so the measurement rules in the other divisions, like James indicated, and I talked about earlier, we haven't went through the stakeholding process or filed any measurement rules in Division 5 yet. But, sorry, there is two different measuring methods allowed under the measurement rules. One of them is a measuring device, and that's a physical device you put in the flow that has a standard relationship between the level of water in the device and the amount of water flowing through it, like a flume, a partial flume. And then there's alternative measurement methods, one of which is pump curves and turbine curves. And some power plant operators do use the curves from their turbines, and they have a pretty good idea based upon how much power they're generating, how much water is going through those turbines. Just like if you're pumping water, you can tell based upon the power consumption, how much water is going through those pumps, because there's a pump curve, performance curve. So yes, those would be acceptable measurement methods for actual diverted amounts. I think in terms of what James has indicated, in terms of administering the river and determining the amount of available water for the water rights that are taken at the power plant, that's what's occurring right now at the dot zero gauge. Is that accurate?
Correct. Yeah, that's where we're doing our administration, is at the dot zero gauge.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Any other questions, comments?
Can I go back to my dumb question? So if under the current administration, we're only worried about how much public service company is using, then it doesn't matter whether there's some overflow at the station itself. But if we're trying to mix and match use for power generation and use for in-stream flow, we need to be able to know upstream where the diversion occurs, how much is left over to be able to release for in-stream flow? Yes, no? What am I missing?
I mean, maybe I'll take a shot at that and James can add on if he feels like it's necessary, but our past administration practices, as I understand them, have used the dot zero gauge to determine the water available to be called at that, from that water right. So that's how we've administered the river upstream of the Shoshone power plant, is by using the dot zero gauge. If there's a mix of use and and that dot zero gauge is being used to measure that, and you have a measure from the turbine curves of what's going into the power plant, technically you could calculate how much is going past it. We are going to have stakeholder meetings on measurement rules in Division 5 here pretty shortly. So I'm assuming this might be a topic of conversation at some of those meetings, but just, from a math perspective, and I would ask James if he's got any additional comments.
Well, I went back a couple slides because I think there's a couple good pictures here. The upper left-hand picture showing actually quite a bit of water flowing past the diversion dam. But on the upper right-hand picture, there's very little water passing. It's just seepage through the radial gates. That section of river's large boulders. It would be very difficult to measure that water because it's going underneath around in areas where we can't measure accurately with our wading rods or more likely a floating boat. So it would be problematic to try and measure below the dam. Could it happen? Potentially. It's not out of the question.
Director Combs?
Thank you for that clarification, James. I guess I'm just hung up on the fact that 1408 then doesn't necessarily dictate a cap on diversion. Right? We're just saying that's all they used, but it does not say that's what they were able to divert. We're saying it was available because a dot zero says it's available, but we're not saying, or at least that much is available at dot zero, but we're saying there is potential to divert into those tunnels more than 1408. They can't use more because that's the capacity of the turbines, but they can divert out of the river more than 1408 because then it could hit the spillway and be put back in the river.
Do you want to talk to your physical capacity?
Sure, yeah. Yeah, so I guess I would have to verify that because I can't say with 100% certainty that the tunnel capacity could exceed the 1408 because that's always been our target because like I said, we don't want to see any water going down the spillway and then that's the capacity of the turbines. So usually when we're at full load, we don't see water coming down the spillway. So we've never tried to exceed that 1408 or push the tunnel past that. So I guess I can't say 100% if we could exceed that 1408 or not. So,
thank you. I do a follow.
You sure can.
So as a follow-up to Art, sorry, could you, sorry, Jane, we're bouncing back around like crazy here. So could you talk a little bit about the significance of Shoshone being a basing plant rather than a peaking plant? Does that mean it's more of the foundational calculations public service uses to calculate how much electricity it can generate as a base?
yeah.
So it's far more secure within their calculation. Is that an appropriate assumption?
Yeah, correct. So it's like we are trying to generate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week and try and maximize our generation to help support the grid. Because, Shoshone is a relatively small output plant, but we are critical infrastructure to just supplying power to the Glenwood Springs area. So when I say baseload, that's part of our commercial operations. They take that, hey, we know Shoshone's good for 15 megawatts, and they take that into consideration when they're forecasting the strain on the grid for the rest of the day. Whereas a peaking plant, those are common with gas turbines, but they would only fire those up when the grid is strained during periods of high demand in the winter or the summertime season usually.
So I'm asking you to look through a crystal ball, but what could supply this power if Shoshone was offline for long term? Not just the short terms that you do, but is there
Gosh.
How are you going to replace this electricity if it goes offline?
That's a good question for our transmission operators. I don't know if.
Director Combs, I'll just note, this is my normal world. That's what electric resource planning does at the Public Utilities Commission. So some of that forecasting is done there.
I'm just speaking more to the likelihood of a base plant going offline.
Yeah,
It seems less than it would be if it was a peaking plant.
Yeah, if a base load plant goes offline, yeah, it's going to put more strain on the grid and our commercial operations, usually without getting into the weeds, but there's probably power purchase agreements out there where we would purchase from other utilities to try and support that and replace that power.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, hearing none. Thank you.
Thanks.
Before we call up the River District, I just want to note the time is about 2:30. I want to defer to the River District actually on this point. Do you all want to start for 30 minutes before the scheduled break? Or should we take the scheduled break of 15 minutes now?
We'd be happy to take the scheduled break now and then have our case.
I had a feeling I didn't want to interrupt you all. Thank you.
Recording
Thank you.
stopped. Recording in progress.
Thank you, everyone. Can you please return back to your seats? We are slightly a minute over from our break, but I'm sure we will make up that 1 minute.
And before the River District gets started, I just want to remind the board this is going to be a lengthier presentation. Please hold your questions until the end, until they finish their presentation. Write down things as they come to you, please. Thank you so very much. I'll just give the rest of the board members a chance to sit down.
Well, good afternoon, Madam Chair and Board. Thank you so much for spending your time. I'm going to apologize on our behalf and all of the other parties to the lengthy reading that you've been asked to do and in preparation for this. Hopefully the extra time between now and when you have to make a decision will help provide that time to go back through things and think about them. I'm Andy Mueller. I'm the General Manager at the Colorado River District. I am here on behalf of the River District, but more importantly, on behalf of a coalition of over 32 West Slope entities that are contributing funds and partnership in this effort to sustain the Shoshone calls in a permanent and perpetual basis. What we're presenting here today and right now to the CWCB is an offer of a historic partnership. It is a partnership between the River District, our coalition members, and the CWCB. We're hopeful that you'll accept it. We're hopeful that we can work together in the future. We believe that this sets the state up for a truly collaborative future on the Colorado River. This is a product of decades of collaboration and partnership. It spans water user sectors, crosses all party lines, all divisions, and has united the West Slope in an effort that is unique and shining example of the types of projects envisioned by the CWCB's water plan. It is about the preservation of the current flow regime and the protection of the environment through that preservation. It's not about the enlargement of the flow regime created by the Shoshone rights. As we have and will continue to explain, it is not about taking water from the opposers or locking up every last drop in the Colorado River. It's about preserving what we have today and what we as a state should be proud of protecting. This is an effort that is the single biggest collaborative effort related to a water project in the state's history. The coalition of funders and supporters, just like the project, is truly unprecedented. We have broad and diverse support from Governor Polis himself to counties and cities, small towns, soil conservation districts, conservancy districts, ditch and reservoir companies, and multiple NGOs. It is a broad-based coalition of supporters who recognize the importance of keeping these flows in the river and to advocate for a spectacular multi-purpose project, one that this state has never seen the type of. Those 32 entities that I mentioned have pledged over $37 million from the West Slope. This board, confirmed by the General Assembly, pledged another $20 million of taxpayer money. I want to point out that much of that is severance. It is all severance money. Much of that comes from the West Slope. So it is large. There is a large contribution from the West Slope here. We've been awarded, although tied up at the moment in the federal politics, another $40 million from the federal government. I want to just take a moment and thank Governor Polis and our entire congressional delegation for leading the charge at lodging that money at the federal level. I want to take a moment, too, to highlight the strong public comment that was received in this. There are over 465 comments in favor of this board accepting the offer before it. I don't believe this board has ever received a number of comments that high or that clearly and that loudly speak in favor of a project. That support came from a broad reach of people, from the agricultural community, from the environmental community, from the recreation community, from the urban dwellers, both on the Front Range and the West Slope. This is a project that has drawn people together. And yet it still gets painted as something that is divisive. And I want to point out that this project is truly collaborative. It has brought people together in a time where that's almost impossible on most political issues. The key here is that while the collaboration is impressive, the success of this effort depends heavily upon this board making the right decision. Today, tomorrow, in 2 months, whenever it is you make that decision. Despite the reams of documents filed in this matter, the basic issues before the board are relatively simple and straightforward. Your staff went through them very clearly, but I think the key one, as this board is aware, is will the acquisition of these water rights for in-stream flow purposes preserve and improve the natural environment to a reasonable degree? Well, interestingly enough, as I read the pleadings, all of the parties, every one of the parties, including the four that are, well, 4 or 6, depending on how you count them, contesting parties, have agreed in their pleadings that it will in fact preserve and improve the natural environment. So what does that mean? Well, it says the rules that you have to follow say making this determination, you must consider a number of factors, including historical use, right? Consider that. But this board isn't charged with determining historical use. That's the sole purview of the water court. So you get to consider it, and you should consider it. And the question is, before you on that, has the water right been used? Is there something of value to be used here for an in-stream flow to be operated by the CWCB? Is there something there? And on this point, interestingly enough, by my reading, all of the parties agree there is historical use of this water right, right? There are differences in the quantification, in the number, whether or not it's 844 acre feet, 844,000 acre feet a year through this call, or 560,000 acre feet a year. But either way, the water right's been used, and the water right has historical use. So the answer is, yeah, there's something there that's worth preserving and applying to the in-stream flow. Now, I do want to say something. That 844 in our preliminary analysis is exactly that. It's preliminary. We produced it 10 months ago in an effort to be transparent, an effort to engender communication with the likely opponents, an effort to talk about it, to start conversations. In hindsight, a little foolishly, we thought we could avoid a contested hearing if we produced that report and started talking about it. Our lawyers told me I was stupid when I did that, or pushed for that. Maybe they were right. But the bottom line is that's not the report we're using in water court, because in the last 10 months, we have been uncovering historical records and documents and additional work and refining our historical analysis. And our experts, when they're required in water court, provided we get there, will produce a number that we think is more accurate than that 844. So that's not a number, by the way, that we've ever asked you as a board or the staff to endorse or adopt or defend. And I think that's really important for you to hear that from us. We've never, and we will never, ask you or your staff to adopt it or defend it. It is, you'll hear that from the opponents, but we're not. It's not appropriate for you or your staff to defend that number. It's also not appropriate for you or your staff to adopt and defend the 560,000 acre-foot number that the Front Range has produced. I believe their number is preliminary as well. So what is the role of this staff in a proceeding like this? If you were to approve this and it goes into water court. At one point, we suggested, in order to avoid a contested hearing, we heard Colorado Springs suggested at the May hearing that perhaps having your staff be neutral in that water court case would make sense on the historical use number. In hindsight, we don't think that's a good idea. Why? Not because we want your staff to side with us, but because your staff and the AG's office on the in-stream flow section have the most experience of anybody in the state with in-stream flow cases, with change cases related to in-stream flows. Their expertise should be in the room during the mediation, during the discussions at Water Court. They should be available on historical use questions for the water judge to make a decision if we can't reach a mediated settlement. We're asking you, please don't bind your staff to stay neutral or out of those conversations. They have expertise that needs to be applied to the situation. And to be clear, I don't think they're going to agree with us all the time at all on this. That's not what I'm asking. But in this proceeding before you, the issue is easy. Yeah, there's been historical use. And yes, these water rights, if used for in-stream flow purposes, will preserve and improve the environment to a reasonable degree. That issue shouldn't be one that we spend the next 10 hours arguing about. Our coalition does want to take the opportunity to explain why this proposal at this time is the right thing. Given the breadth of our coalition and out of respect for the board, we've tried to organize our presentation by appropriate representative groupings. First, you're going to hear from water users, starting the headwaters of the Colorado. We're going to move to the middle Colorado River, down to the Grand Valley, and then to some environmental and recreational groups. And then towards the end of our group's presentation, you will have the pleasure of hearing from me again and Peter Fleming. But with that, I want to introduce the Headwaters group. We have 4 speakers, 3 of whom are remote. Merritt Linke, Commissioner from Grand County, Nina Waters, Commissioner from Summit County, Tom Boyd, a Commissioner from Eagle County, and Siri Roman, who is the General Manager at the Eagle River Water and Sand District and Authority. So if I can turn it over to Merritt Linke, we're going to try to manage time. So if I apologize, Madam Chair, I may stand back up and ask some people if they're taking too much time to wrap it up. So thank you. Okay.
So this is Merritt Linke. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. So thank you, Andy, for introducing me, and good afternoon, Chair Cloud and members of the Colorado Water Conservation Board. Yes, I am Merritt Linke. I serve on the Board of Grand County Commissioners. I've been doing that for, this is my 13th year. I'm also part of a 4th generation ranch family here in Grand County. I also serve on the Club 20 Executive Committee, the Colorado Counties Inc. Board of Directors, and I'm the Vice Chair of the Middle Park Stock Growers. And I also serve as the Ag Rep to the Colorado Basin Roundtable. Today, I'm speaking on behalf of Grand County, and I'll be followed by Summit County Commissioner Nina Waters, Eagle County Commissioner Tom Boyd, and Siri Roman, who is the General Manager of the Eagle River Water and Sanitation District. This just is what Andy just said. So just a little bit of background first. Grand County is one of 13 local governments and organizations that make up the Headwaters Group, as Andy referred to, that supports the proposed acquisition of the Shoshone water right. Our region sits at the very top of the Colorado River. The headwaters tributaries here feed the Fraser River, the Blue River, the Eagle River, and ultimately the Colorado River itself. For decades, large trans-mountain diversions have carried water through tunnels to Colorado's Front Range. The Shoshone Call is the single most important mechanism that keeps water flowing through our stretch of the river and underpins the agriculture and recreation-based economies of Grand County and our neighboring West Slope counties. Without that call, stream flows drop, and that harms our farms and ranches, fisheries, recreation, and specifically the aquatic environment. Just want to talk a little bit about some specific impacts to Grand County. Grand County has been ground zero for transmit basin diversions, TMDs, here in Colorado. In fact, over 60% of the Colorado River Basin water diverted to the Front Range originates from Grand County. Reason for that is simply our geography. Grand County is the furthest east of any West Slope county. We can poke a 6-mile long tunnel in the mountain or a 13-mile long Moffat tunnel and get water to the Front Range. The Shoshone water rights are senior to those trans-mountain diversion projects, which means when that call is on, water must be released from some upstream reservoirs and allowed to flow downstream. These flows pass through Grand County, supporting our agriculture, recreation, tourism, and aquatic environment before reaching Glenwood Canyon. Our land use, Grand County's land use, planning, and economic development decisions rely on these flows created by Shoshone. Maintaining this historical flow is not just a water issue, it's a foundation of our community's future. Grand County supports its water rights acquisition for these reasons. And some of these kind of relate to Director Gibbs' question way back at the beginning of these talks. First of all, number one, all Trans Mountain Diversion projects in Grand County have been developed and are based on the Shoshone water rights and its hydrology. Number two, Grand County was deeply involved in the negotiations for the water projects recently developed, the Moffett Gross Reservoir Expansion and the Windy Gap Firming Project that Northern Water put together. Number three, federal and state permits and Grand County's permits and agreements and conditions were based on this historical hydrology of the Shoshone water rights. Number four, if those historic water rights are not maintained, it will upset the baseline flow conditions upon which these agreements and mitigations for these projects were based at the expense of the aquatic environment. I'm going to wrap this up and thank you, Colorado Water Conservation Board, for the financial support of a number of projects here in Grand County that have benefit the community and the aquatic environment. And specifically, thank you, CWCB, for the significant funding, the $20 million towards this proposed acquisition of this Shoshone water rights. I respectfully request that the CWCB Board accept the Shoshone water rights and approve the in-stream flow agreement. If you have any questions, our water attorney, David Tosick, will answer the hard ones. And if you have any easy ones, I will answer them. So I will take this time and pause if there's any questions at this time. And if not, we'll go on. Any questions?
There will be questions at the end, sir. This is the
Okay.
hearing officer, but thank you so much. Please stay online.
All right, and I will then introduce Summit County Commissioner Nina Waters. So Nina, you're up. Great last name. Thank you.
Thanks. I didn't pick it. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. It's so lovely to see all of you today. Of course, I'm sure all of you know what it is to take meetings from your car. So here I am, as you can tell. And I'll just kind of get right into it. So here in Summit County, water isn't just something that we use. It's what keeps our community alive. If you've spent time in Summit County, I'm sure you have, you know what I mean. You'll see fly fishermen casting out on the Blue River, alongside some boaters paddling. And if you're blessed to be out on Lake Dillon Reservoir at sunrise, as I have, funnily enough, teaching yoga on paddleboards. Yes, I know, it's crazy. You have been able to see the glimmers of sunlight along the banks of Lake Dillon, and it's absolutely breathtaking. Our rivers and reservoirs, they fuel our economy here in Summit. They support wildlife and bring people here from all over the world. But the truth is, these moments only happen because of many complicated agreements that we, of course, love to get nerdy about, but many folks never see. One of the most important of those is the Shoshone Power Call. If we were to lose Shoshone, the ripple effects here in Summit County would be significant. Stream flows below Dillon Dam could drop by an average of 25% in late summer and winter, which is a huge hit to our fishing and recreation on the Blue River. Our gold medal fishery, which is currently already stressed, would also almost certainly decline further with lower flows. Dillon Reservoir could drop 5 to 8 feet when it's full, and even more in dry years. That means exposed shorelines, shorter boating seasons, and real economic losses for local businesses. We've already seen a taste of that this year due to early closing and pullouts of draft boats that had to pull out weeks ahead of schedule. On top of that, Summit's own water rights could be destabilized. More substitution years would mean less reliable supplies for residents and businesses related to recreation. Now, I'd ask if we want to compare that to what happens if we protect Shoshone flows for in-stream use. Fisheries and recreation improve from the headwaters all the way downstream. Communities like ours in Summit that rely on outdoor recreation could maintain stability. Cold water keeps flowing, which helps prevent algae blooms and protects water quality. And of course, the endangered species in the Colorado's 15-mile reach get the flows that they need, keeping all of us in compliance with the Endangered Species Act. As a county commissioner, it's our job to safeguard the health, economy, and future of our communities. That means that we must speak up when our values are in sustainability is at risk. The CWCB mission also is clear: to conserve, develop, protect, and manage Colorado's water for present and for future generations. Supporting the River District's proposal to add in-stream flows to use on Shoshone's water rights is exactly in line with that mission. So for me, the choice is clear. Losing Shoshone would bring real harm to Summit County and to communities downstream. Protecting it strengthens our rivers, our economy, and the way of life that we all value, now and for generations to come. And so with that, thank you so much for your time. And I am thrilled to pass this along to my colleague and County Commissioner Tom Boyd from Eagle County. Thank you.
Thanks, Nina. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thanks so much. Good afternoon, members of the Colorado Water Conservation Board. Yep, Tom Boyd, I'm an Eagle County Commissioner. Thank you all for your service today. I know these meetings can go on, but very important today, and I'm very glad to be here representing Eagle County in the Headwaters region to talk about this issue. The feeling is very strong here that the Shoshone in-stream water right is critical for Eagle County, for all of Western Colorado, and really for the entire state of Colorado. As others have mentioned, you know, rivers are the lifeblood of our communities. They fuel our economies, they nourish our agricultural heritage, and they provide the foundation for our ecological well-being. We think that if the Shoshone Power Plant were to cease operation without permanent protection of the Shoshone water rights through an in-stream flow, the negative economic and environmental impacts would be immediate and they would be very profound. As you probably know, Eagle County is in the heart of the Rocky Mountains. We're a community of about 55,000 people. Our entire way of life is built around our rivers and our mountains. I'm happy to say that support for protection of this in-stream right enjoys almost universal support throughout Eagle County. I grew up kayaking on the Colorado River. My dad taught me to paddle there, and I'm now teaching my two boys everything that I learned. And in fact, I did my first combat role at 14 years old on the Shoshone stretch of the Colorado River on one wave, just downstream of that power plant. So it's a really big part of our lives, and it's a big part of our outdoor recreation industries, which are extremely important to our economy and to local jobs. Low stream flows, as Nina pointed out, directly and negatively impact this industry. Inadequate flows lead to increased water temperatures, fishing closures, reduced boating, and significant revenue losses for local businesses. Many of my friends and some of my extended family are part of our ranching community, and Eagle County is deeply rooted in its agricultural heritage. Our agricultural community depends upon this historic Shoshone call to fill irrigation ponds and ditches. The Shoshone call is fundamental to their entire existence. Protection of this in-stream flow reduces operational costs for ranchers. It preserves our cultural heritage, and ultimately it keeps ranchers ranching, which is something that we care a lot about. So I've said, you know, our industries, our economy rely on the Shoshone call, but also the ecological health of our rivers rely on this call. Healthy rivers are the foundation of long-term water reliability across Colorado. In-stream flows sustain diverse aquatic and riparian habitats, transport sediments, and improve water quality. When those flows are diminished, ecosystems collapse, water treatment costs rise, drinking water supplies are put at risk. So protecting in-stream flows is a strategic investment in water security amid growing climate change impacts. So just to show just how committed we are to the Colorado River, I will also add that our taxpayers have invested over $11 million in open space properties along the Colorado River. And recognizing Shoshone's significance to our quality of life, we have committed $2 million to support the Colorado River District's acquisition of the Shoshone rights. So in summary, permanently protecting the Shoshone water rights is a strategic investment in Colorado's future. It ensures our ranchers can keep ranching, our economies continue to thrive, that our ecosystems remain vibrant and resilient. I hope that the CWCB will include the Shoshone water right in the in-stream flow program, securing these critical flows for the environment, recreation, and everyone who depends on the Colorado River. Thanks so much. And now I'm really happy to introduce Siri Roman, General Manager of the Eagle River Water and Sanitation District.
Thanks, Tommy. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Siri Roman. I'm the General Manager of two entities, the Eagle River Water and Sanitation District and the Upper Eagle Regional Water Authority. Together, we operate two small reservoirs, one on the top of Fremont Pass and one on the top of Vail Pass. We are the water provider and wastewater utility for Vail, Beaver Creek, Avon, and Edwards. We operate in the headwaters of the Upper Colorado River, relying on both surface and groundwater from the Eagle River and Gore Creek to supply our communities. Our mission is simple: proactively manage our water supply, provide safe drinking water, and return clean water to our rivers. Our vision is clean water, quality life, a value I believe that everyone in this room shares. While our main job is municipal water supply and wastewater treatment, our work is inseparable from water quality, ecosystem health, aquatic health, recreation, and emergency preparedness. All of these are directly tied to the preservation of the Shoshone water right as an in-stream flow. Water providers across the state face challenges related to increased demand and reduced supply. And West Slope providers in particular have designed our operations and augmentation plans around Colorado River's historical regime, which is controlled by the Shoshone Call. Our community's connection to the river runs deep. Keeping water flowing in the Colorado River isn't just good stewardship. It helps us operate efficiently and responsibly for our customers. When flows drop, we face real operational challenges. Lower water levels mean the water is more difficult to treat, with changes in organic material and increased formation of disinfection byproducts. Downstream, Shoshone flows help dilute salinity and sediment, improving water quality for many communities like Rifle, Parachute, Clifton, and others that also draw and treat water directly from the Colorado River as their primary domestic water supply. Our wastewater treatment facilities are built to meet strict permit limits that keep rivers clean and safe. But when river flows get too low, it becomes much harder for us to meet in-stream water quality standards. This makes the performance of our wastewater treatment facilities even more critical and may require future costly upgrades to ensure continued compliance and protection of our water resources. In addition, higher river temperatures, especially during longer, hotter, and drier summers and falls, stress aquatic life and complicate our ability to meet permit requirements. If flows drop and temperatures rise, we could be forced to invest millions to cool our effluent, even though our discharge is just a small fraction of the river's flow, and cooler effluent would have no real impact on river temperature. We recognize that as an upstream user, the district and authority water rights portfolio will continue to be impacted by the seniority of the Shoshone water rights. We may have to release water from our reservoirs to meet the call, but that is the design and intent of the prior appropriation system. Not only that, we believe it's the right thing to do for our community, for our customers, and for the river itself. Securing Shoshone water rights as an in-stream flow is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It will permanently protect flows that benefit not just our operations, but the health of the entire Colorado River system, supporting fish, recreation, agriculture, and drinking water communities across the West Slope and for our visitors from across the state. Thank you for your leadership and for considering this generational investment in Colorado's water future.
Thank you. Greatly appreciate that. Next, you'll hear from the Middle Colorado. We're going to first hear from Perry Will, who is here in person, Garfield County Commissioner Ms. Will. Remotely, we'll have Tom Harrington, and then in person, Matt Cowan. And in writing only, you have testimony from Matt Langhorst in your submittals. It's attached to the rebuttal statement of this Middle Colorado group. So if we can go ahead, and there's the Middle Colorado. Commissioner Will.
Thank you. And Madam Chair and Board, it's an honor to be here and get to speak a few moments and have a few comments concerning the Shoshone water right. I am Perry Will. I'm a Garfield County Commissioner. I spent 40 years as a game warden with CPW and DOW. So I know a little bit about the fisheries and all that's been talked about in the aquatic and environmental stuff with the aquatic on the river. And I spent a short stint as a Colorado legislature and dealt with this as well. So, you heard from Grand County, Eagle County, Summit County. Now I'm going to speak to you from God's country, Garfield County. That's a little dig on them, so we'll see. But the Colorado River is the lifeblood of Garfield County, and it's also the western slope and really the western United States. And the rivers are the veins of our earth, actually. And but I tell you, in Garfield County, it's really important. And so much has been said about the sport fishing and the aquatic benefits of the river. But in Garfield County, there's really no clear line between religion and fly fishing. No clear distinction. So I'm speaking on behalf of a whole lot of those sportsmen that love that river, and a lot of them that float it, a lot of commercial users. But a river it doesn't just carry water, it carries life. And for Garfield County, that's true. It's an entity with a soul. And Garfield County believes so much in this and the use of this in-stream flow to support the Colorado River and the 15-mile stretch. We continue to lease all of our water in Rudai, which I think is about 400 acre feet, to CWCB for the in-stream flow on that 15-mile stretch, protecting the pike minnow, the bony tail, the razorback, and humpback. So those are critical to maintain those fish habitats for the endangered species as well as our sport fish. And Shoshone's truly is this water right is a lifeline to those that fish for these fish in the western slope and those that fish for especially sport fish over there. It's also huge. It's been mentioned. I don't want to re-mention it, but just the ag, a $12 billion industry, recreation, 15 billion type industry. And it's so supportive of that in our economies in these rural western Colorado counties. So, and it was mentioned, the benefits to the municipalities, the silt, rifle, parachute, they all rely exclusively on the Colorado River for their municipal water supply. And we were just at a meeting in Grand Junction not long ago, and those users for the municipalities just saying, look, the dilution's a solution. And when I thought of that, I thought about the river health and the sculpin that was talked about in the river. In my days back in the Wildlife Agency, I responded to some fish kills with sculpin and whatnot because the flows weren't there and they don't do too good with hot springs water. So dilution's a solution for our sport fish as well as our municipal intakes. And they talked about the turbidity and all that, but it's a huge benefit to the citizens and all of our consumers in the county. And it's been spoken to too, the broad regional collaboration has been demonstrated and the strong public support for ensuring that the Shoshone water rights are preserved and managed. And it's such a collective benefit for our communities and our economies. Allowing for the continued use of the river for angling. I hear all the time I know a lot of commercial friends of mine that are commercial boaters take fishing trips down the river, and they say without Shoshone, it's too bony to float. And if you're a floater, you know what too bony means. So, and I hear that continuously from a lot of our river guides and rafters as well. So lower flows are tough on recreational uses, and the gold medal waters we're talking, there's 40 miles. I think it was mentioned 166 miles there. 40 miles of that is gold medal water, 220-mile stretches. I'd be curious to ask Kendall what that Shoshone stretch reach might do if it would make gold medal standards with water in that channel. I have to say, I've worked with Kendall. She's probably the most competent aquatic fish biologist I've ever worked with in 40 years career. So if she's still listening, I want to give her a shout out for doing this. You know, the natural environment will be improved, long-term environmental stability will be gained. And this river means so much to me, and it means a lot to my family and the people that I represent. I remember when my son, Court, was just little, he'd ride his school bus along the river, headed to school, and he'd come home and tell me stories. He said, "Dad, I saw a river otter." And I go, "Nah, no, you didn't see a river otter." "No, I saw one." And he knows the difference of ripple and the track that a muskrat makes and what a beaver makes. He was with me a lot, you know. And he said, "No, I saw it. It's a river otter." And darn, 4 days later, I saw one. But so we're really attached to the river. He would tell me about when he was a small kid riding a school bus. He said, "You know where Mrs. Jones run off in the river at the Big Rock?" I go, "Yeah." And he said, "Well, it's wet on top now, you know." So we follow it, and people that live there follow that river and what is happening and what it's doing. So the other thing is I started, you know, like I said, a 40-year career. I remember looking off the Silk Bridge, but you could see the water in the river rock in the bottom. You could just see it, clear as bell. Now it's green. It's a green slime. And I tell you, we need this water. We don't want further deterioration of the Colorado River. And so this right will definitely help that. But I believe that the acquisition is so critical to sustain our community and relies on the tourism, the recreation, and our agriculture. Garfield County's contributed $3 million. They've pledged $3 million towards the purchase price. You know, this is all why we're tightening our belts and having some economic troubles. And but that's how important it is to Garfield County. We're on a hiring freeze right now, but we're still committed to that because it's that important to us. And, you know, I have to say this project lands squarely on CWCB's mission statement, squarely. It was mentioned before. But, you know, every river comes with a purpose. I come with a purpose today, and it's not to goof up the Colorado River. So that's a big purpose of mine here. But the Shoshone permanency it's a priceless investment. You know, despite what the cost is, it's a priceless for the health and vitality of the river. And, you know, you all have an opportunity here. These special moments like this come around, and the board has an opportunity to make a decision with lasting impact. This is one of those moments, in my opinion. And the river is a report card for a watershed, and I don't want to give it an F by taking away the water. Please preserve the historical flow regime and maintain the main stem of the Colorado River. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
I believe we're on to Tom Harrington, who should be online.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can, Tom. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Harrington. I ranch up in the Carbondale area and wanted to make some comments today directly related to agriculture. I've been involved as a production livestock producer for 45 years mostly in Western Colorado, other Western states. But as you well know, without irrigation, most of these operations don't exist. And the importance of this water in the Shoshone Water Call to production ag, predominantly in Garfield County, which is important to me, having lived here for 17 years, take care of a nice ranch just outside of Carbondale and have some cattle of our own. Without that water, these ranches don't exist. And in our challenging time with higher temperatures and it seems less snow, less runoff, less chances for irrigation, They just don't. There's not going to be any production of the hay that's vital for wintering cattle in these areas. Nearly every crop grown in Garfield County and western slope of Colorado requires irrigation water. And without this Shoshone call ensuring that, many of these operations, 80% of which are family owned and operated in western slope of Colorado, won't exist. And the development pressure is just too strong. They'll become paved over. The last crop, they say, is pavement, and they don't go back. So please, I would just implore you to approve this call, continue it, make it a permanent in-stream flow that will ensure that irrigation water, production ag, raising livestock, feed, big open landscapes, less development, clean air, clean water, all of those things can be improved and just ensured by making sure that this call is made permanent. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Gregory Cowan, and I, alongside with my wife, own and operate Defiance Rafting Company in Glenwood Springs. Defiance Rafting Company, taken in combination with its previous name, has been continuously operating in the lower Glenwood Canyon and using the Shoshone power plant put in for 48 years. Maintaining the water rights tied to the Shoshone power plant is crucial for preserving the balance of interest in the Colorado River Basin on Colorado's western slope. While those interests are many and all deserve attention, excuse me, for me specifically, the dedication of an in-stream water right is about ensuring the protection and enhancement of recreational spaces enjoyed by locals and visitors, supporting local businesses and livelihoods like mine, and underpinning the foundation of a thriving tourism industry that communities like Glenwood Springs rely on. The Shoshone water rights protect and enhance river recreation, enabling year-round use of the Colorado River below the Shoshone power plant. The accessibility of the Shoshone and Grizzly Creek boat ramps, the latter located just downstream from the power plant, collectively supports river access for approximately 150,000 river users annually. The rafting industry is a vital part of Glenwood Springs' economy. Each year, millions of dollars are generated through tourism activities related to river recreation. A significant reduction or elimination of the Shoshone power plant's water rights would negatively impact not only the rafting community, but also the broader recreation and tourism sector, which is vital to Glenwood Springs. Glenwood Springs is a river town. At its heart is the confluence of the Roaring Fork and Colorado rivers. Its primary community gathering area is called Two Rivers Park. As a city, Glenwood Springs was an early supporter and adopter of a publicly funded whitewater park. The Glenwood Wave, as it's called, remains a world-class feature that sees use all year, thanks mainly to the steady, predictable flow provided by the Shoshone water right. Protecting the Shoshone water rights as an in-stream dedication is more than just a legal or bureaucratic issue. It is closely connected to the livelihoods, traditions, and identity of Glenwood Springs. As the owner of a rafting company, I've seen firsthand how these water rights support not only our rafting business, but also contribute to a vibrant community and its wider network of local businesses. By securing the Shoshone water rights for in-stream flows, we collectively protect the recreational activities that enrich the lives of residents and visitors, while ultimately enhancing the economic vitality of our beloved river town and preserving the unique character of Glenwood Springs. Thank you for your attention and your time.
Well, thank you, Greg. We're going to turn next to the Kobe Water Authority. Ryan Jarvis is online, and I'll turn it over to you, Ryan. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Great. Good afternoon. My name is Ryan Jarvis. I'm the attorney for the Kobe Water Authority, and I'm here to provide testimony on behalf. Now, first, I wanted to say thank you to the board as it considers a very important matter and what truly is a once-in-a-generation acquisition the opportunity for which we should not expect to come around again. Now, I don't think the importance of the Shoshone water rights can be overstated. You've heard some testimony about that already. The historical return flow regime associated with these Shoshone water rights is vital to the ecosystem, the habitat, and then agricultural, recreational, municipal, and other economic benefits all along the Colorado main stem. Now, I'm here to talk about just one example of that, which is the Kobe Water Authority and its operations. The Kobe Water Authority is a governmental entity that develops, maintains, controls, preserves water rights on the Colorado River and its tributaries in the vicinity of DeBeck, called the Kobe Project. To orient the board, for those that don't know, DeBeck is located about 14 or 15 miles down I-70 from Parachute, where the Roan Creek flows into the Colorado River from the north. Now, the Kobe Project rights are diverted Colorado River or Roan Creek, and they can be put anywhere within the Bluestone, the boundaries of the Bluestone Water Conservancy District. Now, that's spans all the way from just west of Rifle, west to DeBeck, and even west of Roan Creek. Now, the Kobe Water Authority owns tens of millions of dollars of infrastructure, allowing water to be pumped from the Colorado River miles up Roan Creek for irrigation, industrial, and commercial use in the Roan Creek Basin and on the Roan Plateau. Now, the Kobe Project is the only real water provider of any size in the area, so it's vital to the use and development of the Roan Plateau. Now, the Kobe project rights are pretty junior water rights in the whole scheme of things, with 1970 priorities. And importantly, they're also not Green Mountain HUP beneficiaries. So in a nutshell, what that means is when Cameo is calling, right, the controlling water right downstream of Shoshone on the Colorado, that when that's calling, Kobe water rights cannot operate. So really Cameo is the determining factor on whether the Kobe project can operate. That also means that continued historic operations of the Shoshone water rights, and more specifically, maintenance of the historical return flows associated with the Shoshone water rights, is absolutely necessary to the continued operations and viability of the Kobe project. Any increase in the Cameo call will mean that the Kobe project can divert less. Because any decrease in historical return flows from Shoshone will necessarily result in increased calls from Cameo. That means that, put very simply, any reduction of historic return flows from Shoshone will have a real immediate detrimental impact on Kobe project operations. Now, as the board knows, as previously mentioned, one thing the board must consider as it evaluates the proposed acquisition of the Shoshone water rights is the quote, potential material injury to existing decreed water rights. That's in-stream flow rule 6E3. Now, that means that the board must consider the catastrophic effect on the Kobe project and really all downstream junior water rights if the board were not to accept the donation and the Shoshone permanency were to not occur. And in that vein, I do think it appropriate for the board to consider the Kobe project as really an archetype for all downstream junior water rights located on the 145 or so river miles located between Shoshone Power Plant and the Utah border, and the material injury that will occur if there is an alteration to the historical Shoshone return flows. Finally, I just want to touch on this point has been explained in various briefs you've received. The question of material injury is a question over which the water court has exclusive jurisdiction, and that important issue must be left to the water court after the board approves the donation of the full senior and junior Shoshone rights. I'll close by saying that the Kobe Water Authority fully supports the dedication and in-stream flow agreement as tendered by the River District and the acquisition of the Shoshone water rights as proposed. Now I'll turn it back to Andy who for the, I guess, Grand Valley group presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. I appreciate that. As Ryan says, the next group up is the Grand Valley. We're going to hear first from Kirsten Carath, who's here in person, Dave Payne, who's here in person, followed by Luke Gingrich in person, and then Brent Eulenberg, who is remote. Thank you, Kirsten. Yes. Okay. Well, you can change it however you want.
Off to a good start. and I always hide behind these podiums. Yes, I'm Kirsten Karoth, and I'm an attorney in Grand Junction. I'm here representing the Clifton Water District, the Grand Valley Water Users Association, and the Orchard Mesa Irrigation District. But I'm also speaking on behalf of our partners, the Ute Water Conservancy District, Mesa County Irrigation District, and Palisade Irrigation District. These entities and many others in Mesa County participated in the negotiation and execution of the Colorado River Cooperative Agreement and have been heavily involved in the effort to make the Shoshone Call and the resulting return flows permanent. And our involvement really has been even before the CRCA. This has always been identified by the Grand Valley as a critical feature on the call regime that needs to be maintained. The water supply needs of your Western Slope constituents who currently depend on the maintenance of the Shoshone return flows should be as equally important to you as the Front Range's reliance on the Colorado River. Mesa County's population is forecasted to continue to grow. Ute Water is the largest domestic water provider on the West Slope. We have the largest hospital between Denver and Salt Lake. The Colorado Mesa University is quite the up-and-coming university that is continuing to grow and expand its footprint and the opportunities it provides students. We have over 79,000 acres irrigated in the Colorado River. Mesa County has the longest growing season in Colorado, and we grow pasture, hay, seed, row crops, livestock, orchards, and vineyards. Mesa County Colorado is the fourth largest peach producing state, and most of that production is in the West Slope. 80% of Colorado's grape production is in the Grand Valley, and we have the highest concentration of wineries. We also have a gorgeous place to look at and recreate along the river. And we, like everyone else who's spoken before me, the river is our lifeblood as well. Our livelihood is dependent on the continuation of the return flows from the call of both the Shoshone water rights. And I wasn't planning to go here, but given the tenor of all the questions that we had this morning, I guess I would put to you to start looking at your questions about your discretion as a board in another way. Your questions have only focused on reducing the in-stream flow call. And I imagine that most of the situations you're thinking about where a water owner is willing to donate the right to use his water right for in-stream flow purposes, they're not going to care if you reduce your call because they're going to keep using their water and they will, no one is harmed. They're using their water, they continue to produce return flows. But we're talking about something entirely different. If you want to reduce the in-stream flow here, the River District is the owner in name, but they're representing the 32 owners of this water right. And all of the owners downstream of the power plant are dependent on the return flows. If you insist on having the discretion to reduce the call, then you are going beyond the limits of the water right decree, and you would be injuring all of the entities that have, that are below the power plant. So I would just ask you to look at this in a different way. The way you've been asking your discretion questions just seem to ignore the importance of the return flows and the real injury it will cause if the return flows are decreased. So anyways, that wasn't planned, so hopefully you understand what I'm getting at. We do urge you to accept this proposed donation. We are thankful for your contribution to the purchase price. Speaking on behalf of the Grand Valley will be Dave Payne, the Assistant General Manager of Ute Water. He's responsible for water treatment and their water supply portfolio. He's going to speak about the importance of the return flows to the operations of the municipal providers in the Grand Valley. Then we have Brent Eulenberg, who will be online. He's a retired professional engineer who worked for the Bureau of Reclamation during the time of the check case that you've heard about before, and the PBO for the 15-mile reach. He will speak about the importance of maintaining the historical return flows to the Grand Valley and the entire state. And then finally, we have Luke Gingerich, a professional engineer with JUB Engineering. He will focus on the importance of the Shoshone return flows to the irrigation operations in the Grand Valley and the water quality in the Grand Valley for agriculture. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Dave Payne. I'm the Assistant General Manager at Ute Water. I've been in the water treatment industry for 31 years in the Grand Valley, and I've been with the district for 17 years. My role with Ute Water involves overseeing the day-to-day operations of our water treatment facility and the utilization of our source water portfolio. My comments today will be largely concerning water quality impacts. Technological advancements has enabled regulatory agencies to establish and enforce water quality standards in the part per trillion or nanogram per liter range. The most recent and controversial of these regulated standards was for perfluorinated alkyl substances or perfluorinated compounds such as PFOS and PFOA. Maximum contaminant levels for these compounds are set at 4 parts per trillion. For context, 1 trillionth of the distance from the Earth to the moon is about the diameter of a human hair. So the MCL for these perfluorinated compounds have been set at 4 human hairs between us and the moon. At this level of regulated water quality, even small changes in historic stream flow can affect contaminant concentrations, potentially requiring additional technologies to stay compliant with the Safe Drinking Water Act. Headwaters base flows released during a Shoshone call are paramount in their diluting impacts from the thermal geology near Glenwood Springs, regulated human-introduced contaminants, and future emerging contaminants that will be regulated as EPA implements the 96 amendments to the Safe Drinking Water Act through the unregulated contaminant monitoring rule. The Colorado River is the Clifton Water District's primary source of supply. Due to the high variability of this water supply, Clifton Water has incorporated best available technologies into its conventional treatment process and utilizes tertiary reverse osmosis membrane treatment to reduce total dissolved solids and mitigate against aesthetic water quality issues. Any decrease in historical stream flows to the Colorado River will result in higher concentrations of dissolved solids. This would require the Clifton Water District to increase the capacity of its membrane treatment process to meet water quality goals for customers. Additionally, both Clifton Water District and Ute Water's Colorado River diversion structures were constructed at elevations based on historic river flows maintained by the call of the Shoshone water rights. Any significant reduction of these historical flow patterns will likely require modifications to these facilities to prevent pump cavitation and to mitigate other impacts from changing flow conditions. These infrastructure modifications will be expensive and will likely have significant environmental impacts that require state and federal permitting. Any reduction in summertime stream flow in the Colorado main stem will increase reservoir release transit times, resulting in higher water temperatures. Elevated water temperature is the most critical criteria for zebra and quagga mussel reproduction. If the historic Shoshone flow regime is reduced, future aquatic nuisance species mitigation will need to account for this extended reproductive phase, which will increase mitigation costs to water users that will ultimately be passed on to their customers. Additionally, reduced stream flow and increased water temperature will also lead to the proliferation of algal communities. Just as with mussel proliferation, warmer water temperatures associated with lower flow rates can exacerbate favorable conditions for algae growth, with an increased potential for cyanobacteria or blue-green algae, which when they proliferate can produce cyanotoxins. Additionally, both green and blue-green algae can be associated with taste and odor issues, requiring additional treatment processes to reduce these aesthetic water quality issues. While cliche, the phrase dilution is the solution to pollution could not be more appropriate from describing the water quality and aquatic ecosystem benefits associated with the historical stream flows promoted by the Shoshone water rights. Source water protection and sustainability has become a paramount issue for drinking water utilities in preparing for growth and meeting increased customer demands. The Colorado River Basin has been impacted significantly by persistent drought for the past 25 years, resulting in widespread aridification within the Colorado River Basin. With ratios of snowpack percentages to disproportionately lower runoff flows, the ability to fill reservoirs and rely on storage rights are being impacted. Direct diversion rights from the Colorado River are becoming more important than ever to maintaining a sustainable source water portfolio. Maintaining the historical flows associated with the Shoshone water rights will be critical for Grand Valley drinking water providers to be able to treat and deliver safe drinking water to their customers. Thank you. And I think you told me to introduce Brent, but I think Luke is next.
He's wrong. It's Brent.
Brent is next.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Thanks, Brent.
Okay, thank you. My name is Brent Eulenberg, and I bring over 43 years of experience living and working in Western Colorado. For 35 years, I was employed by the Bureau of Reclamation, where I supported the Department of Justice during the Orchard Mesa Check water right negotiations. I also served on both the Upper Colorado River Recovery Program Management Committee and the San Juan River Recovery Program Coordination Committee. In this capacity, I worked with some of you and many, many of your predecessors. Today, my testimony addresses how the proposed acquisition of the Shoshone water rights relates to, one, the decree and stipulation guiding the operation of the Orchard Mesa Check, case number 91 CW 247, Water Division number 5, and secondly, flow augmentation initiatives in the 15-mile reach that rely upon the Orchard Mesa Check settlement. The Orchard Mesa Check facility consists of 3 radial gates on the discharge channel of the Vinelands Power Plant and the Orchard Mesa Irrigation District Pumping Plant, which return these combined flows to the Colorado River below the Grand Valley Irrigation Company diversion dam. When these gates are closed, the water surface in the common afterbay rises, allowing delivery of water to the GVIC irrigation by way of a channel that parallels the Colorado River. I'll refer you to schematic diagram that's contained in exhibit GVE number 10. This operation is considered an exchange. Water is diverted out of priority for non-consumptive power and pumping use, and an equal amount of water is returned for consumptive irrigation use by the senior GVIC water right. Since 1926, the check has been operated in response to low flow conditions, even before an exchange decree was in place. For almost a century, check operations have been an essential management tool for maximizing beneficial use of limited water supplies. However, check operations do reduce power production at the Vinelands Power Plant and the amount of irrigation water available to the Orchard Mesa Irrigation District, so it is only operated when necessary to preserve limited supplies. At the same time, in the 1980s, plans for a new run-of-the-river hydroelectric power plant threatened the ongoing exchange operations. This concern prompted the Grand Valley Water Users Association, the Orchard Mesa Irrigation District, and the United States to secure an exchange decree permitting the check's operation under specific conditions. At the same time, the Fish and Wildlife Service was developing flow recommendations for the 15-mile reach of the Colorado River, which extends from the GVIC diversion dam downstream to the confluence with the Gunnison River. The decree and stipulation not only provided legal backing for the exchange, but also set criteria for declaring surplus water in Green Mountain Historic User Pool and delivering this surplus water to boost late summer flows in the 15-mile reach to benefit endangered fish habitat. Since these terms were implemented in 1998, surplus deliveries from Green Mountain Reservoir have become the largest single source of flow augmentation for the 15-mile reach, while continuing to fulfill their original purposes of providing on the west slope for agricultural and domestic purposes. I refer you to GV exhibits number 4 and 5. Nevertheless, even with these efforts, the recommended flows for this reach are often not met, a point repeatedly highlighted by the Fish and Wildlife Service in their sufficient progress reviews. Now the connection. Under the terms of the decree and stipulation, the surplus water criteria only apply when 3 conditions are met. These conditions are: Section 3B1 of the stipulation states the Orchard Mesa Check is physically operable. 2, that's contained in Section 3B2. There is at least 66,000 acre-feet of water available for lease for the benefit of HUP beneficiaries when Green Mountain Reservoir ceases to be in priority for its initial fill under the Blue River decrees. And third, from Section 3B3 of the stipulation, the Shoshone water rights continue to be exercised in a manner substantially consistent with their historic operations for hydropower production at their currently decreed point of diversion. So the stipulation envisions the need for the continuation of the return flows from the historic operation of the Shoshone plant. In conclusion, any future use of the Shoshone water rights for in-stream flow purposes must be based on the historical operation of the water rights for hydroelectric power production to meet the requirements of Section 3B3 of the stipulation. Failing to reproduce historic return flow patterns from the Shoshone power plant could directly harm downstream water rights, 15-mile reach flows, and raise potential Endangered Species Act concerns. Non-compliance with Section 3B3 could render the stipulation inactive until all conditions are met, jeopardizing a system of river operations that benefit both east and west slope water users and supports ESA compliance for both the San Juan and the Colorado River basins, as downlisting and delisting population metrics are interconnected. While many of these issues remain to be resolved, the proposed acquisition of the Shoshone water rights and subsequent conversions to in-stream flow use presents an enormous opportunity to provide certainty to current and future water uses while preserving and protecting the river environment and recreational economy. These details should not stand in the way of the board's acceptance of the water rights, as they are more appropriately resolved through the water court process, as has been previously discussed today. Therefore, I urge the board to accept the donation. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony, and I welcome any questions you might have at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Brent. Madam Chair, members of the board, I appreciate your time and especially appreciate your patience today. I am Luke Gingrich. I'm a water resources engineer headquartered in Palisade, Colorado. I work on projects across Colorado, and specifically I've been working with the Grand Valley Irrigators since 2009. I also own and operate, along with my spouse Annie, Bluebird Organic Fruit Company, which is a small organic orchard in Palisade, Colorado, and we irrigate with shares from the Orchard Mesa Irrigation District system. The purpose of my testimony, hopefully it will be brief, and the main purpose is to advocate for and to the board for full acceptance without condition of the donation of the Shoshone water rights. And there are 3 main interests that I'll speak to. The first is return flows, the second is agricultural water quality, and the third is certainty. As far as return flows, we ask that the return flows be treated as they would in any other water rights case. Yes, this is unique. Yes, this is unprecedented in size and because of the non-consumptive component, but we ask that the Grand Valley water users be given the same weight as any other water users in the state would in any case like this. Our reliance on the return flows should not be overlooked by this board. The second is agricultural water quality. Water quality is often overlooked in cases like this, and I assure you that the producers in the Grand Valley that irrigate 79,000 acres of multiple crops are not overlooking the water quality concerns. As flows decrease, there's a figure. As flows decrease, the pH is noticeably higher in the river. These are values as measured at Cameo. And nutrient uptake is significantly decreased for a number of nutrients in a number of crops. So it's very important to our producers, and it has a
a large economic impact if total dissolved solids, if those concentrations go up and the pH increases. The third thing I'll talk to, and this actually wasn't on the list until some of the earlier comments, is certainty. And I want to, I urge the board to be very cautious of retaining any ability to decrease this call. To do so only retains your ability to injure the Grand Valley water rights. We have been pursuing for generations the certainty that Shoshone permanency brings. And to retain that, to retain the ability to reduce that call without our involvement, it removes the certainty that we have been pursuing, and it is a significant decrease in the value of this effort. So I urge you to strongly consider that as you move forward. So with that, I appreciate your time and thank you.
It's not quite as tall as some of these folks. If I can, next, we're going to refocus the discussion a little bit on the habitat and the environmental benefits. I know that you're aware of it, but the key question is it appropriate to preserve and improve the natural environment to a reasonable degree? For that, the CPW and CWCB experts have really weighed in on this, and I think conclusively. But we have folks in our coalition, and I want to introduce Orla Bannon, who's going to introduce a few speakers on behalf of our environmental coalition. Orla, if you want to come on up, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members, staff, and Madam Hearing Officer. Thank you for your time today. My name is Orla Bannon, and I'm the Policy Manager for State Policy and Engagement for Western Resource Advocates. I'm speaking today on behalf of Western Resource Advocates, Conservation Colorado, American Rivers, the National Audubon Society, and Trout Unlimited. Along with our 70,000 plus members, supporters, and employees from all across Colorado on both sides of the divide, we support the CWCB's acquisition of an interest in the Shoshone water rights for in-stream flow purposes. Our organizations have a long history of working to address issues affecting Colorado streams and rivers, including actively participating in past CWCB in-stream flow matters. We recognize that maintenance of the historical flows in the Colorado River through the continued exercise of the Shoshone water rights is necessary to protect the health of the Colorado River and all the communities, fish and wildlife and water users that depend on it. Expert testimony for our organizations will be provided by Jay Skinner, a trained watershed scientist and aquatic biologist with more than 3 decades of experience with Colorado's in-stream flow program, and Tom Chart, the former director of the Upper Colorado River Endangered Fish Recovery Program. Thank you. Jay?
Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Jay Skinner. I am here today as a consultant for Water Resources Advocates, where I've been blessed to continue my lifelong work with in-stream flows in Colorado. Some of you know me, others do not, but it's great to be back before you. I'm Katie Birch's predecessor. So I'm the old Katie, or she's the new me. I don't know how that works, but one or the other. I have a long history with the in-stream flow program. I was hired and did 2 years of work at the CWCB and 20 years at DOW, about 8 years in management at DOW, and then my last 3 years after the merger with Parks, I was back in the in-stream flow role. So today I'm going to cover 3 areas in my testimony. 1 being the natural environment, 2, the quantification methods that were used, and the benefits of the Shoshone water rights. And these benefits, as you've heard, are not just limited to the bypass reach, but they stretch upstream into the headwaters counties of the Colorado River and downstream to the 15-mile reach. So biologically, the question is, will the Shoshone water rights preserve and improve the natural environment? First, there is a natural environment that will be preserved with the acquired water rights. CPW's report and presentation today and at the last board meeting was a very thorough analysis of the natural environment that exists in and around the bypass reach. The U.S. Forest Service and the BLM also produced a report that was in that original packet. GEI consultants also produced a rather detailed report that looked at water quality, macroinvertebrates, and fishery resources in the area. All of these things document a natural environment that exists now, even though it's stressed by the low flow conditions that we see in that bypass reach. The downstream fisheries data really shows the potential that the bypass reach has by reconnecting that habitat and allowing it to be recolonized. So we have that data as well. But it's not just fish. There's a lot of terrestrial wildlife, raptors, and waterfowl that use this river corridor. There's a diverse macroinvertebrate community there, and both native and non-native fish species. One thing that is of particular importance is the existence of sculpin in the system and of at least one of the species of that group that we call the three species. And as the pictures described, there's a popular sport fish component in the river as well, with mountain whitefish, brown trout, and rainbow trout. So the second question is, will the acquired water preserve and improve the natural environment? We have 3 reports that were produced for this effort, one by Freshwater Consulting, or Bill Miller, one by Ecosystem Sciences, and then CPW's 2025 evaluation report was a very critical and thorough analysis of the data that you have before you. As Katie Birch said earlier, they used a widely accepted in-stream flow quantification tool, the in-stream flow incremental methodology. It's really used worldwide and is very much so the appropriate tool to evaluate changes in physical habitat with a changing flow regime. These reports evaluated the change in physical habitat from 50 CFS all the way up to 3,000. They also directly measured and modeled physical habitat for over 3,000 feet of the reach that's directly impacted by the decision you're about to make. They use species preference curves for species that are present in the corridor. Now, Miller and Ecosystem Sciences produced 2 reports that really complement each other quite well. They look at the broader view of physical habitat in the corridor, and also give you an opportunity to think about microhabitats that exist, especially in the very steep sections of the Shoshone reach where it's boulder strewn, boulders the size of Volkswagens. So creating pockets of microhabitat that are usable by fish even at low flows. And those pockets of microhabitats are even more important when you have high flows going through there because they provide those low velocity shelter areas for fish during those high flow events. Essentially what these two reports tell us is that habitat rapidly increases as you increase flows from 50 CFS up to about 1400. And then habitat continues to increase as flows even go above that 1400 level all the way up to about 3000 CFS. So in my opinion, there's enough data here to conclude that the entire 1400 CFS of water rights will result in the preservation and improvement of the natural environment to a reasonable degree in the Shoshone Reach. Now, the third point that I want to cover is basically the upstream and downstream effects. We've heard a lot about this today, but there's essentially over 300 upstream existing in-stream flow water rights held by this board. And those upstream water rights benefit from the downstream Shoshone Call, basically pulling water through the system. And this is most significant on the main stem tributaries upstream, namely the Blue River, the Eagle River, and the Fraser. Now, when I was a baby water resource specialist working for CWCB, and then in my first years at DOW, we spent a great deal of time developing those upstream tributary in-stream flows. And at the same time, we were dealing with ski area snowmaking systems and the Green Mountain Water Sales EIS. And the reason I highlight this is that the downstream Shoshone Call was really the driver of all these discussions and all this work that we did in the upper Colorado River Basin, including those major tributaries. So essentially, the Shoshone Call had a major influence on the water availability analysis that we did on all of those in-stream flow water rights that are upstream of the Shoshone Reach. And at the bottom of that system, just above Shoshone, this board made some rather large in-stream flow appropriations on the main stem of the Colorado. And those main stem Colorado in-stream flows were a huge part of the Colorado River in-stream, or I'm sorry, the Colorado River Wild and Scenic Alternative Management Plan. That management plan was widely accepted and supported by agencies within DNR and water users on both sides of the divide. Denver, Aurora, and Northern Colorado Water Conservancy District participated in the development of that plan. The last thing I want to cover is the effect of the Shoshone water rights downstream of the Reach. We just heard a lot about that here just a few minutes ago, but it really forms the foundational aspect of the flows in the 15-mile Reach. There's other water management actions related to the recovery program that add water to this foundation of flow that is created by the Shoshone return flows. And, with the goal in mind of being able to meet those flow targets for the 15-mile reach. Now, without the Shoshone water meeting those flow targets, those management actions and opportunities will become more and more difficult to do in the future. Now, water users on both sides of the divide have really come to rely on the recovery program for their ESA coverage and protecting their ability to use and develop water into the future. The next witness, Tom Chart, will discuss this in a little more detail. So in conclusion, we have a lot of detailed natural environment data from CPW, from the BLM, from the Forest Service, and from GEI. There's a very sound flow evaluation series of reports produced by Miller and by Ecosystem Sciences. And then CPW did a deep dive into both those reports and did a very thoughtful and critical review of those reports. But, the bottom line is we have fish habitat that continues to increase from 50 CFS all the way up to 3,000. These flow recommendations, in my opinion, are scientifically and biologically sound, and they're well supported by the data that was collected and analyzed to support this effort. This is going to be an incremental and long-term process. There will be times that the power plant continues to operate. There'll be times that we have either complete or partial interruptions of power operations, as is shown, but being able to protect that water in the Shoshone Reach and downstream will have lasting positive effects within that reach. And as I covered, the upstream and downstream benefits of having the Shoshone water right in place, whether it's used for hydropower or for in-stream flow purposes, it really can't be understated. And then those benefits go all the way downstream and into the 15-mile reach. There's basin-wide environmental protection and improvement of aquatic and terrestrial ecosystems, so I'll close with, if it was still my job, I would say the CWCB would, should accept the entire offered water rights and move forward to add the in-stream flow uses to the decree in the water court. That's all I got today. It's nice to be back before you, and I'll wait for questions afterwards. Thank you.
You can go ahead, Tom. I can advance your slides for you.
Thanks, Orla. Appreciate it. Yeah, my name is Tom Chart. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to the board here and provide this testimony, and particularly being able to do it from a remote location. I'd love to be there with you in Durango, but it's much easier to talk to you from Oregon, where I live now. My testimony is based on professional experiences and my opinions. My professional career started when I was hired as a fish biologist by Utah Division of Wildlife Resources, where I served as the project leader for their Moab field station. In that capacity, we were monitoring the endangered fish populations in the Lower Green and Lower Colorado River, and also doing research on flow needs of Colorado pike minnow and humpback chub, particularly the early life stages of those critters. From there, I took a job with the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation as a fish biologist and represented that agency on technical committees to the recovery program that we're talking about today, but other recovery and conservation efforts throughout the 4 Upper Basin states. And then I moved from reclamation to Fish and Wildlife Service in Salt Lake City for a few years, and then eventually landed in the program office over in Lakewood. And I served at the end of my career 12 years as the director of the Upper Colorado River Endangered Fish Recovery Program. So Orla, I don't know if you've got my slides up or there it is. Perfect. Thank you. I did want to thank Western Resource Advocates and the other entities that are part of these presentations, this segment here too. I really consider this potentially a monumental action in river conservation, so it's really a pleasure to be part of it and part of this discussion you're having here too. What I'm going to be going through today is just some introductory remarks. I really appreciate Jay Skinner kind of handling the and CPW handling the issues in the upper part of the river. I'm going to be talking about the importance of this 15-mile reach. I'm going to be talking about the ESA compliance issues that Brent Eulenberg touched on, the flow targets that we're trying to achieve for the endangered fish down in the 15-mile reach and past performance of meeting or not meeting those, how Shoshone water rights contribute directly to flows that we see in the 15-mile reach, and then review what Brent was also talking about too, is that linkage between Shoshone water rights and the Green Mountain Reservoir HUP, and then some conclusions. So my next slide, I think, will get me right down into the 15-mile reach here. Again, 15 miles of the Colorado main stem located in the Grand Valley, from the confluence of the Gunnison River upstream to the base of the Grand Valley Irrigation Canal diversion structure there. The 15-mile reach represents a portion of habitat designated as critical habitat under the ESA for 2 federally listed species of fish, the endangered Colorado pike minnow and currently endangered razorback sucker, also pictured here as well. The 15-mile reach supplies important spawning habitat for both species, provides a mix of habitats and food base, which is important for Colorado pike minnow, which is the native top-line predator in the Colorado River ecosystem. For Colorado pike minnow, the 15-mile reach provides an optimum balance between water temperatures and food availability as well. Additional native species, including the now threatened humpback chub and the endangered bony tail, as well as other native species, non-listed species, benefit from flow management in this portion of the river, but then also on the Gunnison River as well. But the flow targets that we're going to be discussing today really were identified to benefit Colorado pike minnow adults and razorback sucker juvenile and adults that historically occupied the 15-mile reach and still do today. And we can change the slides. The recovery program, I think everybody's pretty familiar with it. It's this collaborative partnership that was established in 1988. As long as this partnership is making sufficient progress towards the recovery of the fish as reviewed and evaluated by the Fish and Wildlife Service on an annual basis, it provides ESA, or Endangered Species Act compliance, for the depletion effects associated with over 2,200 water projects, east and west slope, depleting 2.86 million acre feet per year. And this graphic here just geographically lets us know where those depletions have and are occurring. So under the umbrella of the recovery program in 1999, the Fish and Wildlife Service issued a programmatic biological opinion, recognizing that the recovery program could provide compliance with ESA for all the existing water users relying on the Colorado River upstream of the Gunnison River confluence, plus up to 120,000 acre feet of new depletions, provided that certain recovery actions were implemented. And among those actions were measures to protect and maintain adequate flows in the 15-mile reach. So to start, we had to identify those targets, and that's what the recovery program did kind of as a first order of business in the 1990s. We established flow targets that were incorporated directly into that PBO as one important element for maintaining and enhancing river habitat. These include spring peak flow targets and minimum monthly flow targets applicable over the remainder of the year. For example, a minimum mean monthly flow of 810 CFS was established in the 15-mile reach for the months of August, September, and October during hydrologically dry years. And those flow targets increase when Mother Nature gives us wetter hydrologic conditions. Failure to maintain and adequately protect flows through the 15-mile reach could prompt the Fish and Wildlife Service to determine that we were no longer in compliance with this PBO. If that was to happen, and it has never happened, but if that were to happen, this would put at risk the ability of thousands of West Slope and East Slope Colorado water users to operate in compliance with the ESA. In 2022, the Fish and Wildlife Service conducted a scheduled review of the PBO and determined that reinitiation of the consultation was not necessary at that time. In their review, they recognized the cooperation of water managers to improve flow conditions in the 15-mile reach, but they raised specific concerns over missing summer and fall targets, particularly during the dry years. And we could advance the slide here. What we're looking at here are conditions in the 15-mile reach, flow conditions during 2018, a very dry year in the Colorado River Basin. That horizontal black dashed line represents that 810 monthly average minimum flow that the service is looking for the recovery program to try to maintain. The red hydrograph is where we would have been without the cooperation that we deal with in the recovery program through all the partners that contribute to it. We would have seen no surface flow in the 15-mile reach in the middle of September that year. You can see the blue hydrograph is what we were able to achieve. Actually adding about 200 CFS on a daily basis through this crunch period or the irrigation season down in this portion of the Colorado River. So again, the Fish and Wildlife Service looks at this, recognizes a lot of good work is being done, but at the end of the day, we are missing those flow targets. And in their next review of the PBO, which is scheduled for 2030, I strongly believe, and this is probably an understatement, but the acquisition of the shown water rights for in-stream flow use would be viewed very favorably by the Fish and Wildlife Service in those future reviews, and thereby reinforce the recovery program's collaborative approach to implementing the ESA. I'm going to review kind of the performance of meeting the flow recommendations in a little broader scale here. 2018, unfortunately, was not an isolated event. For example, flows in the 15-mile reach fell short of the mean monthly minimum of 810 CFS in 21 of the 32 irrigation season months, and those being July through October, during the 8 dry years identified by the recovery program between 1991 and 2019. So 21 of 32 irrigation season months during dry years, we have failed to meet that 810 monthly mean target. The impacts of the very low flows, and we can switch the slides now, please, are particularly concerning. In our consultation with CPW and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service biologists that monitor populations in the 15-mile reach, it's pretty clear that we lose those preferred habitats of those adult Colorado pike minnow and razorback sucker pretty much consistently as flows drop below 810 CFS. And this is pretty much logical. As the river goes, we start restricting fish's mobility. A large Colorado pike minnow would like to have a foot of water depth over these riffles to be able to move upstream, downstream. It increases predation. It crowds fish together. You all know that we have a major non-native fish problem with smallmouth bass being very prevalent in the 15-mile reach. It increases predation also from avian and terrestrial predators when the flows get really low, and then it reduces productivity. You can see those cobble bars are drying out right there, and those are really the engine that kind of fuels the food web in a place like the 15-mile reach by being the places where we get the algal beds and the aquatic insects that the other biologists have been talking about as well. But also, when flows get really low, it really favors non-native predators like smallmouth bass, and their young grow incredibly well when flows get really low as well. So we also know that climate change is increasing the frequency and severity of the duration of these dry hydrologic conditions throughout the upper basin, and it's exemplified in this reach of the river for sure. What I want to talk about now is direct impacts of the Shoshone water right to flows in the 15-mile reach. Abandonment or disuse of the Shoshone rights would dramatically reduce flows through the 15-mile reach, especially in drier years. Using the state of Colorado's statewide water allocation and accounting model, Hydros Consulting concluded that continued exercise of the Shoshone water rights results in an average flow contribution of approximately 78 to 96 CFS through the 15-mile reach across the driest 50% of all simulated flows. Impacts of flows are much more pronounced in the driest years. In their 1988 through 2013 stress test period and applying current basin demands, Hydros estimated an average addition of 118 CFS reaching the 15-mile reach during the dry months, including the effects of both the junior and the senior water right on those contributions. On average, this equated to a total of 23% of the total flow that we see in the 15-mile reach during those months. In short, Shoshone operations benefit 15-mile reach most in the drier years, but all years benefit, and the benefits increase from exercising both the senior and the junior water rights. I'm going to switch gears now and talk a little bit about that connection. Brent already did a good job of relaying that connection between Shoshone water rights and the Green Mountain Reservoir HEP. That 1996 stipulated agreement, the Orchard Mesa check case, allowed for up to 66,000 acre-feet annually from Green Mountain Reservoir Power Pool to be used to augment base flows in the 15-mile reach if a surplus is declared. And a surplus is storage in that HEP pool beyond that needed to meet the other historical agriculture and domestic water user rights that were perfected as of 1977. So in practice, as Brent also mentioned, those surplus flows from the HEP pool, when declared, typically become available in August and September. And in most years, it becomes the single largest source of upstream storage available to supplement flows in the 15-mile reach. We can switch the slides here. From 1998 to 2019, HEP surplus releases averaged over 40,000 acre-feet in years when the releases were made. And again, this is a repeat of Brent's slide, but in addition to what you see as the biggest piece of the pie, the other pools in Rudai, Wolford, other places, on average during that same period of time, contribute 78,000 acre-feet to augment flows in the 15-mile reach, which is a lot and is done thoughtfully on an annual basis by a lot of the people on the call here. And yet we still struggle to meet those flow recommendations. To continue providing these Orchard Mesa check case settlement benefits for the 15-mile reach, that is tapping into these surplus flows, it is necessary to protect the river flow regime associated with the historical exercise of the Shoshone water rights. Specifically, and again, Brent mentioned this, the check case settlement sets forth as one of three necessary conditions: the continued exercise of the Shoshone water rights in a manner substantially consistent with their historical operations. The 1996 check case settlement and the 1999 15-mile reach PBO were based on hydrologic evaluations that predated the extended Shoshone power plant outages observed over the last 20 years, as well as the modified operations associated with the 2016 CHOP agreement. Some parties have commented on potential negative impacts of the Shoshone water right acquisition on water accruing to the HEP pool and therefore future declarations of surplus. However, as the change should not result in any new demands on the river, it shouldn't have a net impact on the HEP or HEP surpluses. Final slide, and in conclusion, maintenance of the Colorado River flow regime associated with the historical existence of the Shoshone water rights is crucial to 15-mile reach flow maintenance and protection. Without permanent protection of the Shoshone water rights, it will become even more challenging to meet recovery program flow targets into 15-mile reach. This creates greater risk that Bureau of Reclamation and East and West Slope water users may need to reinitiate consultation with the Fish and Wildlife Service to determine additional or alternative recovery measures to comply with the ESA. In the event that reinitiation did occur in the 15-mile reach, the recovery program would obviously be central to that solution, as it has been for the last 35 years. But the recovery program, as we all know, has and will always be spread thin, dealing with the myriad challenges to recovering the Colorado River fish. I declare the above to be true and correct to the best of my knowledge, and thank you for the opportunity.
Next, I think we have Hattie Johnson online from American Whitewater on behalf of American Whitewater and the Colorado River Outfitters Association.
Thank you, Andy, and thank you to the board for being here today. My name is Hattie Johnson, and I am the Southern Rockies Restoration Director for American Whitewater Stewardship Program. American Whitewater has many members who enjoy the Upper Colorado River. Our organization has been a member of the Recreational Float Boating Interest Group, one of the 6 interest groups who make up the Upper Colorado Wild and Scenic Stakeholder Group. Our organization's members are extremely interested in and benefited by the historical operations of both the junior and senior water rights of the Shoshone hydropower operations, as they provide a benefit to the boatable flows within the proposed in-stream flow reach, as well as up and downstream. American Whitewater's members submitted a number of public comments describing how special the reaches of the Colorado River are that benefit from the Shoshone water rights. I'd like to share a couple of those comments with you today. From Lisa Adams. I live in Palisade, Colorado. I grew up paddling the waters of the Colorado in the front of my dad's canoe. When I was 13, I began paddling my own canoe and took it down Shoshone, through Ruby and Horseleaf Canyons, and even paddled Westwater. I trained on the Colorado River year-round at the Blue Heron boat ramp, eventually earning a place on the U.S. National Wildwater team and representing our country at the Junior World Championship races in Europe. I would have never been able to achieve this if not for the water in the Colorado River flowing year-round. I had only an eddy line and some current to paddle in, but it was enough. Now, the river I love is in danger of becoming extinct for 6 months of the year due to insufficient flows. Please accept these flows into the state's in-stream flow program and secure this vital protection for the Colorado River and the communities that rely on it. Another one from Bridget Straub of Bellevue, Colorado, who is the Poudre Paddlers Conservation and Access Officer. I support the inclusion of the Shoshone water rights to the state's in-stream flow program and urge the CWCB to accept the proposed acquisition. I love to kayak all of the Colorado, including Shoshone. Please accept these flows into the state's in-stream flow program and secure this vital protection for the Colorado River and the communities that rely on it. From the public comments this board has received, it is clear that this outdoor recreational opportunity is important to many and worth defending. The Colorado Watershed Flow Evaluation Tool submitted as an exhibit in our pre-hearing statement shows that the junior and senior water right flow rates fall within the optimal ranges for float boating within the proposed Shoshone ISF reach, between the diversion dam and the powerhouse, as well as directly below the Shoshone powerhouse within Glenwood Canyon. The reach directly below the Shoshone powerhouse down to the city of Glenwood Springs supports some of the state's most popular and predictable whitewater boating opportunities in the state, as you've already heard today. These flows provide dependable boating flows throughout the boating season, a unique recreational amenity not only in the state of Colorado, but in the greater Four Corners region. Because of this, a substantial commercial rafting outfitting industry has thrived for many years, and paddlers from around the country come to enjoy the Upper Colorado River. This supports the outdoor recreation industry that is integral to the river communities from Kremling to Glenwood Springs. This resulted in over $40 million of economic impact in these communities combined in 2024, as found in the report from the Colorado River Outfitter Association. The Upper Colorado Wild and Scenic Stakeholder Group Alternative Management Plan, or SG Plan, identifies the Shoshone water rights as a long-term protective measures that signatories of the plan have agreed to support to ensure the protection of the flow-dependent, outstandingly remarkable values, or ORVs. The plan is designed to protect these ORVs in lieu of a wild and scenic suitability finding on the Upper Colorado River from Kremling to the river's confluence with No Name Creek. Were there to be any change to the historic operations of these water rights, it could affect the agreements made in the SG plan. had the Shoshone hydropower water rights not been available during the development of the SG plan, the plan would look very different than it does today. The SG plan directed the creation of a cooperative measures committee to develop ways to augment water flows to protect the ORBs. The process began in 2007, and to date, a reliable augmentation of the flow has not been specified. When the water temperatures have risen due to lower flows and when fish health has been at risk, the Cooperative Measures Committee has identified the issue and worked to find temporary and voluntary water releases to reduce temperatures. Without the historic flow created by the Shoshone Call in the future, the need to reduce temperatures and boost flows for boating will become more commonplace. This year was a good example of how the junior calling right boosted flows in the wild and scenic reaches and provided boatable flows during the 4th of July holiday weekend. Very important one for the outdoor recreation industry. American Whitewater fully supports the CWCB's acquisition of an interest in the Shoshone water rights. Between the overwhelming statewide public support and evidence presented today describing how this acquisition would preserve and enhance the natural environment within and up and downstream of the proposed ISF reach, there is sufficient reason to conclude the board should approve the acquisition. I appreciate your time and careful consideration of this great opportunity. Thank you for the opportunity to share our perspective today.
Well, thank you, Hattie. I want to take a moment, Madam Chair and Madam Hearing Officer. You all have been sitting for a long time in some really uncomfortable chairs. I have the benefit of getting to stand up. We have about approximately 45 minutes left between Peter and I and our discussion. We're wondering if it would be appropriate for the board to take a 10-minute break and then and we're happy to do it either way, but.
10-minute break would be very appropriate.
Yes. So as we take that break, I completely agree that the break is warranted. We will pause their time now. We're just perfect. We're about a little less than 2 hours in, so just wanted to flag that. I want to remind the board members, we are in the middle of a hearing. They are still testifying. Please don't speak to any of the parties or each other about the matters that have come up. And let's take our 10 minutes. Thank you all so much.
Can we please get our board members back to the table, please? Yeah.
Recording in progress.
Andy, I have a couple of board members that are lagging. Can you imagine that? Director Hawes. Nathan actually he did good. He was back in his seat early.
Madam Chair, is that direction to start?
No, let's give them a minute to all get back to their seats.
Yes. Thank you. Apologies for that.
But Director Cloud, I think Director Combs appreciated that acknowledgement that he was on time, so.
I really did, but I started my break 5 minutes early, if you noticed.
He was big. All right, Director Hawes is on her way, so you can go ahead and get started. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate the board's attention to this matter. It's already a long day. As I said at the beginning, it will be Peter and I wrapping up, and then we look forward to questions from the board. We're hoping that we answer some of the questions that you asked earlier or points that you raised in the earlier discussion with staff, but please feel free. I think a dialogue is important on issues like this. I have a few topics I want to cover. First, I want to address the historic opportunity for the Colorado River itself and frankly, the public policy benefits of the co-management approach that we are presenting. The use of the Shoshone water rights for in-stream flow purposes falls squarely within CWCB's statutory authority to preserve and improve the natural environment of streams within the state of Colorado. There's no doubt it's your exclusive jurisdiction to do that. Our coalition has brought this opportunity to the CWCB because of this unique statutory authority. We think it's the best way to preserve these flows. It's not the only way. The West Slope could pursue other alternatives on its own without the state as its partner. That's not what we want to do. That's not what's best for the state. So for this model to succeed, we need an ongoing partnership with the CWCB to co-manage these flows. And I'll just say that we heard very loudly and clearly from Director Gibbs when we were before this board discussing our funding about the necessary and the need for us on the West Slope to pursue a partnership. And that's what we're doing. And I want to explain why we think it will work and why we think it's the right thing to do. Well, if you look at other examples of in-stream flows where there is some form of delegation, albeit not exactly identical, right? Nothing is identical to Shoshone. They're all in acquisitions, right? Where there's some delegation of authority, the ones that we could find. Where the donor of the acquired water right is looking to make sure that the water right is exercised consistent with the goals of both the donor and the CWCB. This case is no different. As the coalition who worked on this deal for decades, as the coalition which is bringing at least $37 million to the table, we are offering a partnership, a historic one to the CWCB. It's a partnership that perhaps takes some risk and some willingness to go places that this board hasn't gone before. But it's one that I think will bear fruit for generations to come. The River District and the CWCB have a common interest in protecting the natural environment in the Colorado River in Glenwood Canyon. And the proposed acquisition presents a valuable opportunity for the CWCB and the River District to create a long-term partnership that utilizes both of the parties' resources and expertise and further our common interest. Frankly, in contrast to water utilities and conservancy districts on the Front Range, the River District is a conservation district with a mission and statutory authority that requires us to uphold public interest and to protect public benefit of the river itself. We are the right party to collaboratively co-manage this in-stream flow water right with the state's in-stream flow team. This is a historic opportunity to lay the foundation of this lasting partnership between the state and the district with overwhelming public support and the active support of an outstanding coalition of diverse parties and interests. This is how we fulfill the Colorado Water Plan together. The opposing parties, all of whom stand to benefit from increased yield produced by the reduction of the Shoshone Call in the future, and all of whom are either utilities or a conservancy district, with obligations first and foremost to their ratepayers and shareholders, are telling you that this collaborative partnership is not the right way to go. They're the ones who are saying that. Remember that. While the Colorado River District and our West Slope Coalition has historically been protective of the waters of the Colorado River, we understand that. That's our job. We have been protective. We have gotten involved in every single case filed on Colorado River water since 1937 from the Front Range. We have done that because that's our mission. But while we've done that, we've repeatedly demonstrated our willingness to work creatively with the TMD operators to find win-win solutions. Since the 1980s, after the veto of Two Forks, the West Slope has forged multiple agreements with the opponents in this case. We have addressed their critical water supply needs through these cooperative agreements while protecting West Slope interests. That's what we've done. And we've done that, by the way, with most of the members of this coalition. We've been together on the West Slope doing this work to protect this and to listen to the needs of the Front Range Trans Mountain diverters and to actually try to meet them. That's what we've done. That's what our history of performance is. We don't have a history of saying not one more drop. Not recently, not in the last 40 years, okay? If the partnership, for instance, and just a few examples, the partnership at Wolford Mountain Reservoir that we have with Denver Water, established in the 1980s, right? It enables Denver and even Colorado Springs to access significant volumes of substitution water during years in which Green Mountain doesn't achieve a physical fill, like this one right now, so that they can continue to bring upwards of 20,000 or more acre feet of water over to their customers. We did that through an agreement with Denver Water, right? We did that, we added Colorado Springs through other agreements. The Windy Gap Firming Project, IGA, multiple West Slope parties and Northern's municipal subdistrict enabled Northern to build Chimney Hollow and increase their diversions from the Colorado River without us being the ones who challenged their federal EIS compliance, right? We, compared to some folks who are still challenging that stuff, were the reasonable parties, right? The CRCA, it's another perfect example where the West Slope, over 17 West Slope parties entered into an agreement with Denver that was in the best interest of our state. Our governor at the time, Senator Hickenlooper, celebrated it with many of those who were in this room, right? What did that do? It enabled Denver Water to build their Moffett expansion program. The reservoir, 2 reservoirs that are currently being built to meet the needs of the Front Range. Those were done through agreements with the West Slope, right? The River District and our coalition were all part of that. Additionally, there are multiple instances where we, the West Slope and the River District, have supported the relaxation of the Shoshone Call during drought, where we've reoperated our own reservoirs and our own systems when one or more of the opponent systems is in trouble and they need some help. We've stepped up and figured out short-term collaborative efforts, creative solutions, right? So being painted as the party that's not interested in collaborative solutions and not someone who's responsible and considerate of the Front Range needs, that's totally inaccurate. It's a fictional story. We've put together this coalition. We've brought $37 million to the table, more if you include our portion of the severance tax. We are offering this partnership to the CWCB after decades of work by our coalition. The only path forward in this historic effort is a co-management situation where we together make decisions. It's not a veto. It's not some oppositional arrangement. We're asking for a collaborative agreement between two agencies charged with oversight over the Colorado River. Certainly you have statewide issues that you are solely responsible for. We too are charged with the public interest. We're not some yahoos who don't care about this state's future, right? It's not fair to paint us as that. And that's how the pleadings, when I read them from the opposers, that's exactly the picture they paint. That's reflected in many of the questions and the comments, I think, from this board. The bottom line is the offer has to involve co-management. You heard from the Grand Valley entities today about the injury they will suffer if we don't manage those flows properly together. It doesn't mean there won't be times where we have to figure out how to reduce the call to benefit all parties. That can be incorporated. That is incorporated into the in-stream flow agreement. There's a paragraph in the management provisions that allows the CWCB and the River District to get together and collaborate on reducing the call. By the way, the only way we would do that is if we gathered all the parties together and got their input from across the state and understood the different needs and try to find the balance that is appropriate in this state, right? I know that your staff at the CWCB, your future board members would do the same, right? That's the kind of collaboration we're talking about. To paint it as a veto is not what we're trying to do. I realize that it sounds dramatic and overstated that we're saying if we don't have this collaboration, that we're going to take it off the table. We're going to take this project away. But the bottom line is we have to protect the interests of the entire West Slope. All of those values that you just heard about, from the top to the bottom, depend upon these flows. So we are here to work with you, and we want to do that collaboratively. But I want to point out that leaving it just to one agency, whether it's us or you, as to whether or not those flows get reduced, could, and the calls, for instance, if we weren't involved in the management. Not long ago, there was an executive director backed wholly by his board here at the CWCB who couldn't stand the in-stream flow program, didn't call a single one during his tenure, right? And I know the pendulum has swung far today. We're not near that. Your current executive director, this current board, wouldn't dream of not honoring the in-stream flow program. But we all know the pendulum swings in this state. The pendulum swings in our world. We're talking about agreement in perpetuity, very proudly, I might add, that has a paragraph in there that allows our agencies to be flexible during times of climate change only after we've taken into consideration the needs and interests of all on the river, not just the Front Range, not just the Grand Valley, not just everybody, but bringing the whole state together to understand that, right? That's why two agencies with the public interest in mind are appropriate. So it isn't this board, it isn't your current executive director. It's 50 years from now when the political regime has changed completely. And we maintain flexibility in management, but if your board no longer wants to call the right because for some reason deem it appropriate to disregard the then residents of the West Slope, we have a lever, we have some action to prevent that from happening in a unilateral fashion. You too can make sure that we don't act unilaterally, right? But in between those extremes, we have the ability to show this state and frankly the Colorado River Basin what real collaboration looks like, right? This is what's on the table. So I do want to be clear. We recognize that that flexibility is going to be needed. Climate change is wreaking havoc upon the Colorado River. It's completely unpredictable right now, right? And it may very likely involve multi-year droughts with much greater severity than we've seen yet. I'm a big fan of reading the science and looking at the predictions. You know, our runoff predictions and our snowpack and our fill into Powell, we keep getting that wrong because we're not looking at the lower levels of what is likely to happen, right? So let's figure this out collaboratively together. But I will say we've already agreed to a number of things that will help that. We've agreed with Denver, Colorado Springs, and Aurora to extend the 2007 call relaxation, which, by the way, expires by its own terms in 2032, and it's between Excel and Denver, no one else, right? Two parties. We're not a party to it. You're not a party to it. We've agreed that in this in-stream flow process, in this permanency effort, we will extend that call relaxation ability into the future. That is drought protection, not just for Denver, multi-year drought protection, not just for Denver, but it benefits Colorado Springs, it benefits Aurora, it benefits the municipal subdistrict to a much lesser degree. But furthermore, we've agreed with Colorado Springs and Aurora that should there ever be compact administration within the state, that we will work with them to avoid disparate regional impacts. We agreed to that in settlement, 2 different settlement agreements with them. That wasn't something that we signed and never meant. That we live up to our agreements. We mean it when we say it. We intend for that to happen, right? I've already touched on the one that's most important and flexible for the future, and that is when our 2 agencies recognize there's a time where that call has to be reduced or modified in some fashion, right? I can't, and neither can you, and neither can all the experts that have testified, identify what that's going to look like, when that's going to occur, how it's going to happen. So the 2 agencies need some flexibility, right? To talk and communicate with all the parties and figure out the right thing to do. That's the collaboration that we're asking for. The next issue I want to talk about is, look, this is a statewide river. We recognize that. And because of that, we've engaged in a huge outreach with the Front Range as part of this process. Well over a year and a half ago, before we even signed the agreement, we had reached out with Excel. We reached out to Front Range parties and tried to arrange for meetings. We provided a letter back in early June to you that had over 23 meetings that we sat down and met with them before we met with you in May, right? Trying to figure out a way in which we could meet their needs and understand their concerns. Since then, we heard you loud and clear in May. You said, figure out a way to keep talking, figure out mediation if you can. Your staff helped facilitate mediation with the Colorado Forum. I spent a lot of time driving from Glenwood Springs to Denver because all the mediation sessions were held in Denver, but we did it. We didn't ask that they come back over to Glenwood Springs. We said, we'll make sure that happens. The governor joined us for one of those sessions and said what he said at Water Congress, which is he's 100% behind this deal. Get it done, right? Unfortunately, the parties haven't been able to finish that any kind of an agreement that we could bring to you today. It's not for lack of good faith on either side. We sat and we talked and we produced offers back and forth. Your staff was integral in that. The Attorney General's office was integral in that. I'm not going to talk about the substance of those offers because it's not appropriate given the mediation context. But I just want you to know that we're listening, we're trying, we're doing the things that I think this state expects out of us and everybody else. This effort has never, ever been meant to deprive the Front Range of water rights that they already have, whether it's absolute or conditional. We're talking about preserving a regime on which all of their water rights were predicated on, right? Their own experts communicated with us and said both the Moffett Firming Project and the Windy Gap Bypass or Windy Gap Firming Project were predicated on a 1408 call year-round. They knew that. They filled out their environmental impact statements that indicate that that's the full, those environmental conditions that they were guaranteeing in the river are based on the Shoshone call and the flows remaining, right? This isn't something we're trying to pull the wool over anybody's eyes. This is something they've known exists for a very long, long time. I think it's really important to understand that we'll continue these good faith efforts, whether you accept our offer or not. We're not interested in harming any part of the state, but we'd really rather do it with you as our partner. And that's the way our state should move forward. So there were some questions about, can we just delay this process? Can we just kick it off? And I would tell you, no, we can't. We can wait till your decision, wait till you deliberate in public at your next public meeting. We can wait for your decision in November. But we have a confluence of events that have presented themselves right now that make this the time to get this done, right? West Slope's been waiting 80 years to get it done. We finally have gotten this to where it needs to be, right? We have perfect timing. We have your funding from a severance tax that was a year ago, or I think it was only a year ago. It's time has been so crazy. Last year's severance tax that was flush with $20 million, and you were kind enough to approve it, right? The General Assembly was kind enough to appropriate it last year. By the way, almost unanimously, right? Just like your board, unanimously. The federal funding, that opportunity will expire if we don't have that under contract by the September 30th of 2026 and expended by 2032. Your funds expire in 2031. We need to keep moving on this. We can't hold off. But more importantly, we also have a willing party in Public Service Company of Colorado, Excel subsidiary. We spent 20 years talking to them, right? Those weren't fun conversations for me and my predecessors. We got a lot of doors closed in our face, not meanly, just very politely. Like they weren't interested. They finally, they on their own saw the light, reconvened us after COVID and said, hey, we want to talk to you about this. We want to figure out a way to help you and help the river, right? We have a corporate partner who is willing to step up. It's incredibly important, right? It's critical to this event. It's their private property. They don't have to do anything with it if they don't want, right? I also want to just talk to this, and I apologize to Excel in advance. I'm going to say these things because I'm not wishing that they come true. But frankly, why now in answer to some of the questions? Because one large rock, which they fall all the time in Glenwood Canyon, one large rock falling on that plant will take it out. That plant doesn't have licensure from the Federal Energy and Regulatory Commission. Rebuilding that would require licensing it and going through a morass before they could even get it back online, right? Some catastrophic failure at their dam. It's an old dam, right? We have a problem there. They are great stewards of that asset. Don't get me wrong. I don't know how they keep it running as much as they do. But just in 23 and 24, and 2 years ago, 15 months of straight outage, the longest outage on record, right? During that time, all of the temporary agreements we put in place in SHOP ran out of water. There was no more water available in Green Mountain. We had to get West Slope parties who have contracts to loan their water to the Bureau of Reclamation to release it to keep the flows alive in the Colorado River, right? Cooperative, voluntary measures. That's not how we should do this. We should do this together through a collaborative management scheme, all right? The plant, that's my point is, this is the time to do it. Those are the reasons to do it. Putting this off, telling us go away and come back another day, we won't, we can't, okay? That will cause us to go off on a different process. Your staff has been phenomenal in negotiating these documents. I will say they're no easy people we weren't rolling over them. This was not an agreement that we started with, right? They represent you and the state well. And what they came up with was something that we think benefits the state. Accepting these rights is a once in a generation opportunity. It's backed by over 100 entities statewide. If you look at the list of our supporters, not just our coalition members, but the people who have written in support of this, it is a tremendous list. I can't think of another project that has that kind of support, right? For all the reasons that you just heard from West Slope representatives, this is a really important project. Your approval today, your acceptance of this, not today, but in the next 2 months, We'll also allow the project to proceed into water court, where historical use, the methodology, the quantification, the injury evaluation will all occur, and all of the parties will be protected. That's how our system works. We have an institution to do that, and we should respect the rule of law in our state and have faith in it. At this time in our political history, having faith in the rule of law matters, right? We can do this right in the state of Colorado. We have a water court that functions and works really well. Let's let them do their job. By the way, I don't think we're going to get anywhere near what we think. We know we're taking a haircut. Whatever number we come in with, the process just results in lower numbers. We get that, but that's part of the system. Choosing not to accept these rights now, or choosing to impose a condition that involves the lack of co-management of these rights with us, means that you have chosen the opposers over the West Slope. It actually is a decision to side with one side of the divide or the other. Choosing to move forward is not. Choosing to move forward is good for the entire state. It enables the next steps of approval. It enables the protections to fall into place. It enables us to move forward collaboratively. So we're asking you today, in the next 2 months, to accept this historic opportunity. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Peter Fleming. Thank you.
Andy took all my time. Yeah, that's true. Good afternoon. I'm Peter Fleming. I'm General Counsel at the Colorado River District. Thank you, Colorado Water Conservation Board, staff, and everybody that has seen fit to attend and participate remotely in this process. It's obviously garnered a fair amount of attention, and we very much appreciate everybody's interest in this project, supporters or proponents or opposers, or those concerned or those just interested in the process. I want to echo Andy a little bit about why we're here, and express some personal regret that we are here at a contested hearing. As Andy said, it was not for lack of extraordinary effort made in good faith, I know, by the River District and our constant communications with our West Slope Coalition group. I'm assuming that the opponents that we were meeting with had the same intent to try to avoid this contested hearing, and acted in good faith as well. Unfortunately, we were not able to achieve an agreement to avoid this, the contested hearing, but we had some good discussions. We had some tough discussions, and there was enough there. And again, we're not going to go into the substance of it, because Andy said, I agree, that would be inappropriate given the mediation context. But there was enough there that, as you know, just yesterday afternoon, we decided, number one, let's give the CWCB board members who were called upon to make this decision a little breathing room. And while we do that, because you all might want to consider things and go back and read stuff instead of trying to forge a decision under the press of time after a long contested hearing. But also because, there was an inkling there that this might be worth going back to and talking about. But for all the reasons that you've heard previously from all of the supporting group and from Andy, we just need to keep moving forward. That's why we had to, keep the hearing. We were also told by the CWCB staff that, no, we've already scheduled our November meeting, but that's somewhat in jest. So I'm going to talk about a number of things. First, I'm going to make sort of a formal offer of proof on the subject matters that the board is called upon to consider, and request that the board consider and take into account all of the materials submitted by the Colorado River District at our May initial presentation, including the exhibits, pre-hearing and rebuttal statements with exhibits, all of the testimony that you've heard today, and all of the CWCB staff initial submittals and reports. And we respectfully ask that the board adopt the CWCB staff recommendation. We had sort of sketched out our own request, but I thought theirs was actually better, so we're going with that one. And appreciate their motion on that, or their request on that as well. In those materials that I just referenced, and I know some of you have spent, or most of you have spent a tremendous amount of time going through them, you'll find what we believe to be all of the material and information that you need to make the decisions that are called upon you by the staff recommendation. What I'm going to be talking about are going through very briefly some of those factors you've heard from Kaylee, and primarily, but also some of the other CWCB and Parks and Wildlife staff on those. But so I'll try to go through those quickly. I want to say, basically, what the main points we're trying to make here are the Rule 6E factors are addressed and satisfied. We're going to talk about this more, but the water court will ensure that there's no expansion of the water rights, and that no water rights upstream, downstream, across the Continental Divide, whatever, will be injured by the requested change. I also want to talk briefly about the third-party agreements. You've read a lot about them and heard a lot about them in the prior discussions. We strongly believe that those third-party agreements are, contractual matters between the parties there too, and any dispute regarding those provisions is best left to resolution of the parties to those agreements, either during negotiations and mediation, during negotiations during the water court process, or if they can't be resolved through negotiations by the court. That's just, how those disputes get resolved. And we think that if the CWCB were to sort of weigh in favor of one interpretation versus the other, that would sort of put the thumb on the scale in a way that we think would be inappropriate. Finally, I'm going to go through a little bit more of the legal and policy issues regarding the co-management issue that I know everybody wants to get to, and we're going to try to reserve some time for questions on that as well. So, cut to the Rule 6E factors. The reach, the Shoshone Reach is described in the River District's Exhibit number 30. Kaylee and Rob presented a good map describing the Shoshone Reach. That's undisputed, I think. If there's any dispute about it, we're happy to answer any questions. The natural flow regime, Kaylee and Kaylee White and Katie Birch also described this. I believe that is uncontested. And with respect to that factor, we believe that the natural flow regime in Rule 6E2, excuse me, is in reference to the natural flow that's available for in-stream flow use of the water right. And for a description on the natural flow regime, you could also see the River District's pre-hearing statements a pre-hearing statement at pages 6 and 7. We don't believe there's any dispute on that point. However, there might be a question, and I think Northern Water, in my mind at least, appears to conflate or intermix the natural flow regime factor with the historical use factor. Again, the issue of natural flow with respect to quantification of historical use, that's not what's contemplated by this factor, we don't believe. And if it is, in any case, it should be addressed in the historical use matters, which I'll discuss in a minute. The third issue is any potential material injury to existing decreed water rights. Kaylee addressed this to some extent. This obviously is a contested issue. That has been raised in no uncertain terms by the objectors. But they argue that instead of, as Andy said, the board not really adopting and endorsing our historical use preliminary assessment or the objector's preliminary assessment, they've made the argument that you have to adopt theirs in order to prevent injury. And we think that, again, puts the thumb of the scale on the scale in favor of the objectors in a way that would not be really workable. So then why do the rules provide for the CWCB to consider material injury? Well, as you know, material injury has been described, that is determined by the water court. But you can look at, is there the potential for injury? And there is. In any change of water right case, there is the potential for injury to other water rights. But you can look at this case and just like any other in-stream flow acquisition that has to go through a change case, you can say that potential for material injury can be addressed by the water court, because the water court will look at things like expansion of use, what terms and conditions are necessary to prevent material injury, and come up with a decree that prevents material injury. So I think that's how you should approach that specific issue. Just as, I think it goes without saying, our in-stream flow agreement is premised on the fact that we've got to get a water court decree first before we can use this water right, or you can use this water right for in-stream flow purposes. That decree is going to have a finding of no injury in it, because the water court cannot change a water right unless it finds that there will not be injury to other water rights. I should also point out that I think this has been pointed out previously, but your own in-stream flow rule 6I provides that the board expressly requests that the water court determine any terms and conditions that are necessary to prevent injury to other water rights. So your rules already contemplate what we are proposing. But let's take a quick step back and walk through the change of water rights process. In a very general sense. I'm not going to go into a whole bunch of legal stuff, but the general standard in a change case is not to replicate today's existing conditions. The fundamental purpose instead in a change of water rights case is to ensure that the true right, that is the water right that has matured over the period of use, whether it's 10 years or 100 years, in this case, 100+ years of use, is the scope of the water right that will be maintained going into the future under the new use. And oftentimes, almost always really, when people go into change of a water right, they don't change it from one purpose to another. They change it to add an additional use. And that's what we're doing here. We've got, the water rights already decreed for the hydropower use. We're not seeking to change it to add so that it's only in-stream flow use. We're seeking to add an additional use of in-stream flow so that it can be used for hydropower use when the power plant is operating, or in-stream flow use when it is not operating. Now, some might say, well, what about, historically, when the power plant went down, the water right couldn't call. So now if you're going to call the water right when the power plant is down and put it to in-stream flow use, isn't that an expansion of use? Doesn't that injure other water rights? The answer is, no. It would be if you didn't quantify the historical use of the water right. That's obviously a contested issue as well. We're going to talk about that a little bit. But the process in water court is you go in and you say, this is how this water right was exercised for all of these, appropriate years that are representative of the historical use of the water right. That period has to include dry years, has to include average type years, and has to include wet years. It doesn't have to include all years. And that standard is set by statute. The General Assembly adopted that into law in relatively recently. Case in point, Denver filed an application in the year 2020 to change its city ditch water rights. They used a historical period of record that ended in the year 2001. They filed the application in 2020. The period of record ended in 2001. So anyway, you quantify that historical use. You use the best evidence available. Sometimes that evidence is the diversion records that are maintained by the division engineer. Sometimes they're the on-farm records. Sometimes, you use, it's often a conglomeration of evidence to show how the water right was used over the years. And then once it's all sliced and diced, the water court determines what the average historical consumptive use was, or in this case, it's non-consumptive, the average historical use, excuse me, and usually imposes a restriction on the future exercise of that water right in the terms of a volumetric limit. And that volumetric limit could be X number of acre feet over a running year, over, running 10-year average, running 20-year average, monthly volumetric limits. There's many, many ways to slice and dice those numbers. We've come up with a preliminary assessment, as Andy said, of 844,000 acre feet over a running 29-year period. On average, 844,000 acre feet on an average annual basis over that 29-year period. The objectors have come up with a figure, I think Andy was overstating, I think it's 536,000 acre feet or somewhere in that number over a 20-year period. I may have those figures slightly off. Either, they're right or we're right, or the water court tells us a different number. And we all live with what the water court tells us because that's the way that we do it in Colorado. That's the way that we change a water right. That's the way that we determine that there won't be injury to other water users, whether they're senior water users, whether they're junior waters, whether the water users, if they're located upstream or downstream of the proposed, of the water right that's being changed. And by the way, if you don't like the answer, you can, we're lucky as water people, we get to go straight to the Colorado Supreme Court. The Colorado Supreme Court doesn't really like that so much, but we don't need to talk about that right now. The other thing that this historical use analysis does, and this goes straight to the points that you heard from the Grand Valley entities in particular from Luke Gingrich and from Kirsten Carath, is it will find those terms and conditions that are necessary to maintain the historical return flows. In Colorado, junior water users are entitled to rely upon the stream conditions that exist when they made their appropriation. And there's many junior water rights downstream of the Shoshone Reach, including the water rights that you heard those folks talk about in the Grand Valley that have come to rely upon the return flow from the historical exercise of those water rights. The water court will determine what amount of historical use is appropriate going into the future, whether the water right is exercised for in-stream flow purposes to maintain those historical return flows so that the downstream users don't get injured. Key point is that a change decree can't be entered if it would result in expansion of use. The water court won't enter it. Change decree cannot be entered if the water court would find that there's injury to other water users. It won't happen. What does happen if there's a potential for injury that is unresolved is the water court provides an opportunity for the parties and for the proponent of the change to propose terms and conditions. That's the common way it's done. That's how we do it in Colorado. So the fourth issue was the historical consumptive use and the historical return flows. I've touched upon that to a large extent already. So I'll point out a couple of things though. Why, I guess you'd have the question maybe, I think it's a logical question. Why would, if the water court is vested with the exclusive authority and is the correct entity to determine and quantify what the historic use is, why do the CWCB's in-stream flow rules provide that the board consider the historical use of the donated rights? And, you know, I think it goes back to the same issue we talked about in terms of potential for injury. You consider, you know, how this is going to work out. But I'm dating myself a little bit by this because I remember when the in-stream flow donation statute was adopted and revised. And there were two issues that folks, particularly at the River District, were concerned about. And there was this concern that the donation, the ability to donate water rights for in-stream flow use, as opposed to a regular appropriation, a new junior appropriation, would somehow resurrect phantom water rights that really hadn't been used very much. And so, you know, and that the CWCB would essentially be being sold a bill of goods. So there was a, you know, let's make sure that they've been used. And at this point, as Andy explained, there is no dispute. The water rights have been used and they will provide value. There also was a concern, and this doesn't apply so specifically here, but the rules refer to the historic consumptive use and whether there would be historic consumptive use available for use downstream of the in-stream flow reach. And the reason there was because Colorado water users and the River District as well were concerned that changes of consumptive use water rights might ship water consumptive use rights downstream, and that would preclude or send Colorado's compact entitlement to you know, downstream. And here, you know, number one, well, there hasn't been consumptive use, but the return flows here as they come out of the outfall at the Shoshone power plant or at the end of the Shoshone in-stream flow reach, which is the same location, there's 145 miles of river between Shoshone reach and the state line where this water can be put to beneficial use. Okay, whoops, I might have skipped one, sorry. Or did I? Apologies. Fifth item, natural environment that may be preserved by the proposed acquisition and whether that would be preserved and improved to a reasonable degree. I believe that issue is uncontested. The other is the location of other water rights in the subject stream reach. There isn't, that's also uncontested. The effect of the proposed acquisition, this is number 7 under your 6E rules. The effect of the proposed acquisition on any relevant interstate compact issue, including whether the acquisition would assist in meeting or result in the delivery of more water than required under compact obligations. In general, the objectors have asserted that the potential for enlarged use of the Shoshone rights could impact Colorado's ability to use its compact allocation. We dispute that for many reasons, primarily for the reasons I just explained. There's not going to be an enlarged use because the water court is going to ensure that. And if nobody likes the decision coming out of water court, they can appeal it to the Supreme Court. But also, the in-stream flow use doesn't create any new demand on the river that does not exist already today. As I just said, there's 145 miles of river downstream of the in-stream flow reach where the water can be put to beneficial use. Moreover, even upstream of Shoshone, even in a dry year like 2025. By the way, the preliminary data that we've gathered says that 2025 in the Colorado River Basin in Colorado and Water Division 5 is the 5th driest year in the last 30 years and the 9th driest year since 1940. It's dry. Even in 2025, there was 124,000 acre feet of water available upstream of Cerro, the administrative point, before the Shoshone Call came on the river. 124,000 acre feet could have been developed for under Colorado's compact entitlement. The average annual flow at Cerro since 1941 is about 1.5 million acre feet, just under 1.5 million acre feet. Our historical use assessment is 844,000 acre feet, even assuming the water court adopted our preliminary assessment. That's still an average difference of more than 600,000 acre feet. The 8th matter is the effect of the proposed acquisition on the maximum utilization of the waters of the state. I believe that issue is also contested. But we would respond that because the change will not result in an expansion of use, the water court terms and conditions will ensure that there won't be a negative impact on the maximum utilization. I'd also point to the fact that when, at least in my read of the statements presented by the opposers, the maximum utilization to them means something different than it means to me, and something different than I think it means to the Colorado Supreme Court, that basically said that maximum utilization has been interpreted to mean optimum use. And optimum use doesn't mean you have to squeeze every last drop of water out to put it to beneficial use for consumptive purposes. Optimum use can only be achieved through considering all significant factors, including environmental and economic concerns. Folks are interested, that's described in the infamous Pagosa Water and Sanitation versus Trout Unlimited case. The 9th factor, whether the water acquired will be available for subsequent use or reuse downstream. We've already sort of hit on that. I think that's uncontested. The 10th factor, the cost to complete the transaction and the associated costs. Kaylee addressed that, and as well as Andy did. I believe that's uncontested. Although the funding, still needs to be secured. And the 11th and final factor is the administrability of the acquired water right used for in-stream flow purposes. And we heard from Division Engineer James Heath, I think, affirmatively on that point. So that's the 6E factors. That's the information that you're called upon to consider, that you must consider according to your own rules. And then you have, you've been presented, unfortunately, with disputes between the parties on what we refer to as third-party agreements. We don't believe those disputes are relevant to the specifics of the CWCB's determination. We don't think the CWCB has the proper authority or expertise to resolve those contractual disputes between parties. And we think that resolution of those is best left to the further negotiations of the parties prior to or during the water court process, or by the court, which is the proper forum for final resolution of those disputes, if we're not able to resolve them ourselves. That said, the objectors have raised those issues, those third-party agreements, and if board members have questions about them, we are more than happy to talk about those agreements, but I would say, just frankly, we're a little disappointed and surprised that we're at this place because of what we thought was negotiated in those agreements.
Members of the board, before we begin questions of the River District, I just want to note we are scheduled to end at 6 p.m. this evening. I think it may be prudent to complete your questions of the River District, even if that goes past 6 p.m. this evening. So just wanted to flag that now. I don't want that to stifle your discussion in any way, shape, or form that you have to stay later. but I think it would be cleaner for the record to have their direct case closed before we leave this evening. Madam Timekeeper, can you also tell the River District how much time they have left for rebuttal? 87 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I know we're going to want some time for rebuttal. I hope we don't need 87 minutes because I'm going to take a few more minutes. I want to talk a little bit more to
Turn their time back on. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. You can dock me 5 seconds there. I want to talk a little bit more about the issue of the proposed co-management, and I appreciate the board's indulgence on time and going this late in the day. Like all change of use decrees, the Shoshone water rights are going to take a haircut in water court. It just always happens. And as we've explained, the change will protect the objectors from injury. That's how our system works. Andy also explained that, we've proposed to include, in addition to whatever terms and conditions the water court comes up with, we've proposed to include the terms of the 2007 call relaxation agreement. Actually, that was in a draft decree that we provided to the objectors in June of 2024, not this year, 2024. There's language in there, it was highlighted that said placeholder for insertion of terms regarding the 2007 call relaxation agreement. And we've agreed to, as Andy said, work to avoid disparate impacts if, on the unfortunate circumstance that Colorado were ever required to implement curtailment of water rights and for compact purposes. We don't think that's going to happen. We hope it never happens, but if it does, we're willing to work with them. That was put into our, there was language regarding that issue in the River District's May submittal in our technical support memo. I want to draw attention to the public comment letter that you received from the Colorado Water Trust. They are party to many in-stream flow donation agreements, and they made a point, and that letter was submitted as Colorado River District Exhibit 38 in its rebuttal statement, I believe. And they said that there are many sound policy reasons that support the board's ability to limit or delegate its discretionary authority. And without those abilities, many long-term and short-term acquisitions would not be possible. That's a quote from their letter. And I would have to wonder if I'm a property right owner, a water right owner, and I'm thinking about donating a water right for in-stream flow purposes, or if I'm a individual that's inclined to contribute to an organization for funds to go out and acquire water rights for donation, I'm probably less inclined to do that if I don't have the certainty that the water right will be exercised in a manner that's intended to achieve the goals of the proposed donation of the water right or donation of the funds to support such donations. Now, you've heard some information, and Director McLeod, I think, pointed out some of the examples that we referred to don't do exactly what we are proposing to do. As Andy said, the terms are all, each contract is different. They're all their individual contracts. I don't think that we have time today, right now, we may get into it later, but to quibble about the specific language of each of those agreements. But I would state that those agreements do delegate CWCB authority. Some are limited in some circumstances, some are not limited. I want to get to kind of the most important point about the co-management issue, is that when you have this change decree, and it sets forth the terms and conditions that will prevent injury. Everybody, upstream and downstream, gets to rely on that change decree to prevent injury. If we build in the unfettered ability to reduce the call, what results is a trade-off. And that trade-off is a benefit to water users that have been guaranteed by virtue of the entry of the decree that they will not be injured. When you reduce the call further beyond the terms of the conditions of the change of water right decree, they get to benefit. But it's at the expense and to the direct injury of the water users that have historically relied on the return flows and the terms and conditions of that change decree that said, hey, if you maintain this water right in this way, X, Y, and Z with X, Y, and Z volumetric limits and these other conditions, you're not going to injure folks upstream. You're not going to injure folks downstream. But great, we've got the decree. And if now we're faced with the uncertainty of a reduction, a relaxation of the call that is beyond the terms of the decree, or in addition to, there's a trade-off that goes directly to the benefit of some water users at the expense and direct injury to other water users. And then I just also say that, you know, without the definition, without the certainty and the defined circumstances as to when a call relaxation can occur, there effectively is less certainty than there is even today. And I think you've heard from all of the proponents and the supporting groups that just is not going to work out for the West Slope Coalition. There's risks to the Green Mountain Reservoir Historic User Pool surplus. I think Tom Chart went into that very well. There are risks to the Upper Colorado River Wild and Scenic Alternative Management Plan that has successfully thwarted federal overlay of wild and scenic designation on the main stem of the Colorado above .0. And the Shoshone is a named long-term protection measure to that plan. Now, does that mean that there won't be flexibility? No. But if the River District is involved, we'll go to our constituents, and our constituents can say to us, yes, this is a crisis situation. Under these limited terms and conditions, we can see the benefit of reducing the call for X number of days. Let's propose, let's work it out with everybody else. And, you know, that is effectively what the co-management proposal is that Andy talked about. So with that, I'm sorry for going over. I do very much appreciate your time. I know it's been a long day already, and we are ready for questions.
Members of the board, please feel free to begin on your questions.
Okay, we have our first question by Director McClellan.
Well, Peter, I have a lot of questions, but I want to try to work on this co-management discussion that you and Andy both had. So going back to Andy's example of the CWCB director who refused to call an in-stream flow right, and I remember that, Andy. I know what you're talking about, but to turn that on you, what about the River District changes over 50 years and the new executive director refuses to reduce a call? Just no matter what. So, I mean, the argument runs both ways, I'm afraid. And you're saying, well, if it comes to that, we will use a collaborative effort to make that decision. Peter reiterated that. That's good. But this agreement doesn't say that. And all I'm asking is, could we make that part of the agreement in some form? I'm not asking you to list the crises. I'm not asking you to be too specific, but this agreement's pretty black and white. It says we have to agree, period. There's no mention of collaboration. There's no mention of dealing with a crisis. That's my only concern. I mean, if it's you guys, I'm not so worried. but you're talking about, you know, a perpetual agreement. And I also said earlier, I think, that I have no argument with you insisting that we place a call when you give us an in-stream flow right. That's legitimate. But I want to look at the other side too and say, even though protecting the environment or improving the environment is a critical aspect of this, this is a water right that has a significant draft on the Colorado River that affects people all up and down and over the mountain. So I think I just want to see a little more acknowledgement of that collaborative effort in the agreement. And by the way, Andy, saying that we can, if we try to put limitations on the acceptance, we're taking sides. I resent that. We're not going to take sides with anybody, okay?
Heard loud and clear, Director McLeod. I would just say, yes, we will agree to some language. We'd be happy in the interim period to work with your staff to come up with that collaborative language and guidance so that it can guide our successors in the future as to what we meant in this agreement. So I think that's what the current staff of both organizations intended, but we're happy to work with the staff at the CWCB to develop language that hopefully will work for this board.
Well, for me personally, that will help me a lot in moving this along, which we have to do. I mean, we've got to do this. I'm not saying we shouldn't, but I also want to say to Peter, and this is a signal to the Front Range folks, our staff told us this morning that historic use is a water court matter, basically telling us we don't belong in that arena. So I think you can save your energy, because I don't think, at least for me, we aren't going to make that decision. We aren't even going to try. We agree that we aren't qualified. We agree it's a water court matter. So.
And that's great. And
I can't tell you what everybody else thinks, but I'm telling you what I think.
Well, I agree with you. But I want to explain the reason that I did go into maybe some painful detail about the water court process was not necessarily to say you don't have any say in it. It was to provide some clarity as to the fact that the water court will end up, goes through this very detailed process and will end up with a decree that finds no injury. There won't be a decree that issues if there's any finding of injury.
That remains true. And I agree with you on that one. But as far as these third-party agreements are concerned, I understand why we wouldn't want to try to pick and choose provisions from those agreements and put them into our agreement. That doesn't make sense to me. But is there some way we can acknowledge that they exist? Because Andy says we want to preserve what we have today, and what we have today includes those agreements. So is there some way to acknowledge that they exist as part of the limitations that could be placed on the water right by the water court? Without saying whose interpretation is correct, just say they do exist and they're part of what we have today.
The agreements are part of what we have today. Whether the agreements set the stage for what the historical use quantification should be is a contested matter. But simply referencing that the agreements exist, if they exist, well, sure. We're okay with
Would it
that.
be possible to do that in our agreement?
Yes.
Okay, that makes me feel better. Thank you.
Director Felt?
Andy and Peter, so I came in here today feeling very concerned about this issue of, I guess what I would have described as ceding the authority of the state to manage an in-stream flow right, an amazing in-stream flow right. I continue to be concerned about damage to the in-stream flow program, damage to this agency, damage to the state engineer's ability to administer water rights on the Colorado River and statewide. That said, Andy, you're an inspiring and compelling speaker. You, both you guys are very knowledgeable about this environment that you're operating in, much more so than me. I think I'm in a way echoing Director McLeod's sentiment that you spoke to a collaborative framework, and I am open to that, but I don't see the nuts and bolts. I don't see the plan. I don't expect to get that tonight or tomorrow, but it is critical. And like John, I'm not speaking for everybody else, but I feel like it's critical to a lot of us that we understand what it is you're proposing 60 days from now or longer. I mean, you're in charge of the time frame. So it doesn't bother me if it takes a bit longer. I would like to get that figured out. I don't know whether something like that framework or that language can be included in a water court application such that the water court judge would ensure that that is a part of preventing injury or making sure that there are the right safeguards to move forward in an acceptable manner that acknowledges potential injury. There's always potential injury, I guess, and but approves of a methodology for collaboratively trying to minimize injury in all aspects that we've contemplated today. But I would ask you, here's my question, Jackie. I would ask you to figure it out, and probably you got a good idea, but I think that our agency is, frankly, what I heard from our agency today was a willingness to hand the reins to you. So I don't know why they would dispute pulling this back to more of a collaborative stance. That seems maybe more work, but it seems like in the best interests of the agencies I mentioned, the state, the whole state. So this is something to figure out, just not necessarily with all these opposers and everything, but between the agents, the two agencies. That should be an easy enough conversation to have. I don't know that it'll be successful, but it shouldn't be hard to talk about that, in my opinion. And that is what I would ask of you. I'm not critical, I'm a one vote, but in order to move me in the direction towards resolving this, which is so important. I mean, I'm very, I'll just call it energized, I guess, by this situation we're in. It's an incredible opportunity, but there is a lot on the table. And so that would be my ask.
And Director Felt, I can tell you that we will absolutely work with staff to do that. And I can't speak for staff, but I will just maybe speak up for staff. We have had lots of conversations about the collaborative nature of the management. And it is, I think, our collective fault that it's not reflected in the words of the in-stream flow agreement. And so we take responsibility for that. I'm not blaming your staff by any means. We'll put that together. We've run through language together with your staff on things like that. We can do that. We can produce it. Hopefully it will help lay that roadmap that everybody's looking for in terms of that collaborative process. And I think we can do that. I do want to say that the decision-making authority from our perspective needs to rest with both agencies, or the agency and the district. And I think we can, but following guidelines as to what it is and when it's critical and how it works, how it would work to include the voices from throughout the state. So we can produce that relatively quickly. And our goal would be to present it with your staff before November so that you have it at the hearing in November.
Director Gibbs.
Yeah, just a slight follow-up. Definitely really appreciate your willingness to work with staff on that collaborative language that Director McLeod spoke of. But, contested hearings are always challenging, as you all know. And would you commit to working with the contesting parties on collaborative language over the next 2 months to possibly try to find that sweet spot?
Director Gibbs, of course we will, and we have been. You know, I will tell you, your staff has been integral to those conversations. And so we'll continue to work. If you'll note the second paragraph as to why we were asking or providing that extension till November wasn't just about your decision-making. It was also about our ability to work with the opposing parties to bring us together. And so we'll keep doing that. And we hope that the mediation team we were utilizing will still be available for that process. So thank you.
Director Vasquez.
Yeah, you heard some questions earlier in this session about the less frequent situations where you'd be administering, or the state would be administering, a mixed use of this water right. And I'm just asking if you'd have some conversation with staff, whether there's anything that needs to be included in the agreement that addresses that situation.
Yeah, and Director Vasquez, I thought your questions and those of Director Coombs and others on this were really very appropriate. And from my perspective, it generally happens in water court, but we can work with staff to put something in the in-stream flow agreement. We would expect with input from the state and division engineer that there may actually be, and I think this was the question, is there infrastructure needed? Honestly, from my perspective, we need to have a better understanding of how PSCO really controls the flow when they're operating at one turbine to make sure the balance of that water is in the stream. We have a vested interest in that. That's why we're doing this, right? So if it requires, in my simple mind, and keep in mind, I'm not an engineer, in my simple mind, it probably means a gauge below the dam that we install at our expense and we maintain. And just so you know, we are the single largest cooperating agency with the USGS on their gauge program in the state of Colorado. We spend over $800 grand a year on that program with the USGS. I know the state has its own, but we do other gauging. We're happy to participate in that and try to figure out how and if that's needed. And I think it really matters to the people who are going to administer the right. It matters to this board and it matters to us and our board that we make sure if there's a partial use of that or a hybrid use, if you will, that the water's actually going where it should go.
That would be great. And my only concern, as I expressed in offline conversations during the break, is to ensure that the CWCB and the district are in a good position with data to defend the in-stream flow.
Yep.
I would just add to that the if we would work closely with the division engineer on that. If it was determined that infrastructure would be helpful or needed to do that administration and those partial use or dual use situations, the infrastructure could include, as Andy said, a gauge located downstream of the dam, or it could possibly include something else too, such as a some sort of more advanced flow meter in the actual tunnel, so they know how much water is going through.
And I'm not trying to prejudge that, and it may be a red herring. Maybe there's nothing needed, but I certainly would like some serious consideration between DWR and CWCB and you on language that might be added.
And Director Vasquez, I appreciate that. I did want to speak to one other question that was raised with PSCO, and it had to do with, can they carry more than 1408 in their tunnel? And I've done a lot of historical research into why there's a junior right and how it was created. And I just want to say, I don't think it's possible. I know that the guy today, Art, wasn't prepared to answer that. But when the original right at 1250 CFS was increased in 1929 because they lined the floor and the walls with concrete. And then they put a blower in at the top because they don't run the tunnel full capacity. It doesn't run up against the ceiling. It only runs to the top of the concrete. And we've been in that tunnel and there's about a foot or two. And what they found is they were getting friction, and it's probably the wrong scientific term, but they're getting wave action that was hitting the ceiling and slowing the water down. And so what they did is they put a blower in, they lined the walls in the floor, and then they put a blower in and it leveled that water out. And the maximum amount they could get in 1929 was 1408. And that's, their turbines are designed, those turbines that are in there today are put in the 40s, early 40s. And that's what's been, that's why they're maxed out at 704 each, because that is the 1408. And that's where it comes from. So, but when one of those goes down and we want the other half in the river, we need to make sure we're getting the benefit of our bargain on this, both as the state and the district.
Okay, any other questions? Director Campan?
I think you guys did an excellent job of answering my questions. So I'm gonna actually go to one of your other presenters. Is Merritt still on? Or did he
Yes,
like-
sir, I'm still on. Can you hear me okay?
All right, you're on the hot spot, buddy.
Thank you.
As a fellow ag producer, you're in a position, you know, where you're above where all this happens and so forth. And you mentioned in your presentation that you thought this was going to be beneficial to the agricultural community in your area. I would think that, you know, if anybody had a problem with injury or whatever, it would be you. Tell me your thoughts, your benefits of this to your ag community.
That's a great question, and it's probably a little bit hard to understand. So I'm going to try to simplify it as much as I can, because we're talking about Grand County and Summit County ag producers that have diversions out of the Colorado River. So we're upstream from that. And on the east end of Grand County, as I mentioned earlier, a lot of our water has potential to go east through the Adams Tunnel in Grand Lake or the Moffett Tunnel on the Fraser. So some of those those diversions then, but Denver Water has the Moffett Tunnel diversion, and of course Northern Water has the Adams Tunnel diversion. So how it works is if the Shoshone call is on, and some of these ag water rights are very senior to the Shoshone call, even here on our place, even though they're pretty small ditches because we're on a tributary of the Fraser, are 1890s, 1880s water rights. So they're very senior to the Shoshone call. So how that works on some of these main stem ranchers that divert directly out of the Colorado, that on these senior water rights, and how that helps the aquatic environment, how it helps the recreation, how it helps all of this stuff, is that if you think about it, is that Shoshone call is on, the power plant is running, it's pulling 1,408 CFS. Then those ag water rights, when they turn their ditch on, if there's enough water in the river, they're going to still pull that, and that water that the ag guys are diverting floats on top of that 1,408 CFS. So it's not harmed. So the river itself is not harmed. The aquatic environment is not harmed. I know that's a simplified way to put it, but it pulls water downstream and lets these ag producers still divert without harming the river when that Shoshone call is on. Does that make sense, sir?
Yeah, that helps. I mean, like I said, you know, if there was injury, it would have been, you know, somebody like yourself. So that makes me feel good.
So just to follow up, and I get it about the injury, but the ag producers in Grand County, the Middle Park Soccerers are 100% behind this because they understand that water, when it's being pulled downstream, it's going to help them get their water into their diversions and onto their hayfields. So thank you. Hopefully that helps.
It does. Thank you.
Director Combs.
I just want to thank you guys for coming and presenting, and especially for honestly, the reprieve of letting us have a little time to hear all the facts in one time and then make a decision without pressure. I appreciate the collaborative nature you're showing with that. Andy, you said that when the plant was out for 15 months, you had to dry up. Where was that specifically? And give us a little more detail of what caused it. Other than just saying Shoshone wasn't a call, walk me through some of the hydraulics.
Yeah, that's a really good question. So in 23, it was above average year in terms of wet year. in, there was not actually a dry up in the river because because of a collaborative effort between the Bureau of Reclamation and some West Slope contracting parties in our district. And so what happened, there is a limited pool under SHOP that the Bureau can release when the call is not on. Okay, there are several pools in the reservoir. One of them, which is Northern's replacement pool, it's the 52,000 acre foot pool, is not accessible under SHOP when a call is not on the river, and SHOP doesn't have a call associated with it. So that pool had water in it, but the pool that was available, which is a contract pool that is available in the remainder of the HUP pool, if there is one, that contract pool was available contract pool was by Victor Lee, who was the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation's operator for Green Mountain Reservoir. By his projections in November, he said, "Wow, we're going to run out of this in early December or January, and we're not going to be able to comply with the terms of SHOP, and the river is going to drop to dangerously low levels." And so he called us, and we and he called a number of parties, private corporations, frankly, and they stepped up and said, "Well, we'll donate the water to be released this year so that you can keep the SHOP flows in the river." And that enabled us to limp through the year until the hydrographs started coming back up. And that's really what for us. Remember, the SHOP, from our perspective, was a temporary Band-Aid, but it really demonstrated that even in a wet year, we could run out of water. And I had this conversation with Victor at the time. I said, "Well, Victor, my God, this is a wet year. What if this had been a 2018? He said, "Oh yeah, I looked at that. We would have run out of water in July, and we wouldn't have been able to contribute at all to SHOP, and SHOP would have failed from the Bureau's participation perspective." And so, yes, Denver would have continued to operate its system. We would have continued to operate our system as though the call was on. But the most water that meets the needs in SHOP comes out of Green Mountain and is released by the Bureau. And so it would be really critical to have that water available. But that's where, for us, it just became crystal clear that this agreement doesn't meet the needs. In addition to its reduced call loads, it doesn't recognize the junior right. It doesn't call for 1250 in the winter. It really isn't a replica of the Shoshone flows. It was meant to be a temporary fix. And so that's where we run the risk if we only rely on that agreement in the future. And so that's why it was part of our motivation to keep moving forward on the in-stream flow.
So then following up, then I guess I'm assuming here, so correct me please, that because the call wasn't on, someone upstream was diverting the water and Green Mountain was offsetting a depletion lower down. And so there are priorities that can utilize the water that are upstream, unless Shoshone is calling it downstream.
That's correct. There are only a handful of parties that are part of SHOP, and other parties have the right to divert it. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. And go ahead, sorry.
Sorry, Director Coombs, just, on the SHOP agreement is an agreement to pretend of, as Andy said, just a few parties, several parties, that the call is on the river when it's not, and it's only the senior call. So when there was no call in 2023, even though, as Andy said, it was a pretty wet year, the call did eventually, would have come on, because it normally does, even in a wet year, then eventually the runoff dries out and a call will come on. In 2023, we were operating under SHOP because there was a big rock sitting above the power plant, and it couldn't get in to fix the issue that was going on with the power plant because of the rocks up above the power plant. And that lasted quite a while, and that's why we ran out of SHOP water. But the river was being administered only, and administration is not really the right term because it's all under this voluntary SHOP agreement, only to 1,250 CFS not to the full 1408 decreed to the water right. So there was a reduction in the stream flow already. And that water right, that difference, 158 CFS, became available for diversion by anybody upstream, Trans Mountain, in basin, whoever. Then the water users pretended, including the Bureau of Reclamation, like the call was on, tried to provide 1,250 CFS, but because it started getting dry, the Bureau said, we're running out.
Although they were going to run out in the winter months when it's only a 900 CFS target undershot. So it's even, I mean, you can picture the river just dropping in the winter, and it's really a critical period of time. So
Okay. And so then my follow-up question, if I may. So you said there's 145 miles downstream that can utilize that water on the return flows. So my question is, whether you're prepared to answer it or not, I'm not sure, but what is Colorado's contribution to where we sit in an overpayment situation on the Colorado Compact right now? We owe, and I'm taking this just to give you the premise of where I'm coming from, 75 million over 10 years, and we're exceeding that. What is Colorado's?
Way, way over 75 million acre feet.
And what is Colorado's portion of that way, way, way over?
Colorado's portion of the compact entitlement is 51.75%. And what that portion is will be determined when when the United States Supreme Court tells us what, that the upper basin is in violation, which we hope never occurs, but we won't know exactly how much Colorado's portion is of that amount until such time. That said, Colorado is the lion's share of the user in the upper basin.
but it's not that we don't want to answer your questions on this. I think we're in a very sensitive interstate discussion that we don't belong in. So if you have questions, your interstate chief is back there and probably
my
be happy.
point is, you brought up as the opposers say that it will affect the compact, you disputed that. So that's the premise of my question. You disputed that, but then you not testify, I don't know what the right word is, but you say that water can be utilized. And so that's what I'm asking. How do you foresee that use? So I do think it's appropriate to ask you guys to answer this question.
Sure. And the basis of that assumption is that there is water remaining under Colorado's entitlement to be developed. And I think,
That's the end. Thank you.
And this year, just in Water Division 5, upstream of Shoshone, there was 124,000 acre feet of water that could have been put to consumptive use without being called out by the Shoshone water right. Take the compact issues out of the equation completely.
Director Combs, I strongly recommend you bring that to staff on rebuttal so the in-stream flow team can direct that to your interstate team.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
Director Hawes.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation and hearing from all the West Slope constituents. So I'm very hopeful that there will be some kind of agreement in November. But if there isn't, I am curious what you all think about Denver Water's proposal of the going to water court. And I heard you, Andy, say we can't just go away, but I don't think that's what that is, of going to water court first. If there's a way to get around the speculation issue and ensure that the CWCB is saying we'll accept what comes out of water court. I'm just curious if that's a possibility.
Director Hawes, excuse me, I guess I'm a little confused by the question because I hear you at one time saying the CWCB will accept what comes out of water court. And that's what we're asking today. We're asking everybody to accept what comes out of the water court. But to go to water court first and then come back and say, now can we have a in-stream flow agreement? Could you please approve an in-stream flow agreement? To me, we can put our heads together on this. I don't see how you get around the speculation issue because the law as it stands today very clearly provides that the CWCB, you need to approve an in-stream flow agreement and direct staff to go change the water right for in-stream flow purposes before you go to water court. Also, I would say that the potential risk on the current owner of the water right, and I won't speak on their behalf, but also the contract owner, us, of going to water court, quantifying, seeking the quantification of the historical consumptive or the historical use of the water right, and then coming back to the CWCB and asking whether that can be adopted to in-stream flow purposes, it just presents too much risk. But finally, I guess I would say is, since most of the concern seems to be that the River District's preliminary historical use assessment, it seems to be too high for some of for the opposing parties. Let's just say hypothetically, we're right, and the water court agrees with us that we're right. We quantify the water right. Is the controversy, is the dispute, is the concerns about the River District's preliminary use assessment overcome at that point? Because I don't see how that solves the controversy.
And I would say, Director Oz, I have a hard time envisioning the process because if we were to go to the water court in general, if you're going to quantify your historic consumptive use, you can do that and then you know, but in order to go through a proper change case, you have to say, well, this is the new right. This is the new application of the water that we're talking about. And here's specifically how we're going to implement that change in this new use of the water right to make sure that no one is injured. But if you don't have a new use, which I think is what you're telling us to do, like go quantify the historic use in a vacuum and then come back and ask you if you'll accept it as an in-stream flow, at which point we then have to go back to water court to protect the parties from injury. Honestly, I read that in the pleadings from Denver and I don't begin to understand how it's possible under our current water court system. And in fact, it would be a whole lot more process to it than there should be. And an inefficient process in terms of public resource and time.
Yeah, I wasn't really, okay. I wasn't really imagining that you would have multiple processes. If there was some kind of statement from this board that we will accept this in-stream flow rate, like that was an affirmative statement that you could go to the water court with, and even the staff participate. I appreciate your point that the staff they're the most knowledgeable about what it means to deal with an in-stream flow rate. So if you had that affirmation and then you went through the process, I don't know. I'm just trying to think if there's some way to get around the historic use analysis, not to go through the court process multiple times, but just to be able to get that question out of the way so that there's certainty.
So in the process you're describing, would we just wait and see if the co-management was acceptable? Because that's a risk we can't. Why would we spend the time in a change case if we come back and the board says, never mind, this co-management thing is not something we're okay with? You know, that there are some really essential elements of this offer that we have to figure out together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Understood.
And that was effectively, my point on the, if we are right and the quantification coming out of water court is 800 and some thousand acre feet or whatever, the push from the objectors on the co-management issue is going to be just as strong or stronger because they firmly believe that it should be less. As another point of clarification, if we were talking about the situation where there is, you're just going to water court, the case law on it's pretty clear. There's a High Plains versus, I think, Southeastern case where, group of folks bought a bunch of shares of a ditch company, tried to change that in water court saying, well, we're going to use this for all these good beneficial use purposes. We don't really have any contract users right now, but we're gonna go forward. Well, we know you can't go appropriate a new water right without an end use defined. And they were trying to say, well, we've got the water right's already been appropriated. We're just changing it. So we can change it and then go, use it for all these other purposes. And the court said, no, you can't. You got to have an end use, and an end use has to be firmly aligned. You got to have a contract to who you're going to provide that water to. So I think that the speculation issues are pretty significant.
Director Alman?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I have what I think is a clarifying question mostly, but I heard some of the presenters during your time talk about the benefits of the Shoshone acquisition to the 15-mile reach. However, I understand that the stated goal of the application or this acquisition is to maintain a status quo on the main stem of the Colorado, at which I interpret as including maintaining the historic return flows, which was result in maintaining historic flow patterns in the 15-mile reach. Can you clarify by expanding on whether the benefits that are referred to are simply maintaining the historic flow regime in the 15-mile reach, or do you believe it will result in additional water reaching the 15-mile reach?
It is maintaining the historical return flow regime. We're not proposing that this would add water to the 15-mile reach. Another way to look at the 15-mile reach issues is not that so much that Shoshone adds water to the 15-mile reach. It's what happens if you don't have Shoshone. There's a negative impact on the return flows that have historically reached the 15-mile reach. And there's a parade of horribles that we heard about today about the recovery program, et cetera. The Orchard Mesa check condition that provides for the Green Mountain Reservoir Historic User Pool surplus could potentially be at risk.
Thank you.
Director Vasquez?
Yeah, I just have a question with all this discussion about changing the process. Can I assume that you see a value in having CWC as a party in the water court, given their expertise in in-stream flow?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So just to add on to Director Vasquez, because you mentioned the partnership and collaboration several times. And my concern is about the collaborative partnership and understanding, that if going forward, if this does happen, then the two parties have got to work together, regardless of who is sitting in any of our seats. Because I know, again, I'm not planning on sitting in this seat forever, and I'm assuming you as well. And so there will always be turnover, new people coming into the seats. And so going back to what Director McLeod was saying this morning or earlier is, and that was something I was also concerned about, is the implied process within the contract. I think it really does need to be spelled out, because the amount of attorneys and the brain trust that is in this room should not be working on implied anything.
Madam Chair, that's an excellent point, and we agree, and we will work diligently with staff and with Director Riss to come up with that language and propose some language for the board's consideration.
Thank you. Any other questions? Director McLeod?
This is not a critical issue, Andy, but when Director Vasquez was asking about additional measurements and so on, and you said if it was required, it would be done at the River District's expense. Did I hear that correctly?
You did, and we can put that in the in-stream flow agreement, John.
Well, paragraph 6 doesn't say that. That's
Okay.
the reason I bring it up.
We're not asking the CWCB to pay for that.
I mean, it's not a huge issue, but what you said isn't consistent with what's in the agreement.
Well, it doesn't specify who pays for it in the agreement.
That's correct.
That's right. So we're happy to modify that too.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Now, one other question. You said earlier that our staff should not remain neutral because of their expertise, but it seems, does that mean that we should support your positions in the application, or are we an independent co-applicant?
I think that you're a co-applicant has to support what's in the application, because both parties, or all three applicants, co-applicants, will sign it. I was speaking specifically to the historical use analysis, and being really clear, it is preliminary, so we don't know where our number will come up where it will come out and what we will be advocating for in the context of that water court case. What we're suggesting is that the expertise of the staff and the Attorney General's office involved in that change case is that this board, it would be appropriate to say, don't take the River District side, don't take Denver Water, or excuse me, the opponent's side. Please make sure that you are involved in those discussions and that the best outcome comes out. And there will be issues, I believe, Director McLeod, within the complexity, and I think you understand this better than many, within a complexity of a historic uses analysis, there will be some issues that I would expect your staff will say, yeah, on that one, the River District probably has it right. But on this one, the opposers have it right. So let's try to blend some of these methodologies and the way we've done it. And that's where the expertise from the staff could be tremendously helpful to either a mediation or the water court judge if we end up at trial.
But what you just described is that we would be neutral.
I don't think so, because the way, at least, and maybe this is the difference, is that some of the language I've seen regarding what neutral means is that the staff would stay out of that discussion. And I don't think that the public is well served by the staff staying out of that discussion. I think bringing their expertise to bear and actually siding on certain parts of analyses with us or with the opponents or other parties is really critical. So they're not, I wouldn't say that's neutral necessarily. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, well, what I'm trying to do here is just make a record of the fact that you're not asking us to support you unequivocally on the historic use analysis.
We are not asking you to do that.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to know.
Okay.
Director Felt?
Maybe just simply, Andy, are you saying, what I'm hearing maybe is the agency should be objective, which is that's not the same as neutral. It's committed to the extent you can in one of these negotiations, in one of these water court settings, you're committed to the objective truth, right, of preventing injury and threading that needle. And so it probably won't be neutral in the sense of perfectly balanced, but it could be it seems to me it could be a great service to the truth.
Yes.
And I think that's what I hear you say.
I think the way you phrase that they would be objective is what we would expect out of a state agency. And we would hope that that's what the staff can provide in terms of their expertise.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Hearing none.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow.
In the same chairs. Thank you all for indulging and going over time today that was scheduled. I will let Director Cloud speak to when we're starting tomorrow. However, I just want to remind you all, this is an open record. Please do not speak to the parties about any substantive issues. Parties, please do not speak to the board members about any substantive issues. This record remains open. We will be in recess this evening. Director Cloud, please.
Thank you. We will be in recess this evening at 6:34 and return at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Please come bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
And remember, there's no breakfast for Viola.
Yes.